all green, all green. If we get together, we can make the world green. All green, all green. If we get together, we can make the world green. It's the Green World War. We are fighting for the plants, we are fighting for the trees and the air that we breathe. Climate change is a global problem. Fighting for ourselves is the best resolution. Adonis Linus, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. We know.
Hello.
Resolving climate crisis. We wake up every morning, facing climate changes. Here we get that it is too hot. Let's hook up everybody. Together we can fight it. We can fight it. Just remember, your actions are survival. We rising up the new plans, reinforcing all the main point, rebuilding fame new strategies. Oh yes, we can do it. Oh yes, if we mean it, it starts with you and me. I know, you know. If we get together, we can make the world green. All green, all green. If we get together, we can make the world green. All green, all green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Climate change is everywhere. I'm still not used to that. Carbon warm the atmosphere. I cannot breathe it out. Is my future still secure with the nature that we got? The green land I strive for said I'm worried. Burning everywhere, trash is all along the street. We worry every day to make this world a better place. Garbage rolling, global warming, bet we can fight this, make the world a better place. I know, you know. If we get together, we can make the world green. All green, all green. If we get together, we can make the world green. All green, all green. If we get together, we can make the world green. It's the Green World War. We are fighting for the plants, we are fighting for the trees and the air that we breathe. Climate change is a global problem. Fighting for ourselves is the best resolution. We can only win if we get our hands together. We are good fighters, no matter how the weather. Stop burning bushes, stop falling trees. Plant more greening, no more dumping along riverbanks. Come on people, you know we can do this. It's BDCP with biodiversity. We conserve the energy, togetherness is family. Tell me how you want it. Fresh lands, fresh light, cool time, green side. This is what we do. Solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, ecosystem services, etc. I know, you know. If we get together, we can make the world green. All green, all green. If we get together, we can make the world green. All green, all green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Together we can change the world. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can make the world a better place. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can change the world. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can make the world a better place. Exchange, I'm sure ghosting. Adonai Linus, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. You know, back there we are here now, resolving climate crisis. We wake up every morning, facing climate changes. Here we get that it is too hard. Let's hook up everybody. Together we can fight it. We can fight it. Just remember, your actions are survival. We're rising up the new plans, reinforcing all the main point. We're building fame new strategies. Oh yes, we can do it. Oh yes, if we mean it. It starts with you and me. I know, you know. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh green, oh green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh green, oh green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Climate change is everywhere. I'm still not used to that. Carbon warm the atmosphere. I cannot breathe it at all. Is my future still secure? With the nature that we got, the green line I strive for said I'm worried. Burning everywhere, trash is all along the street. We're working every day to make this world a better place. Garbage rolling, global warming, but we can fight this, make the world a better place. I know, you know. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh green, oh green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh green, oh green. If we get together, we can make the world green. It's the big war. We are fighting for the plants, we are fighting for the trees and the air that we breathe. Climate change is a global problem. Fighting for ourselves is the best resolution. We can only win if we get our hands together. We are good fighters, no matter how the weather. Stop burning bushes, stop falling trees. Plant more greening, no more dumping along riverbanks. Come on people, you know we can do this. It's BDCP with biodiversity. We conserve the energy, togetherness is family. Tell me how you want it. Fresh lands, fresh light, cool time, green side. This is what we do. Solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, ecosystem services, etc. I know, you know. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh green, oh green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh green, oh green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Together we can change the world. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can make the world a better place. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can change the world. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can make the world a better place. Exchange, I'm sure Boston.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Just attention. Attention, please. Attention, attention. This is a quick one. A quick one. A moment of silence. Please, a moment of silence. If you can listen to me. As we come in today, you realize that we've made a few changes. Kindly, as you came in, I hope you must have registered. And please, if you've not, find a way of registering. And for those who registered and have not got their meal cards, kindly, if you registered and you did not get a meal card, just check on this at the right side, you find your meal card. I want to repeat. I want to put it clear. Kindly, if you came in and you did not register, kindly register. If you came in registered and you've not received your meal card, kindly make an arrangement of collecting your own. I hope it is clear. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Attention, please. Good morning. Good morning. Habari. Habari. Iko salama.
Nzuri.
Yeah. Nina wakaribisha kwa Nairobi Summer School. So our today's session is today is our 5th day in Nairobi at Kenyatta University. So our today's session will be on political economy analysis of climate change. Yesterday we had a very good presentation from Professor Patrick and also from Professor Seto Osafo about the issue of climate justice, the UNFCCC process and all. So today, today again, we have a renowned professor, who's Professor Patrick, who were joined yesterday with us. So before that, before just going through the today's session, I would like to see some brief recap from yesterday. So I'm going to give 2 opportunities for 2 participants, to just give us a recap from yesterday, what you remember from yesterday, what you learned from yesterday. Yeah, I would like to see some hands up. Okay. 1 female and 1 male, yeah. Someone. A very quick one. Okay, yeah. A mic.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for this opportunity. Please take your phone because I speak in Portuguese.
Yeah.
Bem, ontem foi um dia bastante interessante. Tivemos 4 magníficos preleitores. Deram-nos 4 aulas magnas e foi bastante interessante. Começamos então com o Dr. Patrick Bond, tanto que fez uma introdução acerca da fundação da questão da justiça climática, tanto falou sobre a história e a evolução da justiça climática e acabou por tocar naquilo que são os principais princípios da justiça climática. Depois disso fomos para o lanche. A seguir o lanche tivemos uma outra aula magna, tanto isso foi com o Dr. Osafo, tanto que brindou-nos com uma aula sobre políticas internacionais relacionada com mudanças climáticas, onde acabou falando tanto sobre o historial daquilo que foram então as principais convenções internacionais a nível da justiça climática, tanto acabou por falando sobre o painel intergovernamental das alterações climáticas, falou sobre a COP21 Berlim 1995, falou sobre o protocolo de Kyoto em 97 e por aí foi. Também acabou por terminar com a questão dos acordos de Paris. Depois disso fomos para o lanche, para o almoço. Após o almoço tivemos uma outra aula magna com o Dr. Omonde, que acabou por falar sobre as negociações internacionais do clima, leis políticas e governança. Um dos aspectos importantes que tivemos e devemos reter naquilo que foi a preleção do Dr. Omonde foi a tal questão de que os problemas da justiça climática devem ser, devemos olhar para os aspectos da justiça climática não na contramão, mas sempre estando favorável àquilo que são as evidências ligadas a questões climáticas. Acontece que muitas das vezes, e foi isso que ele disse, que nós temos a tendência, e alguns países a nível, tanto os países do norte sobretudo, têm tendência de andar na contramão daquilo que são as evidências das questões climáticas, muito por força das questões políticas, questões econômicas. Depois finalizamos então a apresentação com a professora Tassin, portanto, que acabou por falar sobre a proteção ambiental e direitos humanos, falou um bocadinho sobre defensores da justiça climática. Portanto, foi mais uma preleção muito interativa, porque, como ela disse inicialmente, a intenção era nos ouvir e acabou por nos ouvindo e partilhar conosco a sua experiência. Um dos aspectos muito tocantes na sua preleção foi então a relação entre as mudanças climáticas e os incidentes que envolvem pessoas vulneráveis, falou muito sobre isso. E tendo terminado então tanto pelo menos foi isso que eu retei, com uma citação muito importante, que é a citação de Michel, que dizia: um bom ambiente é um bem-estar, um bom ambiente é um bem-estar e um bom direito humano, ou seja, se nós queremos efetivamente ter um bom ambiente, devemos promover o bem-estar e acabando sendo um direito humano. Obrigado.
Yeah, thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. One last recap. Yeah. A quick one. Yeah, he's bringing a mic.
Good morning, all. First, I will start by thanking Pakya, and we have went through a lot of rigorous session, which most times I refer as edutainment. It has education, it has entertainment as well, and it's been a nice sessions, and we have learned a lot. And I think my colleague have touched on most of the things we did yesterday. But what I want to just throw light on is the climate change wickedness that Professor Omundi Owindu, from Kenya, if I call it right, and he talked about climate change and how the global north and how they tend to snitch from their responsibility and tend to give a back on some of these challenges we face and which they are responsible. And again, he makes sure that he gives us all what we need to understand the relationship about the structures and how they try to manipulate systems so that it pleases them and it makes sure that everything that they do, it suits them. So he discussed about the north, which are the developed, the south, which are the developing, how the systems are placed, how the IPCC is structured, and which does not give us an edge to have a quicker solution, particularly in adaptation. So and I think now it remains with us and the step we must take. And I believe that the generation that can change this is us. And we now have a responsibility because they have shared the positive part of it and they have shared the negative part of it. Then we are at the center and we need to see how best we can balance it and make sure that it works from our own country and continentally. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. He addressed it well. Yeah, so with this, we will just go directly to our today's session. So today, the topic will be political economy analysis of climate change, the relation between Africa and the global north. Of course, yesterday also we touched up on some of the geopolitical discussions. Today we will hear from the horse mouth from Professor Patrick Bonda, who is a professor at University of Johannesburg, and also a very good friend of Pakja. Last year also he was physically here later. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, my colleague here, he's also reminding us just to pray for the day. So maybe who can lead for that one? Okay, my colleague from South Africa.
Let us close our eyes. Lord, we just thank you, Father, that we are able to come into this room, Father, to discuss the plans that we have for Africa, Lord, in you, Father. We pray, Father, that as we start our day, my God, that everything that we do, Father, that it's ordered by you, my God, and that it's in your will and your permissive plan, my God. We know, Father, that man have many plans, Father, that have failed, Father, but we know, Lord, that your kingdom, Father, is a perfect one, Father. So this morning, Lord, we ask that as it is in the heavens, may it be on the earth, and that you strengthen us as a team and as a group of young and dedicated people in this room, Father, that we will transform Africa, my God, so that the world will see the beauty and what you have blessed us with. We pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Yeah, thank you. So, like we will start now. It's now 9:10, so we will break for a tea at 11:45. Then we will come back and finish the second round of presentation. Now let me just quickly go to Professor Patrick Banda, a very good friend of Pakja, and also what I'm mostly inspired is that he's also a thought leader in the space of climate justice. He wrote a book of history of climate justice. He was sharing with us yesterday. Now let me just give the floor to Professor. Can you hear me, Prof?
I can, and I'm very happy to be with you at Kenyatta University. I would love to be in person due to family reasons in London, but it's great to be with you and to share and to learn from you. This is our chance to revive the critical thinking about the differential north-south power and to look at what's in the middle, especially because last Friday, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa met. And then on Monday this week, the G7, right, the most powerful countries, the US, Britain, Germany, France, Italy, Japan and Canada, those 7 had their meeting in Germany. And climate wasn't where, in both meetings, we want it to be. And the critique of the injustices that take let's call it a geopolitical orientation requires political economy. What is that? What is political economy? It's not normally taught, unless Kenyatta University is special, in the universities in Kenya, in South Africa, or in Africa, but it's a combination of politics and economics that is focusing on the power relationship. So it's much more realistic and it's much more critical because the injustices we will see are very, very intense. What I'll try and do in this period I have with you, remind ourselves about why climate is, along with COVID-19, along with the war and the food crises, the inflation, the price increases, along with the north-south, the racism in, for example, migrant relations, very important for climate. All of these come together if we think about especially some of the current trends. So I'll just mention some. I'm going to show you that this is not all bad because sometimes multilateralism works. We always use this 1987 case of the Montreal Protocol, but still, from the African continent, extremely tough critique is always needed. And with Frantz Fanon, with Walter Rodney, I'm going to dedicate this to Samir Amin, the greatest African political economist. We'll have basically a quick review of what these mandates to think about North-South political economy, geopolitics, particularly because Paksha became really the leading voice in 2009. We'll look at why and what was the context in more detail. I mentioned it yesterday. But we do find not only north-south. In Copenhagen, we found South Africa in between. And we can look at some of the ways that this contradiction, including terrible floods in China and India, two of the in-between countries in the last week, and the rain bombs that killed 500 people in Durban, South Africa, just 2 months ago. This leads us to some of the north-south power that we see in the Paris Climate Agreement. And then we can really look at, this is sort of intro, but we'll look at these, where did this structural power come from? It came from Berlin, right? The colonial carve-up of Africa in 1885, but it also came from the Bretton Woods Agreement, the World Trade Organization, and where Africa has been located as the source of the slave trade and raw material extraction and unequal exchange in the world economy. We can see some of that in the ideology and the practice of climate debt and finance. So that becomes an important part of our critique, and of course, resistance. So let's quickly remind ourselves how hot the topic is, because even on Monday this week, there was a protest by one of the Johannesburg groups that's most active, called Extinction Rebellion, in Johannesburg at the South African consulate in Johannesburg for the United States government. And this demand, you'll be seeing more, is to turn climate debt into climate action. And if you're in the official negotiations, you have a more polite word, loss and damage. Doesn't sort of attribute blame, doesn't say you, the North, and you, South Africa, are climate debtors. But I think that's our job. If negotiators are too diplomatic, well, activists must take the job. And it is obvious. The United States is a country with the largest historic emissions. So they are the polluters. Polluters should pay. We'll look at this in more detail, but just to remind you that some of the pollution is coming from fossil fuels, and others is land use, other pollution, for example, from Brazil, as they destroy the Amazon, and Indonesia cuts its rainforests. Those are the countries that have largely land-based contributions to the climate catastrophe. So all of these are important to begin to say, well, there is blame. This isn't just loss and damage by accident. This is serious. How much loss and damage? Well, the latest is from Deloitte and Touche, which is a big consultancy, and they're a northern firm. Their interests are not in Africa's favor, but they will even admit that the continent of Africa, with some of the rest of the world, Middle East especially, is hot during these summer months and going to be unbearable. And that would be a 14.5% decline in GDP, right, compared to the world average of 7.5%. And in some countries, Canada, they may, because they have longer growing seasons, they may have some, economic benefits. So this is one of the aspects of the injustices. But you're living it, aren't you? If you're in the Horn and you've had food insecurity, right? There's emergency situations all over Somalia, Somaliland, Ethiopia. Kenya has, this is an area that has suffered a couple of years of terrible droughts. But when the rains do come, they create more humidity, and then you also have locust plagues. And as we saw yesterday, Cameroon, more flooding. And we'll look at South Africa and Zimbabwe. And of course, this is the reason, isn't it? The CO2 levels, and CO2 includes methane as CO2 equivalents, the two main gases, now up to 420 parts per million, well above the sort of 200 to 280 that we've had before the industrial era. One of the aspects of this heating and the hot politics is that our Antarctic ice at the bottom of Africa, which Cape Town is closest to, has been melting. The amount of that sea ice is at a low level, and we'll see as a result some of the disruptions, especially when the Greenland and the Arctic ice in the north melt and the cooler water come, and they're going to disrupt the Gulf Stream, and that'll affect the European continent dramatically. It'll make it much colder. Let's quickly look at the best case, I think, that we have so far for global environmental governance, which was in 1987. This was the problem. So I remember this myself, and partly with my white skin, more vulnerable to the ozone hole expanding and ultraviolet rays causing cancer coming through more and more. And this was a moment in 1987. Now, it wasn't a very enlightened period for world politics. Who was the president of the United States? A very conservative man with, very openly racist attitudes, Ronald Reagan. A very conservative woman was running England, Margaret Thatcher, and a conservative man was running Germany, Helmut Kohl. So those three were the kind of, we call them conservatives. They were really neoliberals. They wanted free markets, meaning their corporates to rule. But they even recognized how bad things were by this ozone hole. Why was it opening up? Because the chlorofluorocarbons, right, CFCs, were coming through. Now, CFCs can break open that ozone layer. And so there was a need to ban them. This is what we must do, obviously, with greenhouse gases. Eventually, maybe it's going to be in a few decades, but we really have to ban greenhouse gases to the extent we can. And this was actually done in 1987. And after 1996, a sort of 9-year warm-up to get everyone ready, CFCs were no longer produced. Where were they produced? They were in old refrigerators to cool the refrigerator. They were in underarm deodorants and other propellants. If you push on a can, the propellant would be the CFC. So they were able to replace those. One of the replacements, HCFCs, we found to be also a greenhouse gas, so we're trying to get that fully banned. But you see how effective it was, because the ozone in the atmosphere then began to stabilize, right? And the size of the ozone hole, which was rapidly growing in the 1980s, then stabilized. So now it's actually recovering and the hole is shrinking. So this is a very important lesson, isn't it? That when it's really urgent, there is possibility of multilateral, of these big bodies and powerful blocks recognizing the danger and doing something. Now, this is not the same as greenhouse gases, because you could identify the CFCs in the refrigerators and propellants and sprays. They could be stopped, and 2 or 3 companies like Dow and General Electric were responsible, and they could be persuaded, and it was in their interest. They could produce more new products without the CFCs. So it was easy to do it compared to climate, where you have all of these very diverse sources of greenhouse gases. But this is what we need. It was also done in a relatively more fair way, even though it was top down. But you could feel that when the global elites needed to do something, there is this one example which we use to say, well, we know you've done this before, you just need the political will. Why don't they have the political will? I'm going to argue, along with Samir Amin, our greatest African political economist, who died in 2018, age 86. And he was one of the most important of the world's thinkers about the adverse North-South power, which means we're taking the hits for the climate crisis, especially in Africa, and the North is getting the benefits of the greenhouse gas emissions. And one of the arguments that we will come back to is that this can call for a political engagement. We need more political pressure on the North, but economically, it's not in Africa's interests to be in the system that the North devised, an economic system of unequal ecological exchange, a world capitalism that systematically oppresses Africa. Let's figure out why that is. And we'll have some mandates, I think, that I hope you also are paying attention to. Frantz Fanon, who was born in Martinique in the Caribbean, but he spent his most fruitful years in Algeria, and then he traveled in West Africa. And he thought about these dilemmas in his short life. He died age 32 of cancer, but he realized that as he was traveling in West Africa and North Africa, he could find a problem with our elites on the continent. They identify with the decadence of the bourgeoisie of the West. They have become senile before they've come to know the fearlessness, the will to succeed of youth. I come back to youth because you are our future, you are our present if you have that fearlessness. Here we saw it, I showed you where the Pan-African climate justice really was petulant and fearless, really strong in saying no to climate colonialism, no to climate genocide, right? And we could see when some of the leaders, here's the late Ethiopian dictator, Meles Zenawi, with a corrupt French leader. I have many corrupt leaders, but this one was most corrupt. He's undergoing prosecution, Nicolas Sarkozy. And on his way to Copenhagen, they had a discussion. And then Meles pulled back on the climate debt demand. And as the Paksha leader, Mitika Mwenda, said, Meles wants to sell out the lives and hopes of Africans for a pittance, threatening the very future of Africa. And this was part of the general pressure that was being put to delegitimize some of these elites who would go to these continental conferences, and they would become essentially the accomplices of the imperialist system. This is Walter Rodney, whose book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, is also a must read. And he was describing that this isn't only top down, there's this layer of allies. Who are some of the allies? You see them here with Barack Obama. Although Obama was born in Hawaii, he had a father from Western Kenya, and there was another African at the table, Jacob Zuma, along with Lula and Wen Jiabao and Manmohan Singh. And what you're looking at may be the worst moment for climate justice, because Barack Obama knew from the National Security Agency where in the Bella Center in Copenhagen all these people were meeting. He was spying on them. He was listening to their discussions. This is something that Edward Snowden showed. And this spying then led Obama very confidently to just march in to the meeting of the four Southern leaders, Zuma, Lula, Wen Jiabao, and Manmohan Singh. And when he barged in, he had a 2-page document. It was called the Copenhagen Accord. It was unambitious. It was non-binding, unlike the Kyoto Protocol. And there was no penalty if you walked out for, no sort of accountability system. They call it bottom-up, meaning like George Orwell, a kind of distortion of the phrase. It means you do anything you want. They basically slap each other on the back. You pollute, I pollute. It's a deal. It's a Copenhagen Accord. This is, as the 350.org leader Bill McKibben said, the League of Super Polluters who blew up the United Nations. Those 5, they walked out after they'd done their deal and gave it to everyone and said, this is the deal, and we will bully and bribe you, which is what they did. Very well documented by Julian Assange. It was just for those sorts of revelations, just given extradition from his London cell to the United States. They're going to fight it. But this is how dangerous a group of these 5 leaders, when you get the North, let me call the United States the imperialist power, even if Barack Obama might have meant well, you can read his own autobiography describing this meeting. He was in league with these 4, and they are essentially deciding to end organized human life as we know it by failing to have the ambition, the accountability, and the justice, right? It was a terrible moment in Copenhagen, and that's why this claim that there was going to be climate colonialism was made not only by Paksha, but by this man. Lumumba Diaping was the lead G77 negotiator. And his argument was, as he was trying to get a better deal for the world, that he had problems. The North was giving a suicide pact, and they were offering 10 billion, then it became 100 billion. As you know, it's all quite mythical, but this is worse than no deal. I'd rather die with my dignity intact than sign a deal that channel my people into a furnace. What is Obama going to tell his daughters? That their relatives' lives are not worth anything? So he's being very frank when Paksha hosted him for a briefing on December the 8th. And he also blamed the Africans, not just the North, but there were delegates who were unprepared. Some were lazy. They'd been bought off, like Meles Zenawi. He singled out South Africa, saying that members of the delegation from Pretoria had sought to disrupt the unity of the bloc. And I'm very ashamed. I think in South Africa, my compatriots, were they to know this more widely, would say this is just not just, that the South African government sits at the same table as these other guys who are super polluters. And this layer, and they call it basic, Brazil, South Africa, India, China. And if Vladimir Putin had been allowed in, then it would have been BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, a layer of, allow me to call them climate sub-imperialists. They're sort of within the system with rhetorical gestures like last Friday against the system. So they talk left, but you see they walk right, or they sit down at the table and do these sorts of terrible deals, blow up the UN and leave us with the climate genocide, really, a climate Holocaust. We usually say the Jewish Holocaust by the German Nazis, or the nuclear Holocaust that's threatened if Putin and NATO have an escalation of this war. But there's a climate Holocaust that Lumumba Dieping also spoke of. And to use words like suicide, that was very controversial then, but not anymore. This is a quite outspoken head of the United Nations, the Secretary General Guterres. We're losing the fight against climate change. The status quo is suicide. Now that's controversial language, but it really does apply more and more. However, if you use this sort of language, if you go into the UNFCCC up against the United States, as Lumumba Dieping found out, you never get allowed back. He wasn't the only one. The COP16 leader, Pablo Salon, was in Cancun and tried to stop the UNFCCC. He was the negotiator, who was the United Nations ambassador from Bolivia, and was very principled. And he then went to join the climate justice movement after he too was thrown out under pressure from the US. The same for this man, Jeb Sanyo, at the Warsaw COP, the COP19. And that was in 2013 in Warsaw, where Paksha played a very strong role again in protesting how little was being done. Jeb Sanyo went on a hunger strike, as I mentioned, because his home village in the Philippines was destroyed by a typhoon. Now you look at the kind of people who are of enormous power, I mean, still is, unfortunately, Donald Trump, climate denialist, and then you look at the climate debt denialist, whom I told you about yesterday. And this is his statement in Copenhagen. The sense of guilt or culpability or reparations, I categorically reject that. That's the arrogance of imperialism, isn't it? It's either you're a climate denialist, like a Trump, which is about half the population of the US who go out and vote. He kind of barely lost that election in 2020, or you're a climate debt denialist. So this is really the essence of the injustice that we're facing, isn't it? That we have these kinds of men coming out of Washington and their friends. This is, as I said, the G20, including one African friend in the group. And they're going to be meeting in Indonesia soon. Whether Putin goes or not is unclear, but here you have the kind of maximum polluters, the G20. They were put together actually to save the world financial system from a meltdown in 2008. And they continue to meet every year, but they're just not doing anything. And when they do go to Copenhagen, to Durban, to Glasgow, Paris, and to Sharm el-Sheikh this year, this is what they do. They slap each other on the back. You emit more, I emit more. It's a deal. We saw this, by the way, in Johannesburg initially, when the words sustainable development were hijacked by the groups, corporations especially, and their allied institutes and negotiators, of course. And even Kofi Annan, the Ghanaian Secretary of the General of the United Nations, had opened up something called the Global Compact to let big companies come in more and more. And the United Nations became less and less effective. And we'll go back to some of the earlier multilateral power relations, the Bretton Woods Agreement, the World Trade Organization founding in 1995. We'll come back to these, but I just remember so clearly that they sent out their troops to prevent protesters. About 30,000 marched in Johannesburg in August of 2012. Same the year before in Durban at the World Conference Against Racism. And that was when we could really see that the South African government was using the force of the police to stop people saying, we want justice. And you could see why the relationships, especially going into Durban between the US and South Africa, this becomes, as I say, a sub-imperialism that we saw so clearly when Paksha brought buses, and actually Paksha taught so much to the people of Durban with the very, very strong activists 11 years ago at the United Nations COP17. You know, they have their sort of memes like the baobab, and, you know, we had people playing with those memes and doing, what do they call it, logo jamming. The meme of Durban working together, saving tomorrow today, was actually warming together, stealing tomorrow today. And so the COP17 was just one of those moments where, especially when we saw WikiLeaks, we could really see that Todd Stern from the US State Department was emailing to Hillary Clinton, we're winning, we're manipulating the system, and we're getting climate injustice. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but he was very glad about what was happening. And even though we had about 10,000 protesters, there's a bunch of the Paksha comrades in Durban on the day of action, December 3rd, protesting. We hope we can do that right in Sharm el-Sheikh. I think the dictatorship there may make it difficult. But, you know, we protested, sent, you know, we even brought the then head of the UNFCCC, Christina Figueres, and Maite Nkwana Mashabane, the South African foreign minister, out to receive. But the problem we found very much is that we have this relationship in which South Africa, very much part of the mega polluters, at about 9 tons per person per year, about 500 million tons. And that means per person, for every unit of output, in other words, the efficiency of our emissions, are we at least getting some economic growth? There are 3 countries at the top of the inefficient maximum emissions per person per unit of GDP, and there's South Africa, just behind Kazakhstan and the Czech Republic. Obviously, if you look at this in different ways, we will. The number 1 emitter is China, but per person, they're not that high. And the other correction we need is that they are emitting to produce my laptop that I use. So really, I should be given the consumption emissions, even though they're the production. They make my laptop, and into my laptop goes carbon, CO2 emissions embedded. And China gets credit or blame, but really I shouldn't I? So these are some of the debates we have about how to measure. But whichever measure, when do you start measuring? Maybe in 2000. South Africa is one of those climate debtors, and like Todd Stern, is denying it. Here's how South Africa, as the number 1 emitter in Africa, has been rising since the year 2000. And that's interesting because it's when the commodity super cycle really began. So at the end of apartheid, 1994, the emissions were around 300 tons per year, now hitting 500 megatons per year. And you can see, compared to number 2, Egypt, and some of the others, that's Algeria, Nigeria, Morocco, Tunisia, Kenya and Ghana are there too. These are the climate debtors of Africa, and the climate creditors, we would use the term to say who is owed, right? In other words, the climate creditors are the ones who didn't cause the problem but are at extreme risk. Whew, it's a terrible sight to see Africa at such high extreme risk in the period ahead. What about the period we've just been through? So the losers in the period ahead, small islands in Central America, the mountains, South Asia. But the period we've just been through, the last 20 years before COVID hit, these are the ones that have been hardest hit in terms of the damage, the number of extreme events. And again, we will find Southern Africa, Mozambique, Kenya is number 2 with Zimbabwe, with Madagascar. And this is just going to get worse and worse, isn't it? These differentials. Here's where the predictions are from the United States Pentagon, where they're looking at the pressures, right, where the suffering is, and some of the sites of vulnerability. And I'll take a little bit of time just to remind you what some of these are looking like from West Africa, from the area we just looked at of the Horn, especially Ethiopia and Somalia, and northern Kenya, and then the Great Lakes region and Central Africa. We've had these problems even today. The fifth largest city in South Africa, Port Elizabeth, this is the old name. It was named this last year, Gqeberha. Gqeberha is the original name of the area in the Khoisan language. And they've both had day zero. I heard our Cape Town accent, beautiful accent, isn't it? Giving our prayer, thank you. So I hope you can tell everyone, how was day zero? We'll just look at it. Of course, the worst cyclone day, a Durban rain bomb, and then Cyclone Kenneth, this is in 2019. Flooding, locust plagues, flooding. This is where our friend from Cape Town will remember that the main dam, the Theeswaterskloof Dam, was basically down to zero. And there are some other dams, and they were very, very low, and it was basically nearly where the taps were turned off, and they were limiting themselves to 50 liters per household per day, or is it per person per day, which is about 4 flushes. And for many of the Cape Town residents, they don't have water in their houses or their informal dwellings, sometimes called shacks. So they about 50 liters, about how much you can physically carry, 25 per person. And then finally, the rainfall came, the drought was broken, but in parts of South Africa, it still continues. And as I say, Port Elizabeth, now called Gqeberha, has day zero. Basically, they're looking at no water in their taps in the coming days. And so this is partly about the failure to have adaptation and resilience and to climate proof our South African cities. I'll show you maybe the worst case, which happened a couple of months ago. This is the rain bomb that hit, and it was 351 millimeters in 24 hours on April 11, and it just washed away houses. You can see that Hindu temple next to one of the rivers, Umshlatazana River, and just washed away. It had been there for 100 years. Here's Untazuma. President Ramaphosa, you see there in the center of the picture, and he did come and say, well, we recognize this disaster as part of climate change. It's telling us climate change is serious, it's here. We no longer can postpone what we need to do and the measures we need to take to deal with climate change. And I'll show you, it sounds good, but unfortunately, he's not got a reputation for honesty. Currently, he's caught up in a scandal with $4 million that he kept in his mattress, as I mentioned. But the damage, the loss, as we say, kind of loss is a permanent fatalities. 500 people in Durban and the nearby KwaZulu-Natal areas. The damage, houses, mostly in lower income areas where you can see the runoff washing away houses built on hills. But even in the richest area of Durban, the north, and this is a suburb that's called Umhloti, even there a big donga, a big gully opened up and took out these luxury holiday homes. You can see just wiped out on April 11 and 12. And then secondly, it came again in this particular luxury area of Durban, you can see up here, because above that area, you see in the center is a large development, and they didn't do any adaptation or resilience, and they allowed all of that mud to just slide down and wipe out over $10 million worth of wealthy people's property. So this isn't only about poor people on hills. You can see industry on April 11 was wiped out when the floods took the containers, because Durban is the largest container port in sub-Saharan Africa, and just played with them. You can see these containers completely collapsing under the force of 351 millimeters. The highways completely inundated. So it does mean that it's not just the state and households that are at risk, but businesses, and especially in logistics, in commerce. You've seen these big containers everywhere. You didn't realize, right? They could just become like little pieces of Lego. Here's the biggest oil refinery complex in Africa. It's South Durban. Now, there's going to be a bigger one. I know Godwin and our Nigerians will say, wait, we've got a 600,000 barrel a day oil refinery. Well, this is a 350,000. It's called SAPREF, it's BP and Shell, and next to it is called Engine. Now, they've luckily just shut down. I say that because I've lived in that area on and off since 2007. It's called South Durban. And there's an extremely good climate group there. It's one of our, I think it's our best group in South Africa, and one of the best south of the Niger Delta and south of Nairobi. But as I say, they really had their work cut out for them with this flood that just washed through, knocked out roads, bridges, absolutely terrifying process on April 11 and 12. And then the bodies were basically coming down the rivers, washing up on the beaches. This is a fisherman who found a little infant, just traumatized. Poor infant died. This isn't the first time, because if you go back just 3 years, the same thing. It was the Mshlatazana River, one of the main rivers, and people had built a little bit too close to the riverbank. They were washed in. I'm sure you know this from all of the cities that you're living in. People have to live in floodplains. They live on steep hills. Even the rich were hit, as you see. Again, President Ramaphosa, this is what climate change is about. So he kind of knows, he gets it. But he was a coal mining tycoon. He's a billionaire, dollar billionaire. And, you know, this is the kind of effect in South Durban, as we have hilly cities in many African, countries, and they just get washed away. So what about loss and damage? So President Ramaphosa said, South Africa is fairly rich, and we have money. That we asked the Treasury, yes, we have the money. Money will be mobilized. We kept hearing that in 2019, and we know that the housing alone cost about 70, well, it was at that time about 60 million rand. More like $40 million, I should say. But only a small fraction, about 1/7, ultimately was made available. And this is even worse now, with about $2 billion worth of damage in Durban from April 11, 12 and May 21, the two rain bombs that hit one after the other just a couple of months ago. And Durban is always being celebrated. You even had a talk 2 days ago where somebody was saying from the city's network, South Africa, we have eThekwini, that's Durban's other name. It is world leading according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, but in reality, utterly unprepared. I think some of your cities, right, when you're thinking about, are our cities like the ones in Cameroon that were just flooded, or the cities that are undergoing drought and day zero, are they climate ready? Are they climate proofed? And if not, and the damage hits, who should pay the climate debt? Well, unfortunately, that question was answered. You have to pay for the damage that we did in Paris. Now, Paris is controversial. Paksha had the strongest criticism, the most principled, I think, along with other groups, Friends of the Earth and some others. But this man is the greatest climate scientist, as a natural scientist, and he said Paris was bullshit, his scientific word, worthless, no action, just promises, a fraud, really, a fake. Okay, so this is the top climate scientist saying, we didn't do well enough in Paris. The elites simply gave up. And then they had nationally determined contributions, and they're so terribly inadequate again and again. Even today, the last official carbon tracker mapping found all these countries in the red were what we would call, unambitious, did not increase their ambition. And even though Joe Biden in 2021 had a big Earth Day, they still didn't improve going into the Glasgow meeting. But there was one case, so let me just give you one example where there was I call it a saving grace in this one NDC. I mentioned it yesterday. The just transition in South Africa will require international cooperation by the international climate and development and finance community for non-fossil fuel development in Mpumalanga. That's South Africa saying that our main coal fields, we won't pull out all the coal if you in the North will give us some money. So the North did. I was surprised. But they came up with $8.5 billion. But as I told you yesterday, we're still not sure what that deal is. We're trying to monitor it and do criticisms. There's even a call from the climate justice charter movement in South Africa for a boycott because they don't trust the leader of Eskom because he wants to turn that 8.5 billion not from coal to renewable, but from coal to gas, 44%. So we're trying to say, no, we don't want any methane, especially, as I'll show you later, blood methane. You know, blood diamonds from West Africa or Zimbabwe. Well, there's blood methane from Mozambique. We'll look at that. Let me then now move to this broader question, and then we'll take this break after we just find some of these north-south power relationships. And it's globalization, but also something we're going to call de-globalization, because many of the economic interrelationships were broken. They were broken by COVID, by the global value chains. You'll hear about more when it relates to climate, but the global value chains that link companies when they produce something here and something there, and they put them together. And also the war in Ukraine, which has created all these divisions and sanctions. But even before the COVID hit in February 2020, or the value chains broke down and the logistics systems fell apart. Do you remember there was a ship caught in the Suez Canal a year ago? All of these reflections of how difficult things have been. Even before that, in 2008, we peaked with globalization. But the real essence of globalization starts with the Bretton Woods institutions after World War II. Now, for Africa, of course, it starts with slavery, colonialism, and the neo-colonial arrangements. And the critical moment, 1885, a deal like Copenhagen, where all these guys just decided in Berlin, and that was to carve up Africa. We can come back to that. But I'm focusing on the current power structure and the economic structure that oppresses Africa, to some extent affected by the Cold War. During that period, when there was a Soviet Union, what we call Russia today, the Soviet Union was expanding its interests by sponsoring some African governments, and the West sponsored others, including fascistic, racist colonial powers and dictatorships and the apartheid regime. So the West versus East wasn't good for the bottom, but it did give a sort of sense that there was balance. Well, after 1990, when the Soviet Union collapsed, that balance and wasn't there. We had the era of neoliberalism, but it was also an era of volatility, of crises, and of financialization. And you've heard of the debt crisis of the 1980s and 90s, which we're coming back into for many countries. So uneven development is part of our news story. And again, I'll introduce the middle layer, which we have to be so aware of, as you saw in the picture from Copenhagen, because those leaders of the BRICS are not friends of the majority of Africans. Can I go back to this man? You've heard his name, I'm sure, John Maynard Keynes. The reason is, even though he was brought in to save capitalism from its own excesses as the sort of manager in Britain, and then he was one of the central managers for the Bretton Woods institutions, although he failed. But let's just quickly look, because his overall ideology is not that different in some ways. He wants to minimize, not maximize, the globalization, the economic entanglement, but ideas and knowledge and science and hospitality and travel, and I would add political solidarity and climate solidarity. These are the things which should, of their nature, be international. But let goods be homespun, made locally, right? Whenever it is reasonably and conveniently possible. And let finance be national. So we need to be aware of exchange controls to control the money that goes in and out. His advice. I think he was absolutely right. I want to call this globalization of people, but the deglobalization of capital. And I think that's one of the broader arguments that Samir Amin made. We'll come back to him. Just remember what had happened before they constructed this world economy in the image of the United States, even though John Maynard Keynes was trying to get something better. He failed. But World War II had destroyed the industrial output of Japan, of Germany, of Italy, and then the Germans were also bombing large parts of France, of Belgium, of the Netherlands, and Britain, of course. So those, let's say, the wreckage of World War II meant there was a rebuilding. There was a Marshall Plan, so the US was giving aid and helping with industrial reconstruction, especially for the sake of its own companies. But it meant that from the end of the war, from 1945 through the early 1970s, we talk about a golden age in which world capitalism was growing quickly, and the crises were not so periodic as they are today. And one reason is that they tried to sort out how they could arrange world finance with the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank together, founded at this meeting called the Bretton Woods meeting. It's a hotel, Mount Washington Hotel in Bretton Woods, a little village in New Hampshire. They brought these elites there, and John Maynard Keynes had a grand vision that there would be a world currency, and if you were causing imbalances by exporting too much, you'd be penalized. There would be a tax, right? There would be trade regulation. So you could then see that the sort of penalties of excessive exports, which were part of the problem of the 20s that caused the Great Depression and then led to World War II, that those problems would not arise again. It's very interesting that South Africa was there. And although I disagreed with her on climate and many other things, the foreign minister of South Africa, she did, I think, correctly say, right, her name, Maite Nkoana-Mashabane, the host of the COP17, she said, look, the Bretton Woods institutions, right, gave the US and the soon-to-be former colonial powers of Europe a disproportionate say. And old South Africa played a not insignificant role in the creation of the old global hierarchy. Do you know why that would be? It's quite interesting because this man, there in the picture in Time magazine, his name, Jan Smuts. I think if you've ever come to South Africa, you probably know sometimes you'll fly into South Africa and the airport is called O.R. Tambo. It used to be called Jan Smuts. He was considered the sort of great statesman. He was a former general fighting against the British, but then he was more or less co-opted into running the kind of British-led Commonwealth project in Africa, sort of the successor to Cecil Rhodes as Britain's main ally. And he was a racist, he had an imperial ideology, and he was at the United Nations, he was at the League of Nations, but most importantly, he was sitting on top of half the world's gold during his period of the period he was strong in the 20s, 30s, 40s. And that gold is in Johannesburg. And about half of it there means that basically we see South Africa's interests in a strong, what sometimes is called a gold standard, where the main currency in a country is backed up by how much gold is in its bank. And the main country in the world when Bretton Woods was being negotiated was the United States, which meant instead of being in alliance with Britain, which with John Maynard Keynes, his old friend, it looked like, as they were going into this meeting, that Jan Smuts would bring South Africa, which had half the world's gold underneath Johannesburg, and the other half was in a place called Fort Knox in Kentucky in the United States, where the US had been lending so much and taking everybody's gold. And so they'd collected at the end of World War II, 1944, it was clear the war was going to end. And the US had gold and South Africa had gold, so they were in alliance to set up a world order based on mineral extraction, especially in South Africa. And
sorry, Professor. Sorry to interrupt you, Professor.
Theft,
to make it more interactive.
Cut taxes, gendered exploitation,
Professor.
super
Hello, Professor.
exploitative framework in Southern Africa, the most unequal part of the whole world, right? Really thanks to this legacy of minerals. Now, we can go through all the chaos that came after Bretton Woods, but basically you see there was relative...
Professor, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, just to make it more interactive, I think let's just
have
break
a pause and have some discussion. That's great.
Now. Come again?
I'm happy to have some questions and discussion and then return to this.
Yeah. So, Prof, were sharing with us, the history of, the ideology and also the standpoints and global geopolitics about climate crisis. So, if you have some questions, this is the time just to forward and also just to make it more interactive. Let me accept some questions. Let me know what stands out like on your mind. Okay, give him the mic.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français.
Prof, you have an interpretation, right?
Ok, c'est Mazou Boukari du Bénin. Merci, professeur, pour cette belle présentation. Nous profitons beaucoup de vous, de vos connaissances depuis hier. C'est un plaisir. À travers votre présentation, vous avez parlé des contributions déterminées au niveau national des pays européens. Ces contributions étaient censées normalement être beaucoup plus ambitieuses chaque année, c'est-à-dire qu'ils devaient de plus en plus réduire leur production. Maintenant, à travers vos explications, j'ai compris que ce n'est pas toujours amélioré. Lorsqu'ils reprennent, lorsqu'ils ont révisé ces contributions-là, il n'y a pas eu d'amélioration. Et pourtant, de leur côté, ils exigent des pays africains qu'ils améliorent leur contribution déterminée au niveau national pour qu'ils puissent diminuer leurs émissions. Est-ce à dire qu'au niveau des négociations, les négociateurs africains ne sont pas assez bons, si je peux m'exprimer ainsi? Est-ce que c'est le problème qui se pose? Est-ce qu'ils n'arrivent pas à bien négocier lors des COP ou lors des différentes occasions? Est-ce que c'est pour ça que jusqu'à maintenant, on sent que l'Afrique est toujours taquinée, si je peux m'exprimer ainsi? Merci.
Okay, let me accept another questions here.
Morning, I'm Sabrina from Kenya. Yeah, I just wanted your incentives or maybe views. Okay, it goes as follows. So it is well known that the African leadership is characterized as a cannibalist capitalist system. How then do we trust the leaders in authority with the issue of climate debt and crisis? Because we all know they might receive funds, but they do nothing in return. And you guys are doing advocacy work, and there's so much going on about climate change and climate action. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Over there. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Diana, and I'm from Angola. I have a question. Taking into consideration the necessity of transition into renewable energy, where does or where would Africa stand in the world economy?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Kananelo Khavani. I'm from Lesotho. So from the presentation, I'm learning that South Africa is the only African country that sits with all these other countries who are super polluters. And I'm just wondering, is there anything that the other African countries, local organizations or international organizations can do to sort of, maybe for lack of a better word, let me say stop South Africa, or sort of like get it to revise its stance in terms of its relationship with these other countries? Is there anything we can do?
Last one.
Okay, thank you. My name is Abel from Mozambique. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the doctor for this knowledge that is transmitting for us as new generation, because we must advocate things that we understand, and we must transform this deep information for our communities, for our government at different levels. So I'd like to understand, maybe it's better speaking Portuguese. Please take your headphones. É importante marcarmos presença como portugueses e assim fazemos a nossa advocacia. Um dos aspectos que eu gostaria de ver aprofundados, sempre que nós falamos na questão das mudanças climáticas, essas linguagens são muito técnicas.
I think the interpreter is not getting it. Yeah.
Can we proceed? Ok. Dizia, a questão das mudanças climáticas envolve muitas questões técnicas. E estas questões técnicas, muitas das vezes, até os peritos, até alguns especialistas ficam atrapalhados. Can I proceed?
Yeah.
E então, gostaria de, por exemplo, de ouvir aqui do Dr. Patrick um aspecto mais aprofundado, por exemplo, a questão da medição das águas. Muitas das vezes ouvimos os meteorologistas a falar de chuvas de 50 milímetros, de 20 milímetros, 100 milímetros, 300 tal milímetros. E é importante isso ajudar a juventude aqui presente. Como transformar isto na comunidade? Porque vezes sem conta ouvem isto, ok, haverá uma chuva de 100 milímetros, 200 milímetros, mas a comunidade ou os jovens aqui devem saber como transformar esta informação. Chuva de 100 milímetros, 20 milímetros, é chuva que chega efetivamente até onde? E o outro ponto, estamos aqui a compreender que a questão das mudanças climáticas não é coisa que afeta apenas os países pobres, é coisa que afeta de facto a todos, desde os países ricos. Estamos aqui a ver de facto a África do Sul, que foi tão devastado de facto este ano por conta das cheias, mas também vemos outros países que estão com bastantes diferenças em termos de desenvolvimento econômico. Estamos a falar de Moçambique, estamos a falar de Zimbábue, estamos a falar de outros países que efetivamente foram afetados nos últimos anos. Então, há aqui uma necessidade de realmente termos esta consciência ao longo do processo das nossas emissões. Ao mesmo tempo, gostaria de deixar ou ouvirmos aqui alguma reflexão. Se nós estamos a educar as nossas comunidades que não devem, por exemplo, fazer as queimadas, isto porque as queimadas estão a poluir, porque as queimadas, como responsabilizar os promotores das guerras? Porque acredito que uma queimada, aquelas bombas, aquelas explosões, são muito mais fatais do que a queima do capim, embora reconheçamos que isso destrói significativamente aquilo que é a nossa biodiversidade. Como responsabilizar os promotores das guerras por conta, de facto, da poluição que efetivamente estão a fazer. E não só, porque estas guerras acabam fazendo com que cada vez mais o povo fique vulnerável às mudanças climáticas. Primeiro, diretamente o povo que é impactado. Estamos a falar da Rússia, estamos a falar, por exemplo, de Ucrânia. Há muita gente, conhecemos as temperaturas efetivamente desses países que ficam significativamente afetados, expostos e efetivamente isto pode vir a comprometer aquilo que são as futuras gerações. E ao mesmo tempo gostaria de ouvir um pouco algum comentário do Dr. Patrick. Estamos há muito tempo a falar do Fundo Climático Verde, é o fundo de adaptação que deve efetivamente vir ajudar os países. O meu país, em contrapartida, é um dos que já está há muito tempo a dizer que está no processo de acreditação, Moçambique, mas que já de lá para cá não vemos e ouvimos nada. O último aspecto, sou uma das pessoas que participou, por exemplo, no COP17 em Durban, e como especialista efetivamente em advocacia no meu país, em várias situações, sentimos que há uma necessidade de fazermos uma réplica de várias ações, porque muitas das vezes os nossos presidentes, os nossos governantes vão efetivamente às COPs, e naquele momento em que nós estamos a fazer negociações sérias, a maior parte deles estão preocupados com compras, estão preocupados com passeios, em fazer fotos, e E as decisões importantes, sobretudo dos governos africanos, são tomadas quando eles, na verdade, não estão ausentes. E países sem conta, encontramos falta de...
Yeah. Due to time, please.
Okay. E outros países, de facto, não têm representantes neste processo das negociações. Então, este processo de advocacia pudesse muito bem começarmos efetivamente a partir dos nossos países para podermos levar negociadores às COPs com consciência daquilo que são os reais problemas dos seus países. Obrigado.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going back to Professor on the question of with regards to African negotiators, African leadership, renewable energy, and also with regards to the question about South Africa, and also the last question on GCF, also touching up on Russia, Ukraine. So back to you, Professor.
Well, yes, let me get to geopolitics and Russia, Ukraine, but you're all very excited to change power relations, because that's the essence of these very good questions. The particular question of Sharm el-Sheikh, I leave to you, and you have negotiators that are coming through, and you have people preparing for the pressure you need to put on those negotiators. You know more than me. But the general question is a really good one. If African elites are not responding to the needs of their people, including fighting the West and the BRICS, including South Africa, well, what are the pressure points from below? So maybe later we can look at the wave of African protests across the continent in every part, from North Africa in December 2010, in Tunisia, the Arab Spring, the North African uprising, right through to current protests in many parts of the country today. Continent, we even have in South Africa revived protests because of the weakness of the government. And this is the most interesting point. How do we get solidarity? As you know, our South African working class has a terrible problem of xenophobia. You've seen the pictures of workers in South Africa threatened by immigrants. And it's one of the reasons South Africa is seen, I think, by the continent as the Yankees of Africa. That's the phrase often used, isn't it? And I think that means for the climate, your ability to put, let's say, the kind of name and shame pressure on South Africa is vital. One reason is that many of the people in the South African government learned politics when they were in exile. So they learned to be revolutionaries, liberation leaders of the old school. They can usually talk left while they walk right. And if you're doing climate advocacy, you know what they will tell you, that you're an agent of the West. That's often the criticism that comes from the South African government of the climate activists, that they're simply doing the bidding of some foreign agenda to try to lower South Africa's emissions. So our activists are really fighting hard, and your ability to help them by saying, yeah, we don't trust a South African government that again and again works against the interests of Africa. But you saw that was also the case for Meles Zenawi, who was often thought to be, a sort of anti-Western leader, but then he goes behind closed doors and does deals, as you saw with Nicolas Sarkozy. I worry also about Egypt. I hope my dear friends like Fatih and others are in the room can help us understand how to weaken the ties between Cairo and Washington. The Al-Sisi regime was, put in place with its own coup and then was elected and has the full support of the US Pentagon, as opposed to Morsi, and especially as opposed to the uprising from below. I remember in 2011, Hillary Clinton trying to come to meet the leaders in Tahrir Square, the activists on the ground. And they said, no, we don't want to meet you. You're the enemy. And I think that's the ideological sophistication that Paksha can bring, which is to say, we have a good understanding of geopolitics. And that means when you're making the demands, we had one question about how to get the loss and damage demands and the climate debt demands. And now we're linking to the financial debt. It's a big movement. South Africa has, as part of this, to say We are countries in debt. Our treasurers, finance ministers, they didn't do a good job. They took on too many loans. Sometimes the loans were from China, sometimes from the West, but we have too much financial debt. You must cancel that financial debt, and then you must engage in a serious climate debt payment from the North to the South, not the other way around. And I'm going to come back to why that's so hard, because of the neoliberal ideology that was so strong from the 1970s. I'm just about to come to that. And then that means, okay, we need the loss and damage, don't we? And that means the priceless lives. We can never quantify the amount of money that is appropriate when a young woman loses her life in Durban because of the rain bomb. It's incalculable value of a human being. We can calculate the damage, the infrastructure, the housing, all of the damage to repair. But then you're asking also two very good points. What about the renewable energy? Can't Africa become the world leader, the superpower of renewables, since we have so much good sun and wind, and maybe we'll have tidal power from the oceans, and as the technology develops? Of course, that would be the next stage of our demands, isn't it? To have the adaptation and the ability to have an energy system without the carbon emissions. So for South Africa, our mitigation. And that requires a just transition away from the high carbon strategies, including all of the gas that Africa is finding, and instead to have northern climate debt to pay for a revolution in energy and renewables, and in transport, and in agriculture, and in our urban, our cities, to have construction that's green, and in disposal and in consumption, in everything we need to change. And the money for that is enormously expensive, because to put in a full renewable system, which would be, to have, let's say, 20 ampere, or middle class people usually need 60 ampere supply for the stoves, the microwaves, for the, ironing, for washing machines. Middle class life usually requires a strength that the solar systems aren't giving us household by household. So we need concentrated solar power into our grids. All of that is expensive. And then we need compensation for Africa not emitting, right? Not extracting fossil fuels, as we'll discuss, and not industrializing in the way that the West did, high carbon. The compensation for not using Africa's fair share of the environmental space, that's part of the demand, right? The financial demand. So you have the loss and damage, you have the climate proofing, the adaptation resilience, and then the need to build out a renewable system, and through compensation for unused emissions. Are you getting all of those things that were traditionally the climate justice movement said that would be fair if the North would pay for that? Does the Green Climate Fund? No, as I showed you yesterday. Unfortunately, the North says climate finance, we're bankers, we can make money off of this crisis. That's what they always think, money, money, money. So they want to lend. They have a lot, $130 trillion, according to Mark Carney, former British central banker who's trying to organize all this money. But they need a high rate of interest. How much do they charge? In South Africa, about 10% interest for our international debt. I think I mentioned that only Brazil and Turkey and Pakistan pay higher. And for poorer countries in Africa who aren't in the international markets, it's even higher. So the loans that you're taking out, unless they're some kind of concessional loan, this is expensive. And that's why we are always demanding not a loan, a grant. And the grant, to answer the next question, what if the governments in some of these countries, I think South Africa is a good example, what if you can't trust them? You can't trust our government with the money to repair the damage in Durban. So the people in Durban said, well, actually, we trust a Muslim fund called Gift of the Givers. Very good, non-corrupt, effective, efficient, an emergency relief agency. And maybe you have them in your countries. Or maybe you want to say, let's pay the people affected with a basic income grant. I've explained that yesterday, Ochivero, as we introduced this question of what is just in climate finance. So basic income grant to pay people in areas that suffer terrible damage. It's very easy. Then you know their address, you set up an account. The North can pay indirectly. no administrative hassles, no means testing and checking your income. If you live in a place that was affected by Cyclone Idai, half of Mozambique, eastern Zimbabwe, southern Malawi, well, then you should get this funding to get you back on your feet. These are the sorts of arguments coming from the climate justice movement. Should I just go back? Do you want to do any more questions and discussions, or should I just finish some of the background, 1970s and 80s, to tell us where we got to today with neoliberalism?
I think let's accept a couple of questions. Then, you answer. Then we will take a break for tea.
Okay,
so
good.
I'm going to pick 3 hands. One here at the back, and you. Only 3 questions due to time. So here.
So this is not a question, it's just a comment. I'm Marim from Egypt, and you have mentioned that you have been a little concerned about the international-Egyptian relationship since the President Morsi and after the revolution, but I don't know, I want to assure you all that the presidential strategy with the new president, El-Sisi, is very strong, especially the African-Egyptian relationship now was, so with the COP, we are holding the African COP and everything, so I just don't want the direction to be like in that way. Thank you.
It's not a question, actually, it's a comment. Okay. Yeah.
C'est Bonkungu Farida du Burkina Faso. Et depuis le début de la formation, nous avons constaté qu'on parle en fait de dette, de remboursement, de dégâts. Maintenant, moi, je constate aussi que ces pays-là, les plus pollueurs, ils continuent en fait à s'industrialiser. Du coup, je voulais poser une question. Est-ce que le professeur pense que, quelque part, on peut concilier évolution, industrialisation et lutte contre le changement climatique? Parce que c'est un peu paradoxal, en fait. Est-ce qu'un jour, cela pourra s'arrêter s'il continue comme ça? Merci.
Yeah. One last question for the guy. I can see many hands are being raised, but due to time.
Ok, bonjour tout le monde. Il faut mettre les casques. Sissoko Khalifa du Mali. Alors, j'aimerais poser une question au professeur. J'aimerais connaître son opinion par rapport à la grande réinitialisation dont on parle aujourd'hui, les acteurs du Forum économique mondial, et aussi les implications de cette réinitialisation sur l'Afrique en général, mais sur cette question du changement climatique. Merci.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Alissani, je viens du Burundi. Ma question est en rapport avec la justice climatique. Pourquoi? Parce que je me suis rendu compte que depuis le début de la formation, on parle de justice climatique, les pollueurs, etc. Mais moi, ma question est comment cette justice climatique peut travailler en parfaite collaboration avec le développement durable, parce que le changement climatique est déjà là. Et pour essayer d'atténuer pour les années à venir, on doit forcément travailler avec des acteurs qui travaillent dans le développement durable. Et comment vous pouvez nous renseigner sur ça? Comment la justice climatique les acteurs de justice climatique peuvent se positionner par rapport au développement durable? Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you. Due to time, let me go back to Professor. So let Professor answer the questions here.
Oh, great. These, all of you, and I appreciate the Egyptian loyalty. I don't know enough about how the struggle for freedom is going, so I leave you to have those debates. But I do love the orientation towards rethinking development, because we've been told that it's simply GDP. Do you remember gross domestic product? And I can work through with you why that doesn't work in Africa, because women and unpaid labor is not in GDP, and most of the producers on the African continent are women in the fields, and they're not being paid money. This is a let's say, sustaining strategy of women or fisher folk or informal dwellers who are not often compensated in money. So GDP is not relevant. GDP is terrible for our thinking about development, because if we take Africa's natural resources, our minerals, fossil fuels, everything that is non-renewable, the old timber, the sort of hardwood, and you chop it down or you dig it out, you take it away, that counts positive for GDP, doesn't it? You get an income. But what happened to your wealth? Your wealth has just shrunk, but they don't include the depletion of the non-renewable resources. How about pollution? Where I live in Johannesburg, nearby the Highveld, where the coal-fired power stations are, and the petrochemical complex is considered the most polluted part of the world for several pollutants like sulfur dioxide and nitrous oxide. That's not counted in GDP, and the damage, many hundreds of deaths per year that we know from that pollution, it's not counted. So those of you saying, well, what kind of economic strategy can leapfrog the old capitalist GDP, which doesn't treat women and unpaid labor properly, and it doesn't treat natural resource depletion and pollution properly. It just ignores them. So we don't like GDP. This is not that controversial to say that the main measure of good economic activity, gross domestic product, doesn't work. It's not that controversial. Lots of people recognize these problems. So what is the alternative? You know, to me, where John Maynard Keynes said, make goods locally whenever it's reasonably and conveniently possible, to have an industrialization strategy that meets local needs with local inputs and outputs, a backward forward linkage that starts with meeting everyone's basic needs. What is that? Well, for your consumption, you need clothing and you need shoes, you need the basic materials to build shelter. You need some water and electricity. You're going to need a sanitation system. You'll need some roads and public transport, schools and educational facilities, clinics. Now we're talking about here the basic needs, and most of the African continent doesn't have those needs met. So when I hear in South Africa especially, but also some other countries, I hear there's a special economic zone to encourage industrialization, right? This is a very common strategy that the Chinese especially are bringing. Well, the next thing I want to ask, well, are there backward forward linkages? Does this help meet basic needs? Will this become the ability of ordinary people with labor intensive work, not machines all the time, to actually increase their skills and productivity? Usually the answer is no, which is why the idea from Samir Amin and John Maynard Keynes called delinking, to say, well, let's see what we need to prioritize first. Now the critics will say, well, where's the money for that? Because what they'll say is to actually build a factory to make your local clothing and footwear and appliances and electronics, furniture, the things we need in our houses just to have a decent life. We don't have the economies of scale. We can't have the buying power, the effective demand. So we need to bring in all those things really cheap from China, right? Bangladesh, from Vietnam. We need really cheap things, even if we don't have any people with jobs who can then afford even the very basics. And that's the usual rebuttal. Let the capitalist system work. And that brings us to the other question. What does the World Economic Forum want to do? Does everybody know that one? It's a group in Davos, Switzerland. Mythical powers of influence. They influenced Nelson Mandela when he visited, to say we need to go the Western path. Even Xi Jinping went there, the Chinese leader. He said in 2017, we want corporate globalization, and we can't let Donald Trump stand in the way, as Donald Trump was coming in and threatening to put on barriers against China. So Xi Jinping went to the World Economic Forum. It just shows you how powerful and how dogmatic they are. But with COVID, they realize they have a big problem: global health inequity, vaccine apartheid. I hope all of you in the room have got your vaccine, but you know, in your countries, you know, South Africa, 50%, that's not good enough. And we're going to have new waves, new Omicron, Delta, and other subvariants. So we need these vaccines to be democratized. And even Cyril Ramaphosa and Narendra Modi from India have argued that. So has Kenyatta from Kenya, and even King Mswati from Eswatini. They've argued for a vaccine that is generic. It's no intellectual property, or, you know, we've talked about this, and they're not winning. The World Trade Organization, which once, 20 years ago, was sufficiently open that we could get AIDS medicines in Africa and the world off the intellectual property, generic. And therefore, I think in all of your countries, life expectancy rose during the 2000s. In South Africa, with the highest number of people living with HIV, it went from 52 to 65 because we were able to de-link from intellectual property and make the medicines in South Africa, in Midrand, in Harare, in Kampala. We could make the medicines. And that de-linking and making things locally, I think, is what the World Economic Forum wants to avoid. They do know they have a big problem, which is that the West has gotten so rich, global inequality is extreme. They've used China as their factory. Now China is wealthy enough to maybe start competing in other ways with high tech, maybe militarily and politically too. So they're in a tense situation. They're trying in the World Economic Forum to use a new idea called the Great Reset, because they're also recognizing the climate catastrophe. Now, their views are different than ours. In the World Economic Forum, they have two basic beliefs. Technology will solve the problem, and that's especially Bill Gates, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They believe in the silver bullet, the technology. But also they believe in markets. So the World Economic Forum and the European Union emissions trading scheme, the United States, even the Chinese have a global carbon trading. And as I've mentioned yesterday, these aren't working very well. They go up and down in a crazy way. There's lots of cheating and fraud. And people in Africa are being displaced when you put in a timber plantation and you kick out the local people because you have a red project. Well, that's not very good. These are the kinds of things that I think in Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance and all of our friends working against neoliberalism, we're getting stronger and more aware. And we have a different approach, not based on markets, capitalist systems of banking and emissions trading and carbon pricing and the way they do it, and not based on just belief in technology, which can be very disruptive and very dangerous. Nuclear technology we talked about yesterday. And those are the kinds of, let's say, the differences between climate action and climate justice. Because when we talk about these problems, we go to the roots, which are the high emissions caused by the global north, including in South Africa. Now, let's go into those in more detail a little later. If we need to get a good tea break, then I can quickly finish why neoliberalism is the ideology, the free markets, the corporate power, multilateral agencies, the World Bank, the IMF that we talked about from Bretton Woods, the World Trade Organization, even with an African leader, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Okay, our Nigerians in the house, I don't know, Godwin, others of you, you can tell us all about Ngozi. When she was your finance minister, oh, I think in January 2012, you had such a protest against her when she was doubling, the energy prices there, that you nearly brought down the Goodluck Jonathan government. These are the kinds of people that they choose to run the multilaterals, even when they're from Africa. And so she was terrible last week in helping the West and the big pharma corps continue with the vaccine monopoly, the patents, instead of helping Africa. She's been taken to the other side. And I think that gets back to the very first question. I hope you can discuss over break. How do we name and shame and put pressure, especially when you have a government in South Africa that's so close, as you saw in the pictures, with the West, and they don't want to cut emissions in South Africa? I promise you, all of our struggles to cut emissions, they're wonderful struggles, and we're stopping new emissions from offshore gas in the courts and in protests on the beaches all the time. It's fantastic. Our movements are finally getting where they have to be. But the government is captured by a minerals energy complex and naming and shaming the governments. And I do think because Egypt is in a big, high export gas mode, that a couple of days ago, another EU and German agreement to supply methane gas to Europe because they're putting sanctions on Putin, so they need new sources. This is dangerous when you have leaders of government like Al-Sisi and Cyril Ramaphosa who are basically serving fossil fuel interests, even multinational corporates. And they're doing it when Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, visited South Africa just 1 month ago to ask for more coal exports. Coal, the worst of all. And our government leaders are saying, sure, no problem, we'll export. And that's the debate that you'll be getting into in your home country. Africa is oppressed. Shouldn't Africa extract its gas and oil and even coal so that we can get a little peace? Why should we accept that the North has made all the emissions and now we must stop emitting and not extract? These are the problems you're all faced with at home, aren't you? And we need good arguments, such as, we can leave our fossil fuels, but the North, you're overdue in paying your climate debt. That's the sort of compensation argument we were driving at. Have we done it? I told you yesterday, and I'll show you again. The South African government did say in Glasgow, we want to leave coal underground. It's a terrible mess in Mpumalanga province. Some of our South African comrades can tell you the details. It's toxic. The land is destroyed. The water is destroyed. The air is destroyed. The people's health in Mpumalanga is destroyed. We have to leave the coal underground, and the North must pay. And the amount, $8.5 billion, is substantial. Now, we're still getting the details, but I'm going to insist again, what I'm describing is not a fantasy. It's happening. So when you hear from your governments like in Senegal, Macky Sall, or in Nigeria, Buhari, or in any part of Africa where you're finding new gas, and you see in Mozambique, keep the gas offshore, don't let it be brought out. Keep your oil under the soil. Leave your coal in the hole, leave the tar sand under the land, because we need to be demanding, as South Africa successfully did, that there be compensation, that the North pay a climate debt and give concessional, I hope grants, not loans, and make sure that that money is something that's understood. It's not a gift, it's what the North owes. It's the reparations down payment, right? Is it about time to have a good coffee break and come back for the attack we have over the years developed by Africans, especially activists, against neoliberalism? Should we do that, sir?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Prof. As Prof gave us an assignment to think about how we can name and shame our governments and also the governments who are not, delivering. So with that, let's just take a break for a tea and come back. So let's be back by 11 in this room. So thank you, Prof. Have a tea too as well. Take. Tá bem? Please take your seat. Kindly take your seat, please. Yeah, take your seat. Welcome back. I can see that the presentation. I can see that the presentation before tea break was thought-provoking. I was seeing people are discussing about some of the topics, some of the presentations, and also they were sharing ideas, which is a very good thing. Now we will go to the next presentation. Yes, Prof also joined us back. So I was just trying to take some of the comments about the presentations. I can, Prof, most of the participants are very happy, and also they were just sharing ideas. It was thought-provoking. Thank you for that. And also I was just talking with interpreters. I think if you could just a bit slower while presenting. Yeah, thank you so much for that in advance. Yeah, now let's continue the presentation by Prof. Yeah, the floor is yours, Prof.
Well, thank you very, very much. My desire to know everything you're saying is enormous. Do you want to just start by asking if there are any fresh ideas on changing the power balance? And then we look into some of the deeper questions of neoliberalism and geopolitics. Anybody would like to just very quickly say, here's what we're going to do now. Here's how we change power. Would you like to reflect back, or should we wait until there's another?
Okay, let me give two opportunities, one for the guy from South Africa and also from Ethiopia. Yeah.
South Africans like changing power. We even have a slogan, Amanda,
yeah.
Power away to the people. Who is our comrade from South Africa?
Yeah.
Greetings. So with the changing of power, yesterday we discussed about going in the opposite direction of the road, you know? And if I look at us all in this room, we are the power changers of Africa right now, because I spoke to another young man just 2 seconds ago. We spoke about, as young people, how we've been left behind and how the world has kind of just neglected us. But we have the ability, because we are the strategists of the future, and we have the ability to bring the change. And with this change of power, even though we understand what's happening in the world in terms of economics, in terms of downfall, in terms of floods, in terms of destruction, in terms of earthquakes, all these things, as a faith-based person, it's things that we expect, it's things that must happen, it's things that prophecy speaks of, because we all understand that we're building a new economy, and we're heading into a direction of a new world order. And we can't not see the reality of where we're going as a world. But the promise I know that we can stand on is that after the world order, the kingdom of God's order comes onto earth. So destruction, wrath, poverty, all these things that we're currently experiencing is spoken about. So what do we do in this room as young people in terms of change in power? We need to take what we have in our hands today. It might seem little, but it is much. And if we take what we have as a collective effort here, and we work towards having plans in place to go to COP27 and say, these are all the young people, or these are all the organizations within Africa under Parja that has accomplished X, Y, Z, the different grants, how we've used it, how we've implemented it, but also where we plan to go with that, and present these plans and go with plans. Even though the plans come to 100 billion, it's fine. But let us go and get the money with actual plans that we have as a committee and a consortium have actually come together and said, this is what we're going to stand for as a group in Africa, and this is what we want. And I believe that we might have a small voice that's a large voice, but if we go with a positive message and the right approach and the right plans, we are able to access the finances that we want, maybe even from private sectors, or from, it might not be from governments, because if I look at the social economic movement, we are greater as people. We're greater in the private sector and greater in government, and we have the power within our hands.
Yeah, thank you. The one last one, a very quick reflection.
All right. Thank you. I'm Helen from Ethiopia. My concern is the whole with the notion of the applicability of the notion of climate justice, and I want to the professor to address this question when you go through the presentation. So my first concern is that we are actually, from the beginning, we have seen how climate justice is very entangled with the economy, with the politics, and now we are just advocating to rebel against the Westerners, which is that we are very independent in the Westerns and Far East. We know that. And for the emergencies, for the food, for the health, for the education, we get funds and everything from them. And now we're saying to rebel against them with these situations. And now, even if we get the money, even if we get the compensations, are we ready to implement that in the proper way? The first question. The second question, are we ready to go against them? Because with this corruption, corrupted officials, with this independence on them, are we just ready to ask that to go against them? The second is that we're advocating for the soil to be in the land. Yeah. So wouldn't that lead us to another era of independence? Because now we haven't built an economy that would help us transit to another era, and now that we'll have to depend on their technology, on their fund, in order to just transform our economy. Wouldn't it, like, I feel like we have to implement another way to just that, because it's leading us to another independence, and I don't feel like we're ready to ask that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good reflection and also a good questions. So, Prof, let me just come back to you and also just address some of the questions and also continue with your presentation.
Well, these are the questions you'll be working on all of this period right ahead. I don't have any easy answers, but I do know you are all struggling in your organizations to ramp up your impact, and you need resources, you do need funds. Maybe there is international donor aid that doesn't have strings attached. Usually the donors from rich countries are intent on controlling. And I even include some of the ones who we have partnerships with, big names like Oxfam. There's always critiques of donors, aren't they? They take their agenda and they make you a part of it. You're their partner, but without the power. Now, how you get your own autonomy, you get your own principles that you believe in, principles of climate justice, your own analyses that really relate, which I'll continue with now, to the crises economically in terms of your food sovereignty, and in terms of the climate crises and the health crises that COVID exposed. whether your analyses can stand up and, you'll go up against powerful people if you speak truth to power. And then what are your strategies? What are your tactics? And these are great questions for us to continue with, because Paksha is a very open space where people are inside trying to lobby, and they're outside protesting, and sometimes they're inside protesting. So there's a great diversity of strategies and tactics. But the main thing is keep thinking about how to change the power. And the fifth category, principles, analyses, strategies, tactics, is your alliances. Who are your friends? And one thing I think, as we talk about this economic struggle for sovereignty for the African continent, control of your resources, the ability to withstand the climate and health and food shocks, the critical thing is to have alliances with other civil society groups. So climate justice is against racism. And there are many groups in your countries against racism and imperialism. Climate justice is against the class exploitation that makes Africa so unequal. So you're with trade unions, aren't you? Well, I hope so, because we all need to figure out the just transition for the trade unions to join our side and not still be promoting the capitalist, industrial, high carbon, and neoliberal development that sometimes they do. Often the trade unions join us when we fight against austerity, when the government cuts back the budget. In your countries, that happens all the time. And now in South Africa, much more severe than I've ever seen. So alliances with feminists, with youth, LGBTQI, with all of the movements that generate social progress in your countries, that's critical. So let me come back to principles, analyses, strategies, tactics, alliances, after we look at where is neoliberalism and what's happened geopolitically, because now I'm reminding you, in 1944, they established this system around the IMF and the World Bank and gold, South Africa with the United States, lock step, in step. And that system then became the source of terrible oppression in Africa with the debt crisis. So that's where I am now. Let me just go through about maybe 30 minutes or so. Is that fine? And then we can stop and make sure that we're all focusing on how this is a structural problem. It's not a Band-Aid that you just put on. It's a full surgery that we're really requesting when we talk about climate justice and economic justice. Is that right? Let's quickly just pull that last slide that I was showing you. It was really to show you that the system set up was stable for a little while, right? There were lots of things that were happening. Vietnam War, US imperialism was everywhere. But it was really only with the OPEC, the oil crisis, 1973. And then the US started having inflation, just pretty much like today, bad inflation. The prices were rising. And that was 1973, the first oil shock, where the oil producing exporting countries, OPEC, right? They got together and said, no, we're going to limit. And so we drive the price up. They did that again also in 1979. It was partly because the Shah of Iran, a US ally, was overthrown and Ayatollah Khomeini came in. And so again, the oil crisis was very severe. And then in the 80s was this terrible period, the debt crisis, and then the financial liberalization, the deregulation. All the banks could do what they want. And that meant financial gambling, and that meant crises. Black Monday, 1987. In 2000, there was a financial meltdown in Wall Street because of the dot-com bubble bursting, high tech. And in between, poor countries and also now emerging countries started having crises. So you see that the instability gets worse and worse, and especially with in 2022 Ukraine, 2020 COVID, 2022 Ukraine. So the instability gets terrible. And now let's look at the implications for Africa during this period, because the dilemmas that John Maynard Keynes, who said we must penalize exporters if they destabilize the world economy. His idea was a world currency, but he lost. So he lost, and the gold was really the bottom line. and it was tied to the dollar. And this is important in South Africa, but also because one man started this whole trend of debt crises. But his debt was because he was legally required to change 1 ounce of gold in Fort Knox, where they held all their gold, for $35. That was the deal in Bretton Woods. And then he just defaulted. He broke it in 1973. He said, I'm not going to even worry. I just default on $80 billion. So if anybody, especially from the United States, says, you can't default, you guys in the US, you defaulted back in 1973 by destabilizing the world by breaking dollar and the gold, right? So that was the first kind of major change. You see what happened to the gold price. Oh, the apartheid system in South Africa, they were happy because the gold price was going up, so they had lots more money. But then the gold price began to crash, and South Africa was part of the group facing high oil prices because we didn't have any oil, and most African countries, again, needing to import. And then petrodollars meant those countries that had the oil, they said, oh, we've got all these profits, let's put them in the New York banks. So in the 70s, that's why so many countries suffered from too much money being thrown at them from New York banks. There were too much petrodollars, money that was earned from these high prices of petroleum that went through these rich, especially Middle Eastern countries. But when the countries went into default, they couldn't pay back the loans, starting actually in Chile, 1973, a man called Augusto Pinochet introduced this ideology as a practice. So it comes in a sense from a military coup, 1971, September 11 by coincidence. And in 1971, this coup against Augusto Pinochet, against Salvador Allende, who was Democrat, a very good guy. He was, for the people. And this terrible man comes in and he starts neoliberalism. And he uses people from Chicago, his own Chileans, Los Chicago Boys. They were trained by a man called Milton Friedman. He was the sort of most important of the ideologues, the economists. And then he influenced Britain through the IMF. And in 1979, his best ally, Margaret Thatcher. There is no alternative. Tina. She came to power in an election. She was a conservative, and she adopted this neoliberal ideology of slashing the state, privatizing, cutting back on social programs, and ending, let's say, a period of the Keynesian, after John Maynard Keynes, or social democratic or welfare state in Europe. So the British were the first to withdraw the social compact that they had with their society because Margaret Thatcher picked up neoliberalism. Pinochet started it with Milton Friedman giving advice. And this ideology, I'll explain it in more detail, then went to the US. And this man, I happened to work for him, his name, Paul Volcker. I was in his Philadelphia office when I was a postgraduate student. I was studying at the Wharton School where Donald Trump went, Elon Musk went. So I learned my finance. And you see what he did. This is why your parents, your grandparents from the 1980s, hey, they suffered because of him. He came from Chase Manhattan Bank and he took over the Federal Reserve, right? The man called Jimmy Carter was the president of the US. He was quite weak. And so he needed Wall Street, according to his main advisor. So Wall Street said, we want you to bring in this guy, Paul Volcker. And you see what Volcker did. We often use this word, the Volcker shock. Now, you think about the people who damaged Africa. I was in Oxford yesterday and I saw a statue of Cecil Rhodes, the most damaging. I think my friend from Cape Town's nodding. He got rid of his statue at the university. That's great. They couldn't do that in Oxford. Another man. Does anybody from DRC, you would have known about the King of Belgium, Leopold, who used the DRC as his own personal fiefdom. So these two corrupt men, Cecil Rhodes and King Leopold, they did enormous damage. But I think you should know this man did more. He did more damage, probably killed more people than Cecil Rhodes and King Leopold put together. So just remember, there's a man in the US Fed. You see what he did? He put the interest rate up very high. So that caused the African debt crisis, the third world debt crisis. So at the same time, another man was coming into power in the US because Carter was so weak and the economy was in such bad shape after that shock. His name, Ronald Reagan. So he ruled in the US during the 1980s, and he combined the neoliberalism, Milton Friedman, Paul Volcker, with the militarism of, the US power. He invaded countries and terrorized poor countries like Nicaragua or Cuba, Grenada. But the key thing they were doing economically was to say, the World Bank and the IMF, now it's your time. You're going to manage the third world debt crisis. Because all these countries were taking the money, but it was dictators. Now, the dictators began to leave. The dictators left the debt to the Democrats. So we'll look at that in a second. And that affects Africa terribly, because the deal for Nelson Mandela, whom I worked for, I was his first policy drafter. So I could see very clearly, he inherited $25 billion of debt from apartheid and had to repay. And anybody trying to do democratic reform in the 1980s was suffering. It started in Poland and Mexico, Argentina, South Africa, Brazil, and all these countries couldn't pay. They defaulted. And that meant the IMF would come in and lend you more so you could pay back the interest to the banks from New York, Frankfurt, London, Tokyo, and Zurich, those 5 headquarters of banks, Paris as well. And then you get money if you're a third world leader, and you are having more and more trouble because you're cutting back your budget. You need more military aid to clamp down. Better that you just give up your country and let a democracy occur. So we began to see more democratic changes. But the deal was, if you are borrowing from the IMF and the World Bank, you impose neoliberalism. And the word that's often used, the Washington Consensus. There was a Paris Club, that's the donors, right? When all of the people in rich countries who, their governments give you money, they have a club in Paris where they come up with the conditions, and they're Washington Consensus conditions. How bad was it? Well, the head of the World Bank at the time, whose name was Tom Clausen, he actually is on the record. How far can the poorest peoples be pushed into further reducing their meager standards of living? How resilient are the political systems, right? He was really curious because there were IMF riots, protests, like the ones in North Africa in 2010. In Tunisia, they began partly because the IMF was clamping down. The IMF said to the Ben Ali regime, you must lower the corporate tax and raise the value-added tax. That was the deal that Ben Ali was doing with Michel Camdessou, the head of the IMF, and it caused the Arab Spring. That was the spark, right? When a young man, Mohamed Bouazizi, set himself on fire. Well, this was happening in the 80s all over, the IMF riots, including in Africa. There were 146 of these protests against these guys, the elites. So they were really getting worried. So the problem wasn't the poorest countries alone. It was also the middle countries, Eastern Europe, starting really with Mexico in 1995. So this whole idea that you just go neoliberal, everything will be fine, that idea was already disabused, not just by the crisis of 2008, but 1995 in Mexico, Eastern Europe, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, South Korea, Russia, their first big default. They've just defaulted last week too, because the systems they pay with have broken down under sanctions. So they're in default now. South Africa, Brazil, Turkey, Argentina, lots of countries in default in this period. They couldn't pay, and they had crises. They couldn't afford imports. They had to cut back. So this became, in the mid-1990s, the emerging markets. They were basically under the thumb of Washington again, right? And even the countries that were coming up that were doing okay, China, Japan, Europe, some Middle East countries had control of their own finances, and they could even buy US dollars, and they could play a bigger role in the IMF, but they didn't do anything to change. In other words, this imperialist financial system was assimilating countries, as we see with climate. Now, these crises got worse and worse. We don't need to go into all of the details, but in 2008, it just completely explodes. And the political problems that are now building up in the same period, we're talking now still 1970s, 80s, 90s, into the 2000s. Let's very quickly look at 7 major shifts. So the United States lost a big war. Did you hear about the Vietnam War? And in that war, 2 million Vietnamese were killed by the US, and about 55,000 US soldiers died. But it changed the US public. They weren't so pro-war when their children were going and dying. So they were unwilling, and therefore the US said, let's find proxies. Let's find other people that will fight this Cold War for us. And we know that in Africa. We know about UNITA. Our Angolan friend will tell you, UNITA, 1 million dead, right? We know about Frelimo in Mozambique, maybe another 1 million dead, because Ian Smith in Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, before liberation, and John Forster in South Africa and P.W. Botha in South Africa, they would use this army, and the US would help with Ronald Reagan, Renamo, and they killed 1 million Mozambicans. This was happening in many places, wasn't it? The US said, we're going to have proxy armies. And that meant they also were weakening the Soviets. Why? The Soviets were also ambitious. They were in Afghanistan, and the United States funded a group called Al-Qaeda. Yeah, the same one, the Mujahideen, and especially Osama bin Laden. He was a US CIA asset when they were fighting to get the Soviets out of Afghanistan, which they did in the 1980s. Then the Soviet Union broke down. It had the same problems as many poor countries, debt, inefficiencies, and a very bad ruling class, right? And even a reformer, Gorbachev, couldn't keep it together. It broke apart, leading to many of the problems you see with Ukraine and Russia and NATO, promising not to move east, but then breaking the promise. So lots of geopolitical tensions. And those were most extreme in the Middle East, weren't they? That started in a 1973 war where Israel had captured a lot of land. And that was a war with Egypt, and also, of course, with Lebanon and Syria and Jordan, and mainly a war against the people of Palestine, the original inhabitants. Israel just settled and expanded, right? And the US lost part of the war in Lebanon, and they retreated. But here comes another big political change. China is suddenly not a very, very big and poor country. It's suddenly, in the 1990s and 2000s, the place where labor is used, very cheap, no safety and health, no environmental protection, to produce things cheaper than in the United States, or even in Mexico, maquiladores, the factories, cheaper than in Europe, cheaper than in South Africa. So the world's factories suddenly are in the east coast of China in this period. And then we also say bye-bye to third world nationalism. That was the ideology. You remember Muammar Gaddafi or Robert Mugabe or some of the sort of loud and angry leaders of countries against the West who were also against their own people often. Now, the third world nationalists had a last revolution in Zimbabwe, 1980, in Iran, 1979, Nicaragua, 1979. But after that, there was only a little bit of the third world nationalist vision. Cuba would always have a little. Venezuela and some countries, we call them, I'll tell you who they are, the pink tide in a minute. And then there was class power internal to the US and Europe, where the working class, which was demanding social democracy and reforms, they got weaker. As their jobs went abroad, they became a smaller part of their society with less genuine power. Their unions shriveled up and became yellow unions, collaborative, class snuggle, not class struggle. Now, that meant that the shift in class power, we hoped we could find the world's workers uniting. Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, workers of the world, became difficult because when your working class goes into decline, their attitudes become more reactionary, xenophobic. So do you remember Brexit, 2016? The workers in the US, white male workers who were feeling threatened, They lost their jobs, they lost their unions. They voted for Donald Trump, who promised, oh, we'll get them back. In Germany, the alternative for Germany, neo-Nazis. In Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro has support of some of these workers, even against the Workers' Party. In the Philippines, they've elected again last month a right-wing, Ferdinand Marcos's son, after having a man called Duterte in power. So we're seeing workers of the world not being progressive allies, not being interested in climate, but becoming xenophobic. You know, South Africa has the same problem. I work with a union called SAFTU, the big federation. It's the second biggest, and they're anti-xenophobic. They're progressive. They're good on climate, but that's not the majority. The majority of the world's workers are not yet doing what we want them to do, which is defend working class interests also as climate interests. So that's a big part of our problem. And as I say, then you have the right-wing backlash and a little bit on the left. And so one of the things that happened in Mexico and a new wave of left-wing democratization currently. But let's just quickly glance. You've been in African countries that have had democratic transitions. In my country, South Africa, 1994, fantastic. No more official racism. We have one person, one vote in a unified democratic state, a central state, not carved up into little cantons the way the racists had wanted. So I think the South Africans in the House say, yeah, 1994 was a step forward, no question. Even though economically things have gone backwards since then because of the neoliberalism that was adopted by Nelson Mandela. As I said, I worked with him at the time. But this was only one place, South Africa. In Southern Europe, in Spain and Portugal, why are the comrades here from Angola and Mozambique, Cape Verde? Partly they're free because of a democratic transition, first an army coup and then a democratic transition in Portugal in 1974, and then 75, the guerrillas of Angola and Mozambique defeated the last of the Portuguese army. But there was struggles across Europe, and Greece became more democratic. Then in Chile and Argentina, in Uruguay, and then Brazil, the cone of Latin America, right, the bottom of Latin America, had a democratization. And then the rest of Latin America and Central America in the 90s. And then Eastern Europe became democratic after the old communist, misnamed communist regimes were removed by popular protests. And in East Asia, places like Taiwan and South Korea, democratization. And in Africa in the early 90s, do you remember these waves of democratization? We had such great hopes, but dictators before the democratization gave the debt to the Democrats, and that meant you're integrated into the world economy. So there was a human rights, a civil rights, a mass democratic, and sometimes environmental struggles, right? But the top-down reform meant that we never got beyond the dictators passing the debt to the Democrats, meaning Washington and the IMF, the World Bank, with their neoliberal ideology, privatization, and cutting back social programs. And as I said, we lost Nicaragua, Iran, Zimbabwe. Those governments went quite bad. Plenty of others were attacked by the Reagan regime, Angola and Mozambique, liberation movements in El Salvador and Palestine, Colombia were attacked. Lots of geopolitical turmoil in the 90s. But the interesting thing, the US changed its policies. Instead of putting its own troops, you know, the last ones were in Somalia. Do you remember Black Hawk Down? Where that was when the last US troops were really deployed and put into harm's way. A little bit in Syria recently, but they've been taken away. In Afghanistan, there were invaders, Iraq, but largely what the US was doing was high altitude drone bombing. So they didn't really put their troops at risk. So that was effective in some of these places, which, you know, we look at the different wars that have occurred as part and parcel of the geopolitics. But the bottom line is that these were really about oil and natural resource extraction. Even Paul Wolfowitz, right, the former US strategist, he said, why are we not at war with North Korea and we are at war with Iraq? And he answered, because North Korea is not sitting on a sea of oil. Okay, so he's confirming again, just like we will do maybe after lunch if we have time, we'll look at Mozambique. It's a blood methane war. 3,800 people. I know we have our friend from Mozambique who can tell us more, but it's a war where Total, ExxonMobil, Eni from Italy, and China National Petroleum want military protection from the South African and the Rwandan armies against an Islamic uprising. And these are the sorts of wars we must be avoiding because they're just dirty wars over fossil fuels, which will end up with more cyclones as a result. The Soviet Union fell apart. What did that do to Africa? I mean, one thing is it meant less aid. So the US and Europe, they were donating to Africa because they wanted to win the hearts and minds and win votes from African governments in the United Nations. So now the Soviet Union collapses, there's no competition. So the aid goes down by 40%. So then China comes up and they think, okay, we've overproduced, we have too much in our own country. Now we need to export it. We need to export our coal-fired power plants to Lamu and to South Africans may know the name Messina Mercado. It's part of Limpopo. They wanted to put a 4,600 megawatt coal-fired power plant. And they're trying to export steel plants and their infrastructure. All of these things the Chinese are doing going out because they've overproduced at home. They need to put that capital somewhere else and bring their companies out. And that meant more Chinese interests, and that meant that the US gets nervous again. So during the Obama government especially, the official US position was to encircle China and to start trying to contest Africa once again. Now, maybe that's good because Africa needs more infrastructure. The Chinese will build a railroad from Mombasa to Nairobi, and then people will say, well, how much did that cost? Can we afford the tickets? Are we now in debt? Maybe we're going to lose parts of Mombasa, maybe the Zambian airport, maybe a Sri Lankan port will be taken as collateral by the Chinese. These are the serious questions about whether there's a debt trap diplomacy underway from China. But regardless, you can see that even before Donald Trump and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, 2014 and 2022, that US empire has been having problems. Donald Trump reflects the most idiotic, climate denialist, self-destructive. The United States lost huge prestige when Donald Trump ran it 2017 to 20. And the difficulties of responding to inflation, food crises, the oil, energy crises, much less climate. And that stems in a way from the US being powerful in giving weapons to Ukraine and putting sanctions on Russia, but not powerful enough to deter Vladimir Putin from this crazy, savage adventure of invading Ukraine, right? So the US is clearly in decline because these other powers are coming up. They have their name, BRICS. They were falling apart, but you could see last Friday they're thinking that they're coming together. At the same time in Europe, as the center-left parties went into decline. Now, one of them is in power in Germany, but it's basically right-wing parties across Europe that have been dominant. And even in Germany, the center-left party, the coalition between the Social Democrats and the Greens and the Liberals, isn't really different than the old conservative government of Angela Merkel. And that's led to a sort of paralysis. The French socialists, the center-left party, completely collapsed because their people are furious at, for example, a higher petrol tax. They had a yellow vest movement. They were furious about the lack of jobs. The dissatisfaction across that working class led to Brexit. And as I said, to Trump. So Europe is in crisis. And then we have failed states that mean, different parts of the world. We have parts in Africa that began to really fall apart. You saw Somalia in the early 90s and Sierra Leone. and Liberia and Cote d'Ivoire and Central Africa. So let's call them the fourth world, the states that really fell apart and there was terrible violence and destruction. US couldn't do much. And one reason is they were exposed after 2001 as being quite weak. 3 of their big buildings, the 2 World Trade Center, towers in New York, and the Pentagon in Washington were hit hard. And that changed a great deal. That made them more militarist. So then they invaded Afghanistan to get rid of the Taliban in 2001. Well, you saw last year, after 20 years, $3 trillion, the Taliban, with about 10,000 guerrillas, came back and took over Afghanistan. And the US puppet, Ashraf Ghani, and the US military and the Afghan military were incapable. And the US left, Taliban marched in. And in Iraq, disaster, over 1 million dead because of the US claiming that there were weapons of mass destruction with Saddam Hussein. They never found them. Now, the US was certainly under attack from Islamic extremism, but it doesn't excuse US state terror. Terrible problem this whole century so far. But that also led to delegitimization. So the US used to have its thumb on Latin America, but up comes this pink tide. Remember I said there was a sort of left wing, okay, we call left wing red. Well, this is center left and sometimes rhetorically left from especially Venezuela, Bolivia, Ecuador, Paraguay, El Salvador, and then more recently with Chile, with Colombia last month, with Mexico having left-wing governments. So there are more left-wing, center-left governments. But we've found something very terrible about the way they ruled in the 2000s and 2010s. They were addicted to oil and gas. And that's why I think Hugo Chavez, whom I met, former leader of Venezuela, we asked him, please, why are you so reliant on oil? Venezuela has more oil than anyone else, dirty oil, shale oil. And Ecuador, why are you taking oil from the Yasuni Park, the most biodiverse hotspot in the world? And in Bolivia, Evo Morales, we asked, why are you running big roads through the Amazon and through your rainforests so you can get more hydrocarbons? And unfortunately, the pink tide wasn't really different when it came to their addiction to fossil fuels. Now, there is a revival, but unfortunately, we haven't really seen the power they need to have a different strategy. So we're still relying on civil society. For a brief moment, Europe seemed during COVID-19 that the crisis was so terrible, this pandemic, killing hundreds of thousands, that they said, well, let's change. Let's give more healthcare. Let's replace the income people are losing from their jobs when they're fired or put on lockdown. Let's have a guarantee. We'll pay that salary. A little bit was done in the US by even Donald Trump. So there was a bit of a sense of crisis in the North and in many of your countries. Even in South Africa, there was a little bit of money, not very much. When COVID came, the ideology of neoliberalism was put on hold because the government had to step in. It couldn't just say privatize everything. Otherwise, masses of people would die, and they did die. So after this process, we've had a little bit of, let's say, revival, and I'll talk about the BRICS, where some of the populist nationalism and some of the sort of ideology against the West, especially from China and now Russia, well, they have a vehicle. And we'll end this talk before lunch just thinking, are the BRICS any different? Because it's very important last week, on Friday, that Xi Jinping hosted the BRICS and also tried to bring in countries like Argentina and Senegal. And then Senegal and Argentina and also South Africa and India went to the G7 meeting on Monday this week in Germany. You see a kind of tug of war over which way will the hearts and minds of these middle countries, which way will they be expanded? Now, China is always expanding, extremely effective economically, now also building up military capacity. A little base in Djibouti. Now, that's nothing compared to the US. Even this week, the US has said, we're going to move into Zambia with AFRICOM. Now, AFRICOM was unpopular, so they had to have their base in Stuttgart in Germany. So that's where the US imperialist military power is over Africa. It's in Germany. But now they're saying, well, let's go to Zambia and let's also have our Djibouti base. But they also have about 30 other small bases. So let's say, given the record of US imperialism and military takeovers, we have to be very worried about that process still. Russia has better missiles, but they invaded Ukraine and they didn't do a good job by all accounts. Every military expert we can hear, they thought they would just move in. And first, on the east side, where there are people who speak Russian, they thought they would have a very easy hearts and minds. If you're speaking Russian as a Ukrainian, you must be happy to have Vladimir Putin invade. Well, it wasn't that easy. You saw Mariupol, the major city on the east side of Ukraine, fighting for weeks, desperately fighting against the Russians. Finally, the Russians invaded and destroyed it and took it over. And that might happen with another city, Odessa, critical port, especially for exporting grain to Africa. Geopolitically, Ukraine was in Russia's camp. After it got its independence in 1991, it moved out of the Soviet Union as the Soviet Union broke up. It still had the nuclear weapons. It gave those to Russia with the assumption, okay, Russia will not take us over. And then in 2014, after lots of conflicts, Russia did take over a big part of Ukraine called the Crimea. It's the bottom part where there's a warm water port. The Russian Navy likes their port in Sevastopol. And what's interesting there is that that led the way. Since Putin succeeded, he took over this chunk. In February this year, the US predicted it. Normally, if the United States government predicts something, I don't trust it. They said there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. There weren't. 1 million people died because of that lie by the US, Colin Powell, their Secretary of State. So I don't trust them, but, terrible thing is that they were right, that Putin did invade. What did he want? Well, he wanted to have a pro-Russian government, which existed in Ukraine before 2014. The US had been part of a coup, a Maidan popular uprising that was manipulated, and the key US official, Victoria Nuland, a woman who said, she was taped saying, F the EU, we're going to put our guy in there. We're going to get out the pro-Russia guy. Well, they did that. They succeeded. And then a guy called Vladimir Zelensky came in. He used to be a comedian. He was very good. He has a TV show called Servant of the People. If you have Netflix, you can see him. Very interesting. But he is a right-wing guy, and he's smashed his own workers, and he's not a good guy for his people. I think he's very popular, defending against this government, but against the invasion, before that, he wasn't so popular. And there was a lot of unrest. So Putin thought he could go in with a big group of tanks to take over Kiev. And you saw the tanks, right? You saw the pictures of all 40 kilometers from Belarus, the tanks, and they got stuck. And the Ukrainians fought them back, and then they retreated. And then they've moved to the east. So what they want is to take the Donbass, the eastern and the southern side, and make that greater Russia. Why is he doing this? Now, it's an interesting problem. It's Putin himself deciding this. He's very powerful. He has a group of oligarchs. They're all under sanctions, but they're not able to persuade him. He thinks of himself as Peter the Great, the old Russian imperial master who would just take over lands, even Finland. And so this was partly because he says that the Ukraine was moving to the West against the promise that the West would not take NATO further than East Germany, and the West, especially the US, broke the promise. He's correct. The US is always going to break promises. You see it with climate, right? But this is the dilemma, isn't it? That this is an invasion that's killed tens of thousands of innocent people. It's destroyed the world energy and food markets. It's Vladimir Putin on an ego trip to try to become Peter the Great in the interests of the old Russian Empire. Now, there are other problems behind this, right? This invasion of Ukraine, including the Russian economy and Putin's own legitimacy. So we see Putin playing out his own crisis by invading. Many terrible people do this. Hitler did it. US presidents have done it. They just invade other places to distract to have a war to get support. And Putin's done that, and he's clamped down. There's effectively a dictatorship. If you protest, you get 5 years in jail. The state TV is completely pro-war. Independent journalists have been arrested. They've shut down the independent media. The Russian people really are being kept quite blind, especially by how many young rural boys, 18, 19-year-old boys are dying in Ukraine. It might be 15,000. There are a lot of other forces, social and cultural changes. With social media that you do very well, that's very different than the earlier period where information was hard to circulate. But with it comes fake news, manipulation, right? Lots of polarization through Twitter, through Facebook, through social media. But the new technologies, I want to just quickly call them the fourth industrial revolution, are generally against people because they impose surveillance systems and commodify everything. They take our brains. They know much more about, what we're doing with ourselves in our lives. Our memory is short. And they have the records. The big data companies can package what they think we want to buy. So they're all about buying and selling and marketing and advertising. But it's more sinister because they work with governments. So Julian Assange, the great journalist from WikiLeaks, was unveiling this. Edward Snowden, the former United States National Security Agency contractor, he unveiled this. He let the information out to Glenn Greenwald and other good journalists, and suddenly we now know just how dangerous it is. A company called Cambridge Analytica was hired by Donald Trump and basically manipulated the US population in 2016 to vote for Trump very effectively. Jair Bolsonaro also hired them. In South Africa, a similar company, our South African friends here know, Bell Pottinger, they started their meme called White Monopoly Capital. And they were also manipulating people with bots, with Indian-based armies of Twitter bots. You've seen these, right? About 5% of Twitter is bots, is just fake accounts. How do we know that? Because a man from Johannesburg, the richest man in the world, wants to buy Twitter. He's trying now. His name, Elon Musk. And he thinks, well, maybe it's a good deal. I'll buy this, and I'll have a lot of power over free speech. Is he for free speech? Well, he just fired, 2 days ago, his own internal critics. So I don't think he's really trustworthy. I mean, he was raised as a white boy in Johannesburg, South Africa. That's bad training. They train you to run apartheid, or the most unequal city in the world. And then comes our climate crisis, along with natural disasters and the sixth species extinction, a terrible period we're now in the middle of, where species are going extinct at the fastest rate. Ocean degradation, right? Depletion of the fisheries, water scarcity and land degradation, terrible processes. And then our health epidemics, AIDS, the mad cow disease, BMS, the anthrax crises that occurred 20 years ago in the US, drug resistance, tuberculosis, malaria, severe acute respiratory symptoms. So these viruses start coming up, the avian and the swine flu, Ebola, the Zika virus. Now, how is this COVID-19 related? There is a theory that it comes from capitalism expanding further and further, like Ebola, into Africa, and more people, therefore desperate to get bushmeat or going into more contact with monkeys and with other animals that have exotic diseases that the human being has never experienced, and therefore there's a pandemic. That's the dominant theory about COVID-19. There's another theory, which is that the US and the Chinese governments were working together to experiment with very dangerous viruses using bats in a place called Wuhan. And the Wuhan lab leak, somebody in the lab might have by accident, hopefully not on purpose, just brought one of those viruses and brought it out. And you look at the subway line, especially near the market where they first really found it, the wet market, and you see that the workers in the Wuhan lab, the main virology lab, where they were experimenting with bats, well, they live along the same line where they started to pick up the first cases in late 2019. And in early 2020, it just went crazy. It traveled around the world. South Africa, we got the first one in Africa on March 1, 2020, because some rich people in Durban were going skiing in Italy, and they flew on Emirates Air through Dubai and infected people there. I was on that flight. I was coming from Moscow. Luckily, I didn't get it. I've never had COVID, but I'm one of very few who don't test positive for antibodies in South Africa. We have 98% tests. 10% of us have had vaccines, but 88% actually did get COVID. And our death rate is terrible. It's the worst in Africa. We're about eighth worst in the world. We had about 300,000 people out of 60 million who died because of COVID. We have to know what happened. We have to understand. The Chinese obviously are not very forthcoming. But this gives you this bigger sense, doesn't it, that there's a world in chaos and strange things. Who could ever have predicted the last 2.5 years of terrible conditions, health conditions, economic lockdown, and the apartheid, the term we use, apartheid for vaccines, where the North is about 85% fully vaccinated, and Africa around 20%, and many countries below 1%, right? Madagascar, DRC. I usually, when I'm with my master's students and I talk through what's going on in the world, well, we say, well, what's deeper? Is there anything that gives you a deeper explanation? We usually talk about the decline in the West, the growth rates. I'll skip through this quickly. The corporate profits were falling in the West. We call this usually overproduction. They produce too much, they can't get as much profit, so they're moving their problems around. This is the core for the 1970s. So their capital accumulation, their investment rates, you can see are going down, down, down in these different crises. And they all have this problem, which China now has, overcapacity. The word we use is overaccumulation. And you can see this rate of accumulation goes down in the West. We won't spend any time doing the details, but it is a deep problem. And if you have too much capacity in your factory and you're getting profits, where do you put the profits? Even though they're smaller, you don't put them back into new equipment. If any of you have worked in a company, you know, oh, we've already got too much in the inventory. Stop producing. So what do you do with your profits? You gamble. Literally, you financialize. You start these new economic processes where the stock markets and debt markets are suddenly bubbling up. You can see the profit rates going down in the real economy, in the core of world capitalism, the US. And then there's a big switch by the capitalists, and they move to finance. So they put money that they're getting from profits into buying banks and savings and loans and mortgage companies. These were the kinds of things they were doing. Now, we can go to some of the elites of the world. I told you about this man yesterday, terrible man, Larry Summers. But he's even worried that there's too much stock market speculation that's going on. So you can see we have a name for this called the Buffett indicator. Warren Buffett, big investor. So he says, look, if your stock market, the paper value, the market capitalization is too high, according to the rate above your real economy, well, this is what we're looking at. You might have a burst of the bubble. And when you do that, then I would worry about carbon markets, as I showed you yesterday. These are big problems with the management. They've really only got guys like this, right? One strategy that works again and again, briefly. Throw money at the problem. Do you remember the name of this? I mentioned it yesterday. Quantitative easing. Our dear ally, Naomi Klein, who runs a climate justice center at University of British Columbia in Vancouver. And she's really critical of these characters. She's got a great book, The Shock Doctrine, to show you what they're up to. They can't do very much, really. They can't solve the underlying problem. They're not interested in solving injustices like terrible inequality, because they have only one solution, which is throw money, quantitative easing. They get into trouble, and then they turn banks into too big to fail welfare monsters, as Naomi describes it. That means that they just need bailouts, right? The bank's always coming for bailouts. And this means that inequality goes up because the people who need the bailouts are already the richest. They're getting even more money. The bankers, the bank professionals are getting vast amounts. You see the ratio of inequality for the top 1%. right? This is sometimes called the elephant curve because it's like the elephant has its trunk up in the air. At the very bottom, you see the Chinese workers. They're also coming up. But in the middle, you see the lower working and middle classes. And then they've also been able to get lower taxes. It's just crazy, isn't it? So much wealth. But these guys are powerful with their money. They buy politicians, especially in the West. That's the single most corrupt place for buying a politician to lower the tax rates. Then it's a race to the bottom. Even in African countries, the big guys say, we want lower taxes. In South Africa, our corporate tax rate in 1992 was 52%. Today, it's 27%. And that's under a democratic government with a black majority of leaders like Nelson Mandela. And then you have these awful, awful men at the top. I mean, Bill Gates has this big foundation. He does some quite crazy things on climate we can talk about. He's pro-nuclear. The second richest man in the world is Jeff Bezos, who has wiped out all the main streets where you could go and shop because he's Amazon. And the richest man is Elon Musk, and his vision is he will have a renewable economy with batteries, but he's going to take over countries like Bolivia. He endorsed the coup backed by the United States. He said, why? Because there's lithium. Somebody wrote to him on Twitter saying, no, you can't just have a coup because you think it's your lithium, it's the Bolivian people's. He said, we'll coup anyone we want. So he's from Johannesburg. He's trained in a school. He's a poor fellow. He was a high school student in Johannesburg. And the bullying. Does anybody go to a high school where the boys are bullying each other? Girls are bullying too, but it's terrible. And I know because my son suffered this bullying, and it changes your mind and takes a nice young boy, and then you're meant to be trained to run an apartheid system or run a South African capitalism that's the world's most unequal. So you can see a nice guy, Elon Musk, he comes out a terrible imperialist, right? And then you see the changes in the power of companies. So you had big companies that were oil companies, but now we have the big data companies that have become so dominant. These are the Western ones, but in the last few years, there are two Chinese companies that have joined them that are some of the richest in the world. Do you know the names? Tencent and Alibaba. South Africans know Tencent because one of our investors actually has owned a third of it. Now, with all of this, you can see there's big, big, deep problems, and rich people are getting richer. The economies of the West are becoming more bubbly. They're casinos, they're financialized. The geographical shift of the production system to China creates more pollution problems because the Chinese haven't been willing to stop this terrible emissions rate going up and up and up. They still are building power plants right now. Luckily, they've stopped building them on the Belt and Road. Again, it's as the West has fallen, Asia has risen, but the first round was Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, and then China, Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. Next, Vietnam, maybe the Philippines. So why? Why do they rise? Well, they keep their workers down, so they're very cheap. They're also looking for places in Africa. Have they found anywhere? Is there any Ethiopian here in the house? Well, they have factory strategies, which are basically sweatshops, meaning big factories for t-shirts, blue jeans, tennis shoes. They put all of these together now increasingly in Ethiopia, also India and Bangladesh. Well, now this is where I'm just going to come to the conclusion with two last arguments to take on board. The first is when anybody says you must globalize, that was true. The globalization was going up. You could barely avoid it. There were very few countries that would say we need to have our own sovereignty. And the reason was, you can see the world trading system was hyperactive. After World War II ended, these trading systems were set down with world finance accommodating more and more trade up until 2008. Financialization was trade, foreign direct investment, multinationals would come and set up shop, and also loans, what we call portfolio debt or portfolio equity. That means foreign investors in your stock markets. Even in other African countries, not just South Africa, like Nigeria and Kenya, even Zimbabwe, Botswana,
and Mauritius were stock markets. But then in 2008, globalization began to falter. Was it from 2020 with COVID? Actually, no. Well before this COVID crisis, globalization was in trouble. It wasn't just Donald Trump and the Chinese. The anarchy, this is from The Economist. They don't like anarchy, they want order. The anarchy of global governance is being exposed. Well, the place we desperately need global governance not to be anarchic is climate, the UNFCCC. And it's also the World Bank and the IMF, the WTO, that regulate investment and finance and trade. But public opinion is beginning to say we've had too much of it. We're tired. And so we're going to put up some gates. We'll stop so much free trade. The world, corporate elite, the US Chamber of Commerce, for example, says we need to prevent deglobalization. And I'll just finish with a couple more slides that say, well, what's the alternative that's coming from other elites to this period of deglobalization? And the answer is the BRICS, right? And so COVID was part of this, but all of the evidence we have is that deglobalization is occurring. It occurred in the 1880s, the 1930s, the early 1980s, but especially in the period after 2008. You could be polite and say, oh, it's just globalization. It's still going on, but it's slower. And the steam has gone out, and you could look at all kinds of indicators. We don't have time to do that, but take my word for it, every indicator, including the global value chains, this is a very important connection within a company. You get a little part here and a little part there and a little part there, and you put them together as a value chain. We'll talk about the climate value chains with one of the other speakers. I think it might be Philip soon. And those have declined as well. So the 2010s experienced deglobalization, which meant, without going into all the details about all the different parts of this, let's just quickly say, as a last set of arguments, there's a G20. Here they are, that's most of the world's corporate economy. But within that, there's 5 countries that think, at least in the early 2010s, they're going to have an alternative. And on Friday last week, we saw the same rhetoric from Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin. Modi, Ramaphosa, Bolsonaro, not so sure, not committed. But I'll very quickly end with this, and then we can have some discussions. There were people thinking that this would be a new world order. It would be better, that the BRICS would be different. It would have new institutions that would be more climate conscious, including a new development bank and an alternative to the IMF. So without going into all of these terrible details, because this idea comes from this man, he's from Goldman Sachs, Jim O'Neill. He said, look, there's going to be this new group of countries that will be more powerful. Let's call them BRIC. South Africa was added by China in 2010. They're talking about adding some more countries. We can talk about that if you like, but perhaps even Nigeria, perhaps Egypt. But ultimately, the problem was that the BRICS were actually the leaders of deglobalization. So all of the promises that the BRICS would be different suddenly went into reverse. And that meant those, my dear comrade called Horace Campbell, the Nkrumah chair at University of Ghana, he believed, IMF. Walden Bello, a dear friend who just lost the vice presidency of the Philippines, they thought they will break the global North's chokehold. And then Jacob Zuma, the ANC is part of the anti-imperialist movement, right? And he said, I was poisoned. I almost died because the West, the CIA tried to poison me, is what Jacob Zuma said, because I brought BRICS into, South Africa into the BRICS. Now, Samir Amin, I told you about, our greatest political economist, he said, yeah, look, they're going to have a little bit of the rhetoric politically. Politically, they'll say they can walk to the left. Economically, they stay on the right. They accept economic neoliberalism. So I think by the late 2010s, maybe the mid, for someone as brilliant as Samir Amin or Vijay Prashad could see in India, he's probably the most eloquent and brilliant third world analyst today, that these BRICS didn't really take off. They were just faking. And there was a right wing that emerged. Modi in India and Bolsonaro in Brazil, and also Ramaphosa was more right wing. Western oriented, right? And so you can see with Bolsonaro and Trump, his nickname was the Trump of the tropics. This thing called BRICS was falling apart. Trump and Modi got on very, very well. Trump and Ramaphosa were close. So the other thing in the BRICS, India and China were growing quickly, but after the commodity price boom up until 2015, Brazil and Russia and South Africa were crashing. So the last half of the 2010s, all of the promises of the BRICS, including reform of the IMF and the World Bank, fell apart, right? And then came the geopolitical problems, and not enough time to really do justice, but just to alert you, if you think India and China are together in the BRICS, look at this, the fighting that's been going on, particularly between India and China in this space here, included the troops of both countries fighting fist to fist. They're not allowed to have guns. It's against their laws to have any guns on the border to stop a war. They fight and they throw each other over the mountains in the Himalayas. And dozens died when that happened last year. And this has been going on for years, for decades. But in 2017, it meant Modi nearly didn't even go. And there were these fights going on in India because of this border near Nepal that led to people burning Xi Jinping's picture, right, in the streets of India. So the hostility between India and China, the two biggest BRICS, the two fast-growing BRICS, is now, I think, a big crisis. Now, they just met. They pretended they were friends. They pretend they're looking for non-dollar and also for free trade within them. They're trying to develop the sense that this is a new bloc. It's better than the G7. They all come together in the G20. So we'll see what happens in in Indonesia. But sometimes, their Belt and Road Initiative, India just doesn't take part in it. In fact, India sometimes says, oh, let's go to Japan. That'll be the best way to come into Africa with the Japanese. So that's one of the other parts of this geopolitics. I think, just to conclude on this BRICS, my good friend Vishwas Satkar is an academic at Witwatersrand. He says, do the BRICS have the capacity, institutional arrangements, and the coherence to articulate an alternative world order? Rhetorically, you get that. In reality, they've amplified neoliberal multilateralism, which serves the BRICS and the West, including in not doing anything on climate. They've regionally displaced, they've gone out, they've taken their capital elsewhere, and they've financialized, and they've engaged in persistent super exploitative social relations. So the Chinese and now Russian dictatorships, they don't allow dissent. And they keep their workers down. They don't really have free trade unions, especially in China. And they're exporting that model, if they can, to Africa. In short, this is a schizophrenic sub-imperialism. But the BRICS still, you can count on them to promote extreme fixes. In other words, moving their capital across space, across time, with a predatory agenda. So even though Russia is a rogue sub-imperialist, it's not part of the West anymore. That's gone, probably forever, at least until Putin is replaced. And China has kind of met the limits of what it can do with the West. You can still say that the West, with its rogue imperialism, by stealing half of Russia's reserves, $300 billion through sanctions, have created such tensions that we can't really properly predict how they'll play out. But the world is changing, and Africa is one of the grounds in which they are basically playing this game out. I'll end there because I've talked about this too much, and we need a lunch break, but we could have some discussion first. Then if we have time, let's then insert Africa into this mess and see what can be done. What can be done to demand justice on medicines, as we did achieve with AIDS medicines. Let's see what we can be doing with an African climate agenda against the West, which is still completely, refusing to recognize their climate debt and having all the other problems that create climate injustice. But also, what Samir Amin always said, if our African countries can ever get real political sovereignty, it's because they're going to have achieved delinking economic sovereignty. They're not going to be under the thumb of multinationals extracting the wealth or under the thumb of the IMF and World Bank making policy. So we have some questions before. So this is this big scan that Paksha asked me to do. I love doing this. big picture, but it's controversial. It's changing all the time. And all of you, I guess, have your own view. You're sitting in different parts of the continent. Some might say, yeah, good that Putin has, invaded because it weakens the West, and others are, how could he do that? So let's have some open discussion. Nobody's got the right answer. We all have ideas. Shall we put them up there for a few minutes?
Thank you, Prof. It was a very good knowledge sharing as well as information from the back history to the latest one, the very, very latest one. Thank you for that. I think I am seeing some hands being raised for question and discussions. Okay, I will give the first chance to my colleague and also to Kufle. Yeah, let's pick from them.
Ok, merci beaucoup, professeur. C'est toujours un plaisir de vous écouter. Et moi, j'aimerais parler des BRICS. Avoir un peu la dynamique ces derniers temps, on sent que les BRICS préparent un nouvel ordre mondial. Et même si ce n'est pas déjà tout de suite, on sent qu'un jour, ça pourrait prendre. Maintenant, est-ce que l'Afrique pourrait profiter, par exemple, de ce nouvel ordre mondial qui pourrait venir? Est-ce qu'on peut anticiper? Nos gouvernements, est-ce qu'ils peuvent anticiper pour pouvoir profiter de ce qui va venir, ce nouvel ordre mondial-là, pour que l'Afrique aussi puisse être au rendez-vous et ne pas être encore en retard cette fois-ci? Merci.
Yeah, thank you. This is actually one of my questions as well. So, like hearing this all geopolitical issues, then there's something which comes to my mind is that how Africa can position herself. So that's also one of my questions as well. So let me give the floor to Kafle.
My name is Kefalo from Ethiopia. My question is on the issue of the power imbalance between the South and the North, especially with respect to Africa. When we talk about Africa, Africa is already under the impacts of past colonial, the colonial impacts and as well as slave trade impacts. It has its own role in current capability of Africa's handling the climate change impacts. As we learn from the presentation, the Western powers have controlled the in and out of Africa's political economic system. So, should Africa jump over the issue of reparation and the compensation of the past colonial and the slave trade impacts on Africa, because it has own play on the current capability of Africa's designing and implementing the adaptation strategy to reduce the impacts of climate change? This is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question over here.
Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina from Kenya. So I was asking, which other comprehensive strategies still need to be developed to respond to existing climate-induced security threats and geopolitical. Okay, let me start. Which other comprehensive strategies still need to be developed to respond to existing climate-induced security threats and geopolitical instability, both nationally and around the world? Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for the question and also for introducing yourself. Before raising your questions, please try to introduce yourself as well as try to face your to the camera for the online participants. Over here, another questions? Okay, I think let me come back to Prof. Back to you, Professor.
It's great that you're already in a fighting mood to figure out how to change the world. This is your generation's mandate because older generations have failed. So one question is, do we accept the existing structure and just try to get Africa to advance a little within it? Or can we ask for something bigger? Now, if you're a negotiator at the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, you're in a difficult situation if you're from Africa. The other teams, you've heard the stories, right? They send hundreds of delegates and representatives. They pack the committees, and you can't get from A to B, and it's very hard. And that's why I think delegates who could become more ambitious, and they can work together, but they can also work with social forces, which means our social forces, our protests. I love, as I showed you the first slide, the little group called Extinction Rebellion. And in the first Africa Summer Climate School, we had the founder, Roger Hallam, discuss with us what it was to do something here in London, to do Extinction Rebellion, to fight these guys by blocking them, shutting down the bridges of London to paralyze this huge capital city I'm in. And it's remarkable. And in South Africa, we don't have a very big one, but they go out every 2-3 weeks and they protest. So they protested on Monday at the US Embassy, at the consulate in Johannesburg. Now, that wasn't very big. It wasn't serious. And we have to be serious. We have to get stronger and tougher and blame not just our own incompetent or corrupt leaders. I think we all do that, right? Not one of us lives in a country where the government is really doing what we want it to do. So we can blame them, but there's a bigger system I'm now trying to describe. So the second question, what do we demand? Well, if we want to make the biggest possible impact on this debate, we have to think bold. We have to connect the dots. I love that the second questioner said, can we get reparations that go back to slavery? Yes, we have to. There's a great movement in the United States, and they're winning reparations against big universities like Harvard or Yale or Brown, which had money coming from slavery. They're beginning to say, well, yeah, that profit from long ago, 300 years ago, now you have to pay it back. The Haitians are saying that to the French. Jean-Bertrand Aristide, former leader of Haiti, tried to say it and he was removed from power. But the more we can say it in civil society and uncivil society, the more we can be naughty, cheeky, get in their way and cause a nuisance, the more this issue will have to be raised. It's not just the climate debt and reparations. And we really tried to raise that question in the Durban Rain Bomb. The South Durban Community Environmental Alliance was saying again and again, where's the climate debt to pay for the damage? You can't solve the loss of 500 lives in Durban through reparations. You can give the families some financial relief. Many people, women head of households, as they died, their children are orphans. So you need to have some reparations. But the critical thing is to keep discussing who owes what to whom, which links us to the climate debt and the financial debt. Each one of the countries you live in is in debt to Western and now also Chinese bankers. And those guys are still part of a system in their countries, in the West and in BRICS, where they're to blame for the climate crisis. So we're trying now to link these issues. There's a very good group based in Argentina, but also in South Africa, that says the climate debt and the financial debt. You can cancel your financial debt. Don't make us pay, because that means we have less money for rebuilding and climate proofing and social programs and education and industrial policy. But you, the North, do owe us a climate debt. So you should make a repayment, partly as a down payment, just cancel the financial debt. That's another movement to connect the dots. People angry about austerity, or that their assets are being taken away, or that their currency is crashing and their prices go high. I think all of you, right? Certainly in South Africa, we have those problems. But we're saying, yeah, that's because we're in debt and the debt is not just, and it's a Western debt. In South Africa's case, Medupi and Kusile power plants are the biggest single debt. That's the coal-fired power plants. World Bank made its single largest loan for those. We shouldn't have to repay those. They were corrupt. The ANC, the governing party, was bribed by Hitachi. It's well proven. Now, I think that means somebody was asking at the end, is there a comprehensive strategy? So let's ask that frankly. I think we have a comprehensive strategy for climate. It's called climate justice. I gave you what I think are 6 elements of climate justice as a comprehensive approach. But are we connecting the dots to healthcare, to COVID-19 vaccines and treatment that we need to have without patents? We need that money to be free. It was not Africa's disease. It came from China, but it's basically the Western power structure with the big pharma corps who are keeping the disease going because they're not giving us the vaccines for free. They want big profits for big pharma corps. So that's part of our comprehensive strategy, isn't it? Healthcare. So how many of you are doing that work? We just had a wonderful discussion. I missed it, but I know Paksha has great discussions at the Commonwealth about climate and healthcare, right? Wonderful people to connect the dots. Let's connect the dots to austerity. So let's just ask, who's doing that? The World Social Forum is where we used to do that. So they tried to have a resurrection in Mexico. It started in Brazil, Porto Alegre. It came to Nairobi. How many remember 2007 in Nairobi? Fantastic leaders like Wahu Kara. I'm sure the Kenyans, yeah, we know Wahu. And they tried to say, we need this comprehensive strategy. And they took it to Tunisia in 2013 and 2014. Now, those were great events, but I think we failed. We didn't do what you asked, get the comprehensive strategy from below. That's why when somebody asked me about the World Economic Forum, I'm worried, because from above, they are trying to develop their great reset, their comprehensive strategy. So maybe Paksha can find, I mean, it's impossible. Paksha's done a great job of organizing the African continent on climate. But next door to you is the Pan-African Tax Justice Network, right? The Africa Tax Justice Network, TJNA, Tax Justice Network Africa, in Nairobi. They have about 500 groups. So let's get them into the discussion. Let's get in the African public health workers and especially the International People's Health Movement, which has a good, strong base in South Africa. Let's bring in these others. Who do you work with? Do you have a trade union like we have called SAFTU and GUUSA, General Industrial Workers Union of South Africa? Visionary, very visionary trade unionists. I know you do in Ghana and Nigeria and in Egypt. You have great trade unionists. So who are you working with to do that? Last question to answer it. You must answer. What's the comprehensive strategy that brings our movements together? Climate, you see everything. Do you remember Naomi Klein? Her book, This Changes Everything. Changes our energy system. We have to go decarbonization. It changes our transport system. We need good public transport, and without, emissions coming from petrol engines and diesel engines. We need to have good agriculture without so much fertilizer and pesticide that's created through carbon-intensive processes. We need good cities that are built compact. You don't have to travel long distances, and you need good public goods inside the cities, and you don't need so much cement. So we need to do these things, disposal systems, production systems, our consumption norms. We need to change everything. Now the North must, because they're the source of the problem. Some of us live in the global North. I live in Johannesburg. Is that the global North? Yeah, parts of it are. And that means in the global North, in South Africa, we are also needing to be demanded by Mozambican friends, which we pick up after lunch. We'll say, should the South African government send Mozambique troops, the South African National Defense Force, soldiers, to defend Total in Cabo Delgado, to get gas from the 4th largest field in the world, which will then help South Africans get gas, but mainly for industry. And the question is, can't we instead send the reparations that we in the wealthy part of South Africa owe to Mozambique for the Cyclone Kenneth, which hit Cabo Delgado, or Cyclone Idai. So I want to pick those questions up after lunch, which is, let's become more and more sophisticated and critical, especially when we find in Africa the elites who are serving the West's interests and also creating high emissions. And those are the ones we can do more to stop, while we also focus on the representatives of the West and the BRICS, like Monday, going to their consulates and their embassies and, protesting a bit. If we want tree shaking outside to create some pressure, that will help the people, including Paksha, who are inside the negotiations when they do jam making. En français, je ne sais pas, but I hope it's a rhyme. Tree shakers and jam makers coming up with a comprehensive strategy that takes climate, political economy, gender equity, healthcare, the rights of the youth, all of these things together. What do you think? Who's got a comprehensive strategy to share?
Yes, the comprehensive strategy should come from the new generation, from us.
From below, yeah.
Yeah. So again, we have also an assignment, to take back home. So yeah, let me just take a last round of questions.
Also online, there's Simpila will have a question. So one of our online guests too.
Oh yeah, maybe let you just continue with the presentation. Okay, let me just pick one. Can someone help me with the mic? Mike, can you share the mic to her? Yeah.
Hi everyone, Inaisa from Mali. You've mentioned during your presentation many crises that the neoliberal global system has known, and yet it's still going on. It has an incredible resilient capacity. And what do you think is the root cause of that resilience? And on the other hand, when we place at the center the polluter pays principle in terms of reparation, isn't it dangerous, or aren't we risking this neoliberal finance centered system to kind of take it and transform it to just mean, okay, we're going to continue to pollute, but we'll just throw some money and do that. And yeah, that's the basic question. Isn't it? Yeah, and is there enough money to repair some things? Can we actually put money?
Yeah, I think this will lead us to the conclusion of the presentations. So let me just give you the floor back to Prof.
It's the perfect question. Simpilo, maybe very quickly, would we invite Simpilo to, has their hand up? Simpilo Siabwanta, would that be okay, Chair, to have one question from the Zoom feed?
Okay. Yeah, let me give the floor.
And then I'll make a quick answer to our sister from Mali.
Yeah, one online, yeah. Let me, Simplo, can you unmute yourself and raise the question?
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tempiro Kiawanta from Zambia. What I want to say is that geopolitical issues are very tense, and it requires readers who are very proactive and with innovative mind who want to develop their own country. Now, in the African perspective, I want to ask, why can't we put something like climate tax for investors who want to invest in Africa, so that these investors can be able to contribute financing to specifically for climate change, to address climate change issues. Now, because what we are seeing is that investors only want to come and get our natural resources, and they leave the local communities or local African countries so poor. So can we put proper strategies now in the next decade or the next generation of where climate tax become one of the key factors in order to address in order to reduce the gap between developed countries and developing countries? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, may I jump into those two questions? They're very closely linked. I love them. They show that Paksha has the capacity to cut right into the deep weeds, right, where it's difficult to walk because there's so many weeds. Now we must go there. And I really think from Mali and Zambia, the sophisticated, this is better than my master's students, right? You come for your PhD now. Because here's the dilemma, right? We know that polluter pays is an ethical position. If I make a mess, I should clean it up. We also know it's an economically efficient argument because there's an internal problem in a market. If you don't calculate pollution, you just pollute. It's a cost and you externalize it. So by having a price, it becomes a more efficient system. You don't do polluting things that way and pass the cost elsewhere. These are the general arguments, ethical and economically efficient, that we must say climate debt should be paid, sometimes called reparations. But from Mali, our sister has said a very profound thing. Once you start doing that, are you just giving a license to pollute? You just pay for it. In other words, it's not polluter pays, it's just I will pay and I'll pollute and I'll pay and I'll pollute. I'll just keep doing it. And that's a very good dilemma, isn't it? And we can solve the dilemma because we can say easily that there's a difference between paying to pollute and polluting and polluting and paying, carbon trading, privatization of the air on the one hand, and what we want, which is you've made a mess, you have to pay to clean up the mess and now stop. Like you don't make any more messes. It's called a fine and a ban. And what the carbon traders want, they want us to have a fee. Pollute, pay a fee, pollute, pay a fee. And we're going to say, no, you made a mess, the climate catastrophe, you must pay for it, and you must stop. And we're going to have emissions reductions that are binding. You can't have an offset. You can't just pay to pollute. Do you see the difference? This is climate action, pricing, and pay to pollute and pollute and pollute. And this is you polluted, you must pay the fine, you must pay the cleaning up the mess, the reparations, and you must stop the emissions. That's climate justice. I hope that is clear. Two different ways of looking at carbon pricing. Carbon pricing through neoliberals is, oh, we'll pollute, we'll pay to pollute, we'll pollute. Larry Summers, you saw his terrible philosophy. And ours is, no, you made a mess, you have to clean up. You owe us in Africa, and you must stop. And that's the general way we've been arguing. Cut the emissions, pay the climate debt. Okay, I hope that's a clear distinction. And I thank you, because if we don't get into these contradictions, we'll never get deeper. And if I'm not explaining it well, or if there's a better way to approach it, please say so. Simpilo exactly deepens this, because he asks, what happens to the other pollution, which is the extraction of our natural wealth that's uncompensated? Shouldn't we put a tax on it? Now, Simpilo is from Zambia, and they did that. They put on a windfall profit tax when the copper price was very high. It is again today, but do you remember, Simpilo, in 2013, 14, 15? I don't know if it was Michael Sata, I can't remember who your president was, but they said, okay, we'll put on it wasn't Levi Mwanamasa, but it was one of these guys, and they put on a windfall profit, and then they were told to take it off. John Magufuli, a dictator from Tanzania, he tried to do that with Barrick Gold. So we know that there's some African leaders who say, oh, you people are ripping us off. Multinational corporations like Glencore last month was prosecuted by the US and paid a $1.5 billion fine for looting and bribing, right? So we know that's the biggest one. Glencore is active in many African countries, bribing your leaders, and I think bribing mine, the main partner of Ivan Glassenberg, the head of Glencore, who was born and raised in Johannesburg, was Cyril Ramaphosa. So he's in trouble in lots of ways, our president, right? Now, that dilemma, what do you do? Usually it's answered by the people we call anti-extractivists. They don't want to see Africa plundered. So one of the groups called WOMEN, Women in Mining, that I work with, they're a great group of feminists, and they're helping women, because it's usually women on the front lines, who are trying to stop the mining. So Simpilo, I can't remember who your activists are that I trust fighting the mines in Zambia, but you have quite a few. In Zimbabwe, we have quite a few. I mean, there are people like Lorraine Dongo, who's working with the Africa Coal Network to stop coal. So we have very good movements across Africa. And if I show you the pictures of all the protests, you'll say, oh, they're not just in the cities. They're at the sites of the mining, the extraction. So extractivism, the women particularly, are fighting because it destroys their soil, it destroys their water, it destroys their air, it destroys their men. Often it will bring AIDS because migrant workers coming in to do digging will also sometimes, bring diseases. These are some of the things we know from all of the struggles. And we know it's life and death. The environmental defenders, one example, Fikile Nchangazi in KwaZulu-Natal, she was assassinated by people we think are connected to the mine that is still active doing coal extraction. So I think that's the other connectivity that Simpilo, you're asking, well, what do we do with the minerals, our wealth that's just being looted? South Africa, probably worst of all, because it's formerly companies from South Africa. I don't know if in Ghana you remember Ashanti, and it became Anglo Ashanti. Anglo Gold Ashanti took over, right? And now that's a Johannesburg company. Now it's just moved out this last year. It's moving to London, right? To where I am. Now this, let's say, extraction process of Africa's wealth is devastating. Even the World Bank admits it's $100 billion a year. I'll show you the statistics perhaps after lunch. But look, it's very important to be able to say, what are people who are most affected? Women in communities who lose their land where they grow food and keep their families going. People who have small businesses that are just destroyed. What are they doing? Well, they're usually saying, leave the minerals. Now, one argument is leave it for the future generations, because why are we in our generation taking the minerals out? They're gone forever, and we fail to reinvest. So that's an economic argument. The Hartwick rule is the measure. Did you take the non-renewable wealth, the resource wealth, did you take it out? Did you invest in education and in machines, human capital, productive capital? And if you didn't, well, you should have left it underground. Some of the greatest activists I know, they're saying, for example, Farai Maguwu in Zimbabwe, in the diamond mines, leave the diamonds underground. Because even Robert Mugabe admitted we had $15 billion of diamonds that we knew were there, and we only found 2 billion of revenue. The rest were just stolen by Anjin, a Chinese military company, and by the generals, before that by De Beers. So these are really good questions. Where is Africa's wealth going? And because Africa is in the world economy, supplying raw materials, it is subject to multinational companies with big machines to dig that don't play fair. They do illicit financial flows. So I'm glad the Tax Justice Network Africa is there to say, your critique of climate, of Africa being ripped off in the whole global system, is mirrored by your critique of the extractive industries, and putting those struggles together. Maybe we'll do a little bit after lunch if we can find some more time. And I think that would be the right question to ask for the late Samir Amin to help us. What is economic and social and environmental sovereignty for Africa? Should we take that lunch break? Is that a good time, or we still have time for one more round, Chair?
I think one urgent question I can see, urgent question request I can see, so let me give the floor to Prof here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Julius Kewi Tanka from the University of Chang in Cameroon, an expert in renewable energies. Prof. Mon, I've really enjoyed your presentation since yesterday. Unfortunately, I was unable to ask a question yesterday. But you gave us a very serious revelation, and that is the success of South Africa in this climate negotiation with one project that they have been able to have. I want to find out from you whether it is possible for other African countries to do the same, because I have this impression that South Africa dines in dark corridors, and we cannot always think that we and the South Africans are moving or are doing things in the same place. We have this proposal that African countries should also take their own natural resources to the bargain table and put it there and then say, okay, if you don't want us to destroy this, you look for solutions at your own cost. Perhaps that with some investment possibilities can help us to go out of the woods. Because my serious worry is that we are attending these COPs and coming back empty-handed. Is it really time? Do you think that if we use that strategy, we might come back with at least one thing? Talk of a regional power project. Like I have always said, maybe the Congo Basin, you produce with very high capability of hydroelectricity, that we can trade that for a very big hydroelectric power plant that will light up the whole region. Do you think that is feasible? Thank you.
Great, I know we're nearly at lunch. Any other question? I can just give a tight one so as not to continue rambling.
I can't see any hands raised, so let you just continue.
I hope all of you think about this over lunch, because we desperately need Africa's renewable energy capacity, particularly for African energy. Now, we know there are two things going on. Just as our professor said, the Congo River, the biggest, most powerful source of hydropower, has a huge project, partly completed in 1969 and then 1975. It's called Inga Hydropower Project, IHP, Inga. Congolese people in the room know it. The dilemma is that that was Mobutu's project. And as it was reproduced, especially through Kabila, Laurent Kabila Jr., there was corruption. And so the World Bank pulled out of it because it was so corrupt. Also, the electricity is designed to go to the eastern DRC to dig out the minerals. Now, you might say, right now it's Uganda, Rwanda, maybe, those are the people benefiting from eastern DRC. It's a very good question. But there are many critics of the IHP in DRC. One of my PhD students did his thesis about the lack of participation and consultation around this huge dam. Oh, by the way, this dam is amazing. You know, the biggest dam in the world is 14,000 megawatts. South Africa's, every day we're using about 30,000 megawatts. So you can see 14,000 is in the Chinese Three Gorges, but the dam that they want to build for $100 billion US, Inga hydropower, would be 42,000 megawatts. So it takes a huge amount of area. There's a little bit of a run of the river, but you can see a lot of the area will be underwater. And then the big question, do we need mega projects of that sort? It's a great question. I hope you can keep debating it, because I don't know if Paksha has a position, but most people are worried that if you build a big dam, like Mpande Nkua on the Zambezi River in Mozambique. I think our Mozambican in the house says, yeah, Mpande Nkua, we know that one. And the debate is, it will take a lot of land, put them underwater, so that's food growing land. It may not be so good when there are droughts. The Zambezi River goes down. And the biggest two dams there, which are the Kariba Dam in Zimbabwe and Zambia, and the Cabora Bassa in Mozambique, they were really down to nothing 2 years ago when the water levels dropped. So it's not necessarily reliable during a climate crisis. But the other problem with the hydropower, when you take a tropical basin, the Congo Basin, the Zambezi Basin, and you fill it up with water, underneath are all the trees and the vegetation, and they rot and they create methane, and the methane goes to the dam wall. We haven't found a way to stop the methane that comes out, and it's 85 times more damaging for the climate than CO2. Maybe we can solve that problem technically, but right now, you can't make an argument that climate is a good reason for hydropower. If you go to the north, the second big project is to put solar panels in the Sahara and export that to Europe. So that's the other big project. And I would love to know what our friends from northern African countries are thinking about the Sahara Desert as a solar site for solar chimneys and large scale solar operations and export. So that might be a good question. Look, the main thing is, if you're an expert in renewable energy, my dear colleague, it'll be fantastic for us to learn what would be the demands for the subsidization. And I think one of them, you will probably agree, is no intellectual property on solar and wind and clean storage systems, not necessarily lithium, pumped storage or molten salt. We need the end of intellectual property on renewable energy to save the world from the climate catastrophe. We got very bad indications last Friday in Geneva from the World Trade Organization, because they're saying, even for a pandemic, we still believe in intellectual property. Just ridiculous. They don't understand global public good, and they're creating, even for their own populations, endless new problems with not just COVID, but the next terrible virus. So my final point is, why can't African leaders learn from COVID and say, you people in the North who think that you're doing global governance have not begun. We in Africa have a spirit, Ubuntu. That spirit is people to people, but it's also people to knowledge, it's people to environment. We are who we are through each other. And that's the spirit I desperately hope Paksha forces into the negotiations, because the West and the BRICS are greedy, self-interested, and they don't understand a global public good, like addressing a pandemic and especially addressing the climate crisis. Have a great lunch. I hope I'm going to see you afterwards. We keep this going, right?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. You know, let's appreciate him with a Pan-African way of, thanking him. Yeah, let's pasha. Let's do, yeah. You know, what we'll do is, I say pasha, then when I say choma, we will clap 3 times. Yeah? Pasha. Say with me, yeah? Pasha. Yeah, choma. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Yeah,
Thank
we'll
you.
see
And
you
don't
after
forget,
lunch.
Amandla, away too.
Yeah,
Amandla, away.
Yeah.
Power to the people.
Yeah, we'll see you after lunch. That's South African, right? Thank you. So
Zulu.
Those of you who didn't get a meal card, please reach out to Yusra outside and also write your name as well. So have a good lunch.
Sometimes there's no one else loves me like you used to.
Brother, maybe a minute.
Announcement. Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Molly from Kenya, and I have an announcement. You're all requested to go for lunch. And please don't forget your meal cards. It feels nice to stand. Ooh. How do I?
It's going.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon. How was the lunch? Yeah. Can you kindly be seated and start the session as we are behind the time?
Guys, settle down, please. Settle down so that we can start.
Yes.
The guys at the middle of the hall, please settle down. Announcement, please sit down.
Adham, sit down. Adham.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you just stop the music? Can you stop the music? Yeah. With the headphone or? So, how was the lunch? Was good, okay. So we are behind the time and also some of the sessions. So as much as possible, we will try to wrap it up and finish on time. So I hope, I can see Prof is also online. Yeah, great. Yes. So with the technical support, I think I'll just directly go to the final presentation of Professor Bonda. Can someone unmute Prof?
I'm with you. Great. Yes. Thank you for unmuting. And if you can allow me to screen share. Just a few more of these slides, because I left you with this idea that Samir Amin suggests we consider economic sovereignty and the delinking strategy. And then we also have protesters who are more or less saying the same. And so I just finished with a few slides. We have about, I think, half an hour. Does that make sense? Let me quickly...
if I'm not that much pushing you, let me just give you 20 minutes.
20 minutes we can do. I know you're behind, but you've been very, very good. Much better than South Africans about staying on time. Okay, so I think if I just remind you, I know I don't need to dwell on the Africa in the world economy, all the different stages, such as the different theories, the period of slavery, the colonial labor and extraction, and then neo-colonial processes in spite of freedom. And South Africa, we've already mentioned, fit into this neoliberal debt crisis era. Then we had this period of Africa rising because of commodity prices. But we also have Africans uprising, which I think is a very healthy response. The process continues, but in some ways, aside from the periods of slavery and occupations, this meeting is surely one of the most infamous gatherings of powerful people ever. It was in Berlin. It's where Africa was carved up. And we've had a new scramble for Africa, the phrase used then, scrambling powers. And now one would include China and also South Africa. I think for our theory, I turn always to a sociologist from South Africa, Ben Magubane, and he was looking at race and class very critically, thinking about how the early colonists first needed to have pure extraction and theft. So the first South African colonist who stayed, Vasco da Gama from Portugal was the first to come around to look at Southern Africa and to start the slave trade. But Jan van Riebeeck was the first settler colonial, and he simply wanted his racism to justify how he could sweep out the existing people of Cape Town, one of whom is in the room, I know from the accent, so I hope he can explain more about the way the Khoi resisted, but also that led to a different kind of racism once diamonds were found in South Africa and minerals elsewhere where the settler colonial leaders, they needed to change their racism from extermination to exploitation by gathering labor. And that included the way we think about civilizing role of Western modernization, as Anthony Trollope put it. This couldn't have been done without social reproduction. The term we use to say when a man goes to the mine or deep into a plantation or is in a factory, it's usually subsidized by women. And Anne-Marie Wolpe was one of our theorists to show, especially in apartheid, but all kinds of African settings where plantations or mines needed migrant labor, that it was women in reproduction, in letting those workers come to work super cheap, that fused patriarchy, right? Sexism. Not just, you can blame old African ethnic tradition, tribal patriarchy, but also capitalist patriarchy where migrant workers were needed. And the system was so powerful that they were provided cheaply by structured sexism. I think Eunice Saleh does one of the best jobs, but there's so many fantastic African political economists who are feminists showing us how women raise children, take care of sick workers and the elderly, and organize in their communities and maintain ecosystems, but do so in a way that the capitalist system draws out that labor for free. So it's a subsidization of patriarchy. Samir Amin found that these systems altogether meant Africa was destined for continuing neo-colonial extraction systems. So without going into the full theoretical model, we do have a group called the Alternative Report on Africa, which CODESRIA, the Council for Development of Social Science Research in Africa, and ENDA, an NGO from Senegal, are promoting. And Samir Amin in his last year worked very hard on the Alternative Report, just trying to say we don't need the World Bank or the UN Economic Commission for Africa, which is a World Bank parrot. We definitely don't need the African Development Bank with its ideology of export-led growth. We need really organic, progressive intellectuals. So I hope that'll be useful as this project continues, so that we'll have a much stronger critique of dependency relations and a promotion of economic, ecological, and social sovereignty. We also have great Africans, this one, Dani Nabudiri, who worked on financialization using the classical political economy tools and showing crisis conditions, and maybe the most powerful policy analyst, Adebayo Adedeji. Both are now dead. Adedeji about 3 years ago, 2018. But the work they did, the Lagos Plan of Action, suggests this economic delinking strategy that Samir Amin promoted. That we need to get away from the export of basic raw materials and minerals that are highly susceptible and instead promote self-reliance. So lots to be discussed, but no time right now. So very quickly, the most important of the, let's say, unifications of climate and environmental justice still to be developed is against extractivism and the resource curse. So very quickly, the people fighting against minerals, including deep mining, which is electricity intensive, and smelting, processing, and transport, again, carbon intensive processes. They usually use 8 arguments or 10 arguments against local ecological degradation, against the socio-psychological displacement and the gendered violence that goes with extraction, with mining, against the violations of workers' labor power and their health status, against the desecration of sacred sites and common spaces, using spiritual and traditional arguments, and then against the elite formation, the compradorism. Remember, Frantz Fanon and Walter Rodney were critical of the allies, the political allies, like Ramaphosa, of Western and BRICS multinationals, against the geopolitical manipulations, against the maldevelopment, the Dutch disease, against illicit financial flows and also legal outflows of profits and dividends, against the depletion of the wealth, the natural capital depletion. When you take something out of the ground, you say, oh, we have income, but you forgot we've lost the wealth when non-renewable mineral resources decline. And most important for our purposes, stopping the extraction where it includes unnecessary and destructive fossil fuel emissions. In South Africa, this is one of the critical struggles. And let me very quickly mention one other African, Bernard Chidzero. Although he was a neoliberal, he did work with a Norwegian, Gro Harlem Brundtland, just to remind us that your generation, in our common future, the Brundtland Commission report of the United Nations, defined sustainable development in a way you and your generation could continue to emphasize that it's development that meets the needs of the present, but not compromising the ability of future generations, because the current generations are drawing too heavily, too quickly on the already overdrawn environmental resource accounts. So that's, as I say, depletion of our natural wealth and its destruction of the climate. This is already 1987, the Zimbabwean leader working in the UN to promote the idea that environmental capital that we take today from future generations, from you, without any intention or prospect of repaying, isn't right. We have to actually count up and demand the reparations. And I think Lumumba Diaping, I introduced him to you in Copenhagen, is this very eloquent, angry negotiator, not a good diplomat. He was too clear and frank, and he put the blame on the likes of Barack Obama. So he began to work more recently on the Commission for the Rights of Future Generations, saying, look, if we don't address this, the effect of the ecological challenge will be catastrophic. We're obligated morally to work equally for our common good now, but on behalf of posterity. So please be empowered. If you are young, and if you don't have generational rage, anger, well, you're not paying attention, right? If you're not angry at my generation, you should be. And then we measure how much our generation is looting. Even the World Bank, I'm using them because they're very conservative, and even they and their former chief economist for environment, Herman Daly, have argued that the depletion is not compensated by other investments. And they show 88% of the wealth depletion in Africa is not compensated by investments in education or productive capital, right? And there's even a declaration in 2012 that many governments, 10 heads of state, signed on to, saying we must integrate the value of these natural resources into national accounting. So most of your GDP, throw it away. Be very critical of economists who only think about GDP. They forget about nature, whether it be pollution and climate emissions or depletion of the natural wealth through mining. And so this is a very important statement that Botswana, Gabon, Ghana, Kenya, Liberia, Mozambique, Namibia, Rwanda, South Africa, Tanzania, and now many more are signing on to. And it basically says if you do count the depletion and the pollution, you find a terrible decline in Africa's wealth. And I'll just conclude, just to again show you, this is the extent of sub-Saharan Africa contrasted to other countries where multinationals who operate redistribute the wealth to their shareholders or to governments. And government of Norway takes the wealth from their resources and makes sure that society has some. And you can just see on a world map who's really getting looted, right? It's in the gray and especially the red areas. Very, very severe levels of Africa's exploitation by nature through multinational corporates in northern states. And of course, when you look at things like pollution, here's what's called particulate matter, the pollution in the air, very, very dangerous, especially actually in South Africa, near where I live in Johannesburg, where we have terrible pollution from the coal mines. Now, very finally, the fighting back, protests. So I told you there are protests in the cities, so that's fine. Okay, that's where angry people are, they're oppressed, they're hitting austerity, and they're sometimes well organized. But also look at the correlation, look at the mines and look at the protests. This is a paper in the American Economic Review, a very prestigious journal. And you can see on the left, where is Africa rich? What are the resources of minerals and oil and gas and irrigation for plantations? And then on the right, it's a very close correlation of social unrest, of protests against a sizable impact of mining activity creates conflict, both low-level violence, riots, and protests, as well as battles. The resource curse, but also the resistance, right? And the resistance is in places, you see it actually now more and more on the Belt and Road Trail like Lamu, Kenya, right? Where these activists from Save Lamu actually beat back, something we rarely see, the Chinese capitalists, as well as a South African bank, Standard. And that we're also seeing big protests against EACOP and then all over South Africa. And if you're interested in tracking these protests, if you haven't seen them too much in your country, we have an EJ Atlas, and you can see all the protests that we found that relate to the environment. I was working with the Africa team, and we found about 400, and we're going deep diving into all of the different processes. I think that's the main point. And just as a very final one, just recall as you're running into the delegations or the representatives of the Northern and the BRICS countries, that these are who owe a climate debt. It's the traditional Western industrial powers, the US, the #1 historic debtor, Germany, UK, Japan, Canada, but it's also these other new ones, right? China, Russia, Brazil, India, South Africa, the BRICS, you can add Indonesia. So these are the countries and the economies who've well over polluted and now need to pay their debt. Per country, these are the highest emissions. You see China standing out, but take it by person and we can make a small adjustment for the amount that's been outsourced. And you see, well, we are not a united continent because from South Africa up to Libya, you do see a couple of the major polluters. How much? If you say that the debt, $40 a ton is the cost of carbon, you're looking at the US, every individual owing $12,000, every German owing 11,600, Canadians 10,800, even the South Africans. But I do want to warn you that those are underestimates. And when we really look at the debt that's being caused, the climate catastrophe is now being measured not at $40 a ton social cost of carbon, more like 3,000. I'll leave it there, but maybe it's the kind of thing that will again generate a sense that if Africa is not rising because it's being exploited, all of that rhetoric, set it aside. Africans are uprising. Climate activists, activists against extractivism, activists for economic justice, for gender justice. They're very much part of it. Thank you very much. And although I know you've got another great presentation, and I'd love to talk and learn from you about other struggles, Mozambique is very close to my heart because my soldiers taxpayers' money, soldiers are going in there. That's for another discussion, perhaps later in the school if we can find time. Thank you very, very much, everyone. And if you have any last questions, let's hear them. But I think I'm already at 12:30 my time. And I'll put my, I think you have my email and my WhatsApp. I'll just put those numbers up there on the screen. And if that helps, please be in touch.
Thank you so much, Professor. You done it on time. Thank you for that. Yeah. Let's give a round of let me just give 2 or 3 comments or questions. Also, maybe what you feel about, what you get, also as a kind of reflection to Professor, what you feel about the sessions, what you learned. Let me just give maybe a couple of opportunities. Okay, 1, 2, Nisri.
Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina from Kenya. So, from the professor's lecture, we learn a lot about environmental law and climate action. So, first and foremost, through his slides, we see the principle of intergenerational equity and intergenerational equity. Also, it goes hand in hand with sustainable development in that various human activities performed by states, especially coal plants and any activities that might harm the environment, should take into account sustainable development. Yeah. So they should not jeopardize their future generation and the present generation. Yeah, and from the previous presentation, Professor actually touched on over-dependency on donors. I think that's also a problem. That's also going to affect climate action in the sense that actually, let's say in Kenya, we depend on foreign industries like Chinese. So it's really very difficult for them to stop emission of greenhouse gases. Because let's say they want to stop the emission of greenhouse gases, but they still want to control the market and make themselves successful. Yeah, so it's all about competition. So we raise instances of competition law, but still they have adverse effects on the environment and the climate. Yeah, so that's all what I had to offer on my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. Prof, as you can see, people are very following very well with your presentation, which is something interested. Thank you for that. One last comment from at the back here.
Okay, Prof, thank you. It's always an honor to listen to you present. I just have a question, and that's from the presentation you had before we went for lunch. And while you were presenting, you also referenced our own, we call her mommy back home, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who is currently leading the World Trade Organization. And you had mentioned that she is also helping the West to push their agenda, unfortunately. And in this room, we have lots of the next generation of climate activists that would hold the West accountable and also pay their debt. And the way it's going now, the West are also harvesting the best brains from the continent. What would be your advice on how young activists should act when this offer comes to abandon the continent of Africa? It gets to a point you might go there and start pushing an agenda that might be anti-African. I just want to hear your advice. It could help 1 or 2 persons also in the room for us not to follow the footsteps of those who are already living. Maybe they might also take the president of African Development Bank very soon, who is also a Nigerian. So what's your advice for young activists? Thank you.
Thank you. I think this will be your concluding mark, Prof. So back to you.
It's absolutely great. If you have Nigerians watchdogging Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala or Adesina, the African Development Bank, who is still investing in gas in spite of all of the evidence that it's worse than CO2, the methane. I think I would hesitate to give you a final word, but may I let Frantz Fanon give you the final word. I showed you earlier that his book called The Wretched of the Earth, and the chapter, I always make my students read it, and they always come so enthusiastic about the chapter, The Pitfalls of National Consciousness, and where Frantz Fanon, I think, leaves us all. Each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. What a better, no better way to describe what's facing you as young African climate activists. He warned you about Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala or Adesina or Ramaphosa. The national bourgeoisie of the neo-colonial African countries identifies itself with the decadence of the bourgeoisie of the West. We need not think it is jumping ahead. It is in fact beginning at the end. It is already senile before it has come to know the petulance, the fearlessness, or the will to succeed of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance youth. Amandla, away to Amandla, power, away to the people. Thank you, comrades.
I think we all should have to discover our mission as a generation. That's the last concluding remark from Professor. Thank you so much. I think let's do that Pan-African way of appreciating him. Let's do Pasha Pasha. So Pasha 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 Choma. Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Then we slowly go to the South African way. Thank you so much for my brother from South Africa. Yeah, Professor, I'm very glad that I moderate your session. I have learned a lot from your session. I can see that also fellow participants are also very happy and also were very active in asking questions and also getting the information from you. We really appreciate that one. With this, I close my session and pass it to my brother from Zimbabwe, Nobel Moya, to take the next session. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's it going for you so far? Huh? Heavy? Yeah? It's going good, eh? Food for thought. I'm happy then. Right. Thank you to the previous facilitator for the fantastic work. Allow me then to transition us to the next phase of our program. We're supposed to have Dr. Eric Kioko, but as we wait for them to log in, I think we'll have Professor Satish to come and give us his presentation, and we carry it on. A hand of applause for him as he comes through.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Q. She's here. Okay.
No problem. You know what? As much as we love him, Dr. N then just logged in again. And she'll be coming in. And then soon after that, Professor is also going to come back. Confirm Dr. Anna she's logged in already? All right. Assuming that she can hear me, it's a pleasure to have you, Dr. Anna. She's with the National Environmental Agency here, and she's going to be giving us a presentation for this afternoon. And Madam, if you can hear me, the floor is yours. You've got a lovely class of very enthusiastic, very open-minded, but very inquisitive school for 2022. The floor is yours, Madam. Go ahead. Dr. Anna, if you can unmute yourself. Go ahead, madam. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, ma'am. The floor is yours. And from my understanding, we've got an hour, including question and answer session. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry I'm not able to know the dignitaries in the room, but all protocols observed. I will put on my video in a short while as I try to share the screen. But let me just do a quick brief introduction about myself. My name is Nyatichio Mambia. I work for the National Environment Management Authority, serving as the climate change coordinator and also as a compliance officer. I have worked in the environment space for almost 20 years now, and I am a proud alumni for my undergraduate of Kenyatta University, School of Environment. I don't know what's the new name. I did environmental science major and environmental planning and management as a minor, class of 95. That's a while back. And I'm glad to have this opportunity to share on my what we do in the climate change space of government. And I want to believe that you have had lots of engagement since this process began. And as a background, I listened partly in the morning what was going on with regards to Professor what he shared, and it was quite engaging with a very rich history with regards to the political economy of climate change. And also, I want to believe that the science has been covered going by the modules that have been shared. And we are now ready to just face what else that we can do with regards to managing the environment. I will share my screen in a short while. I will request that I get a signal to know whether it is working or not. And if my voice at any one point slips off, you could be able to let me know. I was requested to speak on mitigation. Is my screen visible, sir? Ladies and gentlemen, whoever is in charge on that end.
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen. Proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. I will put it on slideshow, and you'll also let me know if my slides are moving. Occasionally, they fail to do so. On slide 2, are you able to see and then I shall be comfortable to proceed.
Your mic seems to be fading a little bit. I don't know, maybe you changed positions or you put something over your mic. We can't hear you quite clearly.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we do now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Just for introduction, I want to thank the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance and the partners who have organized this summer school in Nairobi. It is a privilege to be one of the moderators for this particular session. And I was fortunate enough to I've switched on the television on Monday and I saw the acting CEO of Pakja launching it on television, and I got a brief background on what is taking place, noting that this is an event that is taking place globally. Both we have in-person attendance and virtual participants, aiming at educating the youth and other entities in the research and other arena, climate action participants with regards to climate change. Just to give a background of the organization I work for the National Environment Management Authority, which is a state agency created by an act of parliament called as the Environmental Management and Coordination Act of Kenya, CAB 387, or number 8 of 1999. As an environment agency, our mandate is to exercise general supervision and coordination on all matters related to the environment, and also to advise government on policies related to the environment. That's a very broad mandate, and therefore we definitely have a role to play within the climate change discourse and implementation and supervision. I want to assume that the policy and legislative frameworks of this country will have been, you've been exposed to them, and if not, I will touch on them briefly. We have a vision to be a world-class environment management authority, and just to share some good news, this year we were recognized as the best environment regulator in Africa, and we're very proud of that. And our mission is to ensure a clean and healthy environment to all. Just to dig into the topic, one of the former CEOs, maybe still the current CEO, I pulled this from this quote about a year back, Paul Holman. He was a CEO of Unilever, and he said the biggest risk to African growth is climate change. The biggest risk African growth is climate change. Very loaded statement. And we could also look at it the other way, is that the biggest opportunity for African growth is addressing climate change as we develop. Probably will be Mambia quote. But what is climate change? I know you covered this, but it would be unfair to dig into mitigation without knowing or briefly talking about what climate change is. Not to belabor the previous presenters, climate change, it's the variations that are attributed directly or indirectly to human activity that alters the composition of the atmosphere, and is in addition to what is the natural variability of the climate. And this must be measured over a period of at least 30 years or more. And I know you've covered the science of climate change. And what is this alteration? Alteration is being caused by increase of greenhouse gases over and above beyond that which is right to avoid dangerous interference to the climate system. In essence, the second article of the United Nations Framework Convention, that is the overall objective of the convention, is to stabilize greenhouse gases in the atmosphere to avoid dangerous interference with the climate system, and to also allow us to be developed in a sustainable manner and to avoid affecting our food production and many others. If you download that convention, it's less than 30 or so pages, and you can be able to gobble it up in half an hour or so. But it's a very loaded convention, which when you read through, you will actually comprehend why for close to, since 1992, almost 30 years plus, we are now going to COP27. We have been meeting an average of annually, sometimes twice a year, and still we've not been able to address comprehensively this unprecedented environmental challenge. Then,
apologies, Dr. Anne, for interfering.
Yes, you cannot hear me.
I just wanted to inquire if you are moving your slides as with your presentation, because we're still on the screen with your name and title. So that maybe at least it makes the conversation a little bit more exactly. Oh yeah, now the screen is
Can
moved.
you now see that?
Yes,
Okay,
we do.
then I think when I put it on presentation mode, on slideshow it fails to show. So if I put it now, can you see the next slide? My slides now moving.
Yes, we're on the SDG Sustainable
So
Development Goal slide. Yes.
okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, I will go to the previous slide before that, and keep interrupting me. I have no problem. I just want us to be on the same page. Then, with regards to when climate change does occur, then it creates various vulnerabilities, and this depends on various degrees. At one point, you could be very vulnerable, and then when you adjust that which causes your vulnerability, then you become less vulnerable or you are able to cope with it. And therefore, vulnerability is not permanent if you're able to address that which causes vulnerability. But I want to also note that you have already covered this particular topic. But what is vulnerability? The degree to which a system is at risk or prone to or unable to cope with the adverse effects of climate change. Then once you're vulnerable and you're able to cope with it, you move to the next level, which would say that you are adapting. And when you adapt to the point that future shocks do not really significantly destabilize you, you are building resilience. And both adaptation is in essence coping with the change, but that which is causing the climate to change requires to be addressed. And what is causing the climate change, the climate to change is the increase of greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere, and which is in turn leading to increase in the temperature, the average global temperature, and this can be measured for different locations to see the degrees to which the temperature is affecting within a locality. That is why you will see that we are aiming at a global level for 1.5 average increase in global temperature to be able to be in a safe space. So basically, essentially, mitigation are the human actions we'll have to make to reduce the greenhouse gases emitted into the atmosphere. As the world addresses climate change, we are also in the space of addressing the sustainable development goals. By addressing all these goals comprehensively, we will eventually develop on a pathway that is not only sustainable, but will be resilient, and it will also be a pathway that will enable lower emissions to be released into the atmosphere. Even though goal 13 of the SDGs on climate change is on climate action, addressing all the other goals that include addressing zero hunger, for example, in a manner that the food is coming from sustainable sources, when the people are of good health and well-being, this quality education, in this essence, we're assuming that this is comprehensive education that is leading and sensitizing and changing attitudes to lead towards a low carbon climate resilient pathway to development. And I saw within the modules issues of engendering climate actions came into place, water and sanitation. All this collectively will contribute towards addressing climate change. To dig into goal 13 on climate action, we have key targets we ought to meet to address resilience and adaptive capacity, to integrate climate change measures into national policies, strategies, and planning. I will come to this to show you what Kenya is doing so far, and to improve education, awareness raising, and human and institutional capacity on climate change, and address adaptation, mitigation, and early warning, what within the international UNFCCC they call research and systematic observation. So the call to action within Goal 13 also calls us for immediate action to lower the greenhouse gas emissions. Not only to do that, take measures to protect the environment. So as an environment regulator, whatever actions that we do as an environment agency, we are in essence making gradual steps to addressing protecting our environment and to have higher standards of education on climate change. And I think this summer school is a very big opportunity for increasing the standards of education on climate change. So to zero in on the country Kenya, where we are and where I work for, how should we bother about addressing climate change? This is done by the Kenya Met Department in terms of how the weather is changing in 21 arid and semi-arid counties.
Your mic is muffled, madam. We can't hear you. Dr. N, can you hear us?
Am I back on air, sir?
Yes, for just past like 30 seconds or so, we couldn't quite hear you clearly.
I must apologize about that. I am seated in the office and I don't know why there is stability. My apologies for that. Technology always intimidates. I hope that we shall have a conversation despite the challenges. Then I was talking about the situation analysis, why address climate change in Kenya, and maps show rainfall that is expected in counties.
It's dipping again, madam. Dr. N?
Okay. Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
it's dipping again. I don't know whether it's an issue of speaking into your mic or the positioning of your mic when you speak, or maybe you speak and then you face away from the mic.
Am I able now, sir?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, I shall start my video. Maybe it will save the situation.
Yes.
If it is
Yes.
issues of bandwidth, and then try as much as. With regards to the situation analysis, I was just trying to address should we bother as a country about climate change?
Yeah, the audio also now is
gone.
It's now gone coarse, a bit hoarse. I think maybe
5 minutes to change the earphones, please. For 3 minutes, I change the earphones.
No, I think maybe if we try the positioning of your voice to where your mic is, I think maybe that's where because I think when you move to a certain point, the audio is clear, but when you move, then that's when it starts to get blurry. I think it's mainly just an issue of your projection of voice to where your mic is, or whether it's on your laptop or you're using earphones. Maybe if we try that, we can have better luck.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, maybe a little too close to the mic now.
Am I too loud now?
Yeah, that would work. That would work. That sounds good, right?
Okay, I am so sorry about this. And I hope that we shall.
I think let's try and make it work. I think, guys, let's also be appreciative of the technology side. Let's also try and work with her. Go ahead, ma'am. We'll try not to interfere much and try to make the best of the audio that we have. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir, and apologies for that. Technology always intimidates even the best of us. I hope that we'll get along. Just to not lose the conversation, I was talking about why addressing climate change in Kenya is critical. It's because the Kenya Met Department has just in December released statistics on climate in Kenya. But this particular slide, I took it from the previous report, and it shows the temperature changes within 21 arid and semi-arid counties of Kenya, mapped over a period of time, and also the annual rainfall expected across the counties. And you can see that the projections show there will be increased intensity of rainfall, not only in intensity, but also the amounts that fall, and to certain pockets it will come in short durations, but a lot of rain, while other areas will have lesser rainfall. And in terms of the temperature margin, the map to your right, or maybe probably to your left, depending on your angle, which has 1.8 for different counties, and the coast 0.58. That shows the temperature margins that are expected, both maximum and minimum temperatures, average above the normal. And that, if you look at the report that was released last year, late December, you'll be able to see the changes that have taken place. And these are situational impacts of climate change we've seen in our country, occasioned by different events over time, as reported in the media. These are clips from media, photos from media, and they have been able to show in pictures what climate change is necessitating us to do. With regards to the economics, the main point I like to say, as estimated in our national planning, is that extreme climatic events will cost us up above $500,000 USD per year, approximately 2% of our GDP. And what are these extreme events I'm talking about? We are a drought-prone nation. Over 33 counties are arid and semi-arid, and these are often drought-prone. We're also in the Horn of Africa. And then on the opposite end, when we have our high rainfall season, the rainfall season has not only become unpredictable, but when the rain does come, it becomes intense in certain pockets, leading to flooding in lower areas and in the urban areas due to a combined factor of infrastructure development, probably poor drainage and other blockage of water causeways. We then have a flooding that leads to catastrophic and sometimes infrastructural damage with significant costs. With the drought, I think we are still in a national emergency situation for drought this year, and I think we are very aware about that. But even against that background, it's not all doom and gloom. What have we done as a country to be able to address climate change? The Constitution of Kenya is a very green constitution. It has mainstreamed climate change, or rather environment, within it. Principally in the Bill of Rights, Kenyan or the citizens have a right to a clean and healthy environment. So the way you have a right to life, you also have a right to a clean and healthy environment. But this right has a rider and the responsibility to keep it so, and to cooperate with state organs to be able to maintain this particular right of having a clean and healthy environment. Section 42 of the Constitution talks about sustainable development and how it should be mainstreamed. Then Articles 69, 70 onwards address matters related to sustainable development. There are issues with regards to the forestry and the percentage that we need, among others. Specifically with regards to climate change, Kenya is among the few countries in the world with a Climate Change Act 2016, whose overall objective is to lead the country to a low carbon, climate resilient country. In essence, a pathway that is both low carbon, therefore addressing mitigation, and climate resilient, addressing adaptation. But the first national document that was written in this nation nationally to recognize climate change as a matter of national response was the National Climate Change Response Strategy of 2010. This gave birth to the momentum at both county, civil society, government, and other levels to address climate change. We have a framework policy. We have had an action plan 2013-2017. We have an adaptation plan. We also have another action plan which we are currently completing its implementation, 2018-2022. Kenya has also a green economy strategy and implementation plan that addresses leading the country to a low carbon green pathway of development, and in compliance to our membership to the UNFCCC Convention, because we have ratified the convention, we have ratified the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. Kenya nationally determined its contribution, our actions, what we will do, and these documents are available on the website for download. A summary of it is also available in newspapers. I think this was done, showing our contribution to reduce our emissions by 32% below our business as usual scenario, having been mapped from 1990 by 2030. So we have a few years to go to 2030. We have to map whether we have been able to reduce our emissions below a business as usual scenario. Of course, our contribution to addressing climate change is in cognizance that we are a developing country, that we have priorities as a nation to implement, priorities that include food security, priority that include for the current government the Big Four agenda, which is the agenda on food security, the agenda of universal health, the agenda of industrialization and housing, and all those agenda, if they are addressed on a low carbon pathway, they will also increase the resilience of the citizenry, and eventually, even though their development agendas address the climate change aspirations. So again, back to that definition, mitigation, because that's what I'm supposed to talk about. The human intervention to reduce the sources, so the sources of greenhouse gas emissions, which come from very many and diffuse development activities, from the energy sector, from the waste sector. Our waste, when we don't manage it well, it releases different types of emissions. Then we have activities in the agriculture, the forestry and land use. If these sectors are well managed, they contribute towards mitigation. If they are not, then they contribute towards releasing greenhouse gases. So we also are making efforts to increase the sinks. So there are sources, we need to reduce the sources of those emissions, where the greenhouse gases from the basics class, which I saw that you're able to address, you learned that the greenhouse gases principally are 7: carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, when we have the HFCs, the hydrochlorofluorocarbons, then we also have NF3, and then the seventh gas, which again I seem to be forgetting, but I saw from module 1 you were able to be taken through this. So we are making efforts to reduce those sources from sector-wide emission reductions. Then we are making efforts to increase the sinks. What are the sinks? The sinks include our soils. Soils are reservoirs of carbon. Then we also have our forests, which store carbon both above ground and below ground. Then we also have the oceans. The oceans are the largest reservoir. And the geosystem itself is currently a very emotive global discourse on geosequestration, where we sink carbon into the geostrata, you can sink the carbon by direct injection into permanent aquifers that are full of saline water. So the saline water is not useful for industrial or domestic or agricultural use, but it is a good reservoir to store the carbon and seal it in there. In essence, what we call CCS, carbon capture and storage. And then we are also aiming at extending our surface area by improving the removal capability. So enabling, like for example, for the soils, making the soils able to be able to store the carbon. I will share pictures and information with regards to efforts that are being done within the region to address mitigation across various sectors. Kenya took part in a project which was known as TRACS, partnership between the Kenya government, the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Transport, and the GIZ and many other players to reduce emissions on the transport sector. And we are aware that Kenya has made a lot of commendable effort to improve the road network and the status, the motorable status of the roads across most counties. And this is one step towards mitigating climate change within the road and energy sector. When the roads are in good condition, the assumption is that the vehicles that will be on the roads will be of good condition too, then less fuel will be used, less time will be spent on traffic, and hopefully less fuel will be consumed. There are many parameters that affect the efficiency of that motor vehicle. Increasingly across Africa, and especially in Kenya, we are having increased numbers of hybrid vehicles which consume less fuel, fossil fuel, which is a lead contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. There are movements, motor vehicles now, they're few in number, especially in the urban areas, that are 100% electric. Those are some of the global and regional efforts towards addressing emissions from the transport and energy sector. There's increased access through use of bus rapid transit systems. I think you are at Kenyatta University. Thika Road has a BRT where they're trying to complete the constructions of the stopping stations. Hopefully, maybe they have been done. I have not been on the route for 4 months now, and that is a lot in the construction sector. And I want to believe that with implementation complete and implementation increasing the motor freight numbers to more public service vehicles which carry higher numbers, and once the reliability of that transport system gets in place, then we shall gradually phase out single vehicle users being on the roads through various other measures that act as incentives and disincentives to using public transport. But at the moment, those are some of the efforts. One good report available for download, it's on the website, is on the Transport Sector Climate Change Annual Report 2019-2020. It's on that website in Kenya. In Tanzania, just next door, they have also implemented for Dar es Salaam City, Dar Rapid Transit System, DAT, wakala wa kusafiri haraka. I know we are in a global workshop, but that's in essence Swahili for rapid transit system. And this they launched theirs much earlier than Kenya, because in 2019, when I was in Dar es Salaam, this particular system was already operating, maybe even earlier, and it has increased. It has supported that system has helped in decreasing transport costs and easing traffic in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, United Republic of Tanzania, and it has also contributed to reducing the overall carbon emissions by decarbonizing the transport sector in their largest city. Those are mitigation measures. So the examples that I'm showing now are mitigation efforts that are being done across various sectors that of transport, practical things, because sometimes when we speak climate change, it appears to be very complex. You imagine things that are happening out there in the atmosphere are invisible. And because it's invisible, you wonder what contribution you can do and what contribution national governments or county governments or civil society are doing towards addressing climate change. Those are some of the actions. So the day-to-day activities that we do, but we turn a green lens or a less carbon lens, because mitigation is in essence trying to reduce the greenhouse gases. And why am I using the word carbon? Just in case it was not introduced, that greenhouse gases for purposes of quote unquote climate change currency, the gases are reported as an equivalent of carbon dioxide. So there are several gases. We also have short-lived climate pollutants, but that's beside, those are additional pollutants that increase climate change or the impact of climate change. But the 7 major gases identified both in the convention and also in the Climate Change Act of Kenya, we report them using one metric at the moment. Of course, the dialogue and discourse is going on at the negotiations level to use different types of metrics. But so far, we have been reporting them using CO2 equivalent. So by decarbonizing, it's not only addressing carbon dioxide, but addressing all the greenhouse gases, but we report them as an equivalent of carbon dioxide. The way we use the US dollar as a currency. So I normally like to simplify it that in the greenhouse gas language, we're trying to reduce it using carbon dioxide, just the molar equations we used to do in chemistry, for those who had the opportunity to do that. In Rwanda, a very progressive country of the East Africa, they introduced electric vehicles in partnership with Volkswagen of Germany, which is significantly decarbonizing the transport sector. And we also have motorcycles. I think the motorcycles are across the region and many other African and global cities, but I'm concentrating within our region here, where we have electric motorcycles. We now increasingly have electric motor vehicles or hybrid systems. We are having buses and all, like in Uganda. Uganda has a public bus that uses bioenergy, and others are using electricity. And these are the progressions within decarbonizing not only the transport sector, but because you are using less energy than the energy sector. The examples within Kenya, we also have the SGR. I know that the SGR is operated currently using fossil fuel, but the fact that it is able to displace hundreds or possibly thousands of trucks off the road that could use also fossil fuel to transport the same amount, to transport just smaller amounts of goods, as we increase the fleet system per trip on the rail, we are displacing, not only decongesting the highways and therefore less carbon emissions, less fossil fuel usage, but gradually as a country, I know that the country is going to make steps towards electrifying our rail system as it improves, and that will be the eventual target that we have within our National Climate Change Action Plan. Also improving the motorized system will make life more comfortable. That's one within the land-based system. What is happening within the maritime sector? Now that you are in an institution, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology is hosting a regional center in their School of Maritime Engineering, a regional center that is collaborating with various entities, Kenya Maritime Authority, to green the shipping sector or the maritime sector. Those who are in the climate change discourse, we know that there's a dialogue a lot with regards to aviation emissions. Those who have traveled by air, I know you always see on your ticket just there at the bottom, they tell you your trip has contributed this amount of carbon emissions, and you can offset that. It's voluntary at the moment. I can offset that. It's voluntary for us in Kenya. But for countries where it's mandatory, anytime your ticket is bought from the other end, the trip, then that emission must be paid for. And the amount that you pay to offset your emissions is meant to go to do green initiatives that will sink that carbon that has been emitted from your particular trip. Within the maritime sector, we have bunker fuels, or fuels that are used within the shipping and maritime space. There are also issues of pollution. The maritime at the ports, they use a lot of energy. As the ships dock there, they need a lot of energy to service the ships before they leave, to offload the ship, to clean them, to whatever services that are shipped at the harbor. It uses a lot of energy, and significantly, this is usually fossil fuel. But there have been commendable research, development, and innovation to green the shipping sector. And the Maritime Technology Corporation Center of Africa is making this gradual steps of greening our shipping industry. And this will significantly contribute towards addressing the MAPL Convention that addresses pollution of the sea, together with the UNFCCC Convention when addressing climate change. So what is going on within the forestry sector? This is a picture I took. It's an old picture, and I know these margins have moved, but it shows the distribution of forest biomass, with the highest amount of above ground forests being within the tropical countries of Africa. I was asked to talk about red, not red the color, but reductions of emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. The plus is for conservation, other conservation matters. The red movement began way before Cancun, but Cancun COP16 adopted very significant decision to address issues of deforestation within the forest sector and forest degradation in order to help us to conserve our forests, in order to increase their carbon stocks. When they are able to increase the carbon stocks, then the sinks will increase and we'll be able to store more carbon both above and below ground. If we sustainably manage our forests, we will be able to also enhance our forest carbon stocks. So in essence, COP16 was held in Cancun, Mexico, and it came about with a decision whose aim was to seek policy approaches and positive incentives relating to reducing emissions from forest degradation, from deforestation in developing countries, and the role of conservation, sustainable forest management, and enhancing forest carbon stocks. I'm not a forestry expert, but I know I've participated in stakeholder engagements that Kenya Forest Service, Ministry of Environment, and many other stakeholders, especially in civil society and other non-state actors, have done towards addressing deforestation. Why are we deforesting? For various reasons. Those that include food security, those that include poverty, those that include land degradation, which is happening at very high rates. Just the other day, last month, the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, the very glaring statistics on what is happening globally with regards to increase of aridity, increase of desertification and desert margins. And those contribute towards increasing GHG emissions from the land-based sector. And what can we do? There are quite a lot that we can do. As a nation, in order to address this sector of our forests, we have the lead entity, which is the Kenya Forest Service, and of course the research arm, the Kenya Forest and Research Institute, together with the ministry and other players, have gone through an close to 10-year RED plus readiness process, where we have mapped our forest reference level, saying that this is where we are, so it's like a baseline. Then we need to progress beyond our baseline. This is mandatory to submit to the UNFCCC in order to be able to take part in the RED plus process. We have also done our environment and social safeguards framework. So an ESMF, Environment Social Management Framework, to manage the process. And then as we address deforestation, there are many safeguards that need to be put in place. In climate change, especially in addressing adaptation, we always say that we must be careful to avoid initiatives that lead to maladaptation. You think that you're doing good, but that particular good ends up creating worse vulnerability than what you found the people, the situation they were at before you started your intervention. So that is where the safeguards come into place. As an environment agency, we have various safeguard tools, the environmental impact and assessment tools, the environmental audit tools, the environment impact and social tools. We have the settlement management plans, the gender framework, all those lie within the ESMF. And this, the country has done as part of the RED plus readiness process. We have also put into place, yes?
Apologies for my interruption. Just a gentle reminder that you are almost kind of 35 minutes into your presentation, that maybe
I need to be winding up.
You can go to your wrapping up, then also to allow maybe 10, 15 minutes or so for, a question and answer plenary session. Just a gentle
Yes,
reminder.
I only had 2 more slides, sir.
All right. Apologies for my interference. I just thought I'd remind you. Go ahead, ma'am.
No problem, no problem. I had just have 2 more slides. I was concentrating on the RED because I know that the forest discourse is quite huge within our country. And recently our president, in one among the final cabinet sessions, he did release a forest update to the country on the status of Kenya's forests. And this is available both in print and electronic in media on the status of our forests and tree cover, where a very big distinction exists of what constitutes our forests and what constitutes tree cover, and what is enshrined within the Constitution as the bare minimum, and what, as a country, we are aiming for our forest covers. And therefore, I just wanted to say that the RED Plus framework came into place, or the policies and measures that were put into place, are supporting countries, developing countries in particular, in order to increase our forest stocks and our forests, and also to enhance conservation, because we are heavily reliant on the natural resource base, both for economic development, for social and cultural issues, for indigenous knowledge purposes. I think those who are in Kenya, we are aware that the Kaya forests are sacred forests, and many others. We also have forest dwellers, and we also have forest neighboring communities that are heavily reliant on forest. And forests are significant contributors to both, when degraded, to enhancing our vulnerability and increasing our emissions, and when well conserved, to addressing adaptation and mitigation and increasing revenue through both timber and non-timber forest products and services which we gain. So there are also other initiatives beyond the REDD+ movement, the REDD+ framework, that relate to addressing forests. This includes restoration of landscapes. Kenya, among other countries, is currently participating in restoration of landscapes as an initiative, because as we may be aware that Kenya being significantly with a large percentage of 80% arid and semi-arid land, our dryland forests take time to grow and mature and provide the necessary carbon stock that we may need vis-a-vis the other services that are very rich within the greater ASAL landscapes. And therefore the restoration, the comprehensive restoration of the landscapes, way beyond only addressing the forest cover, is very important towards addressing all aspects of environmental management, including addressing climate change. So I want to talk about the challenges, and this particular slide is blank. And I left it blank because this is where we're going to discuss what you think would be some of the challenges that we may face or are facing with regards to addressing climate change. And I'll populate it and share it as a slide that we will work with. But in essence, the key challenges, as I will mention some and you'll help me to add more, which we may turn around from challenges to opportunities, will be with regards to enhancing environmental and climate change knowledge, awareness, and positive attitudes of the citizenry and the global community. The skeptics of climate change abounded. Gradually, as the impacts become evident, the percentages are reducing. But even those of us who are not skeptical of climate change are aware that it's actually taking place and have acknowledged it. We are individually or institutionally not taking the commendable actions to address climate change. For instance, at individual level, there are decisions that you can make that can help to minimize your carbon footprint. Within the construction sector, we have what we call a green building code, where as NEMA, we have built what we call green buildings that use sustainable materials, make use of natural lighting as much as possible, natural cooling through proper orientation, and sustainable materials suitable for that particular area where the green building is put, and as much as possible recycle the construction waste and tap the water that comes from the roof catchment and the surface catchment to do greening, including usage of alternative building materials. That is one step where we can green our sector. And other challenges as African countries, we have other development priorities that compete with the finances, with the technical skills, with the infrastructure that we have to address development priorities in addition to addressing climate change. Again, developing countries are the least contributors. Some of the developing countries, I must say, including Kenya and Africa, towards the greenhouse gas emissions, yet we face the brunt of addressing climate change. So we are vulnerable, but we must address. So the challenges that we have a priority to be supported, the world is facing triple challenges as well as addressed in UNEA: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. All these compete for resources. How can we seek ways of utilizing that which is there in terms of means of implementation to be able to enhance our survival, to be able to develop on a pathway that is less carbon intensive, and to meet the needs of the citizenry. So I'll stop here and leave the space. It's 3:30 by my, is it? Yes, I think I've left a few minutes for discussion. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. N, for a very detailed presentation that actually practicalizes some of these discussions here by giving, firsthand and really tangible things that are happening on the ground. Thank you so much for such a solid presentation. And without wasting any time, what I would like to do then is to open up the floor to any questions, suggestions, or thoughts. I'll start from this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? And I'll ask that we keep our questions concise and as short as possible, so that, because there seems to be a whole lot of interest and a lot of hands up, so we want to create as much time as possible for everybody. Please, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Faithfulness Joshua.
Sorry, colleagues, can we respect the speaker? Allow him to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Faithfulness Joshua from Kenya. I've sat through the discussion, and of course, I would like to highlight something from day one. Much as we have had our presentation, I'd like to, of course, highlight on an issue that was raised earlier in the sessions around on Tuesday, when we were talking about the political influence in matters of climate change and environment conservation. So yesterday, there's a developing story about yesterday when one of course, the leading presidential candidates was making his manifesto. And in his manifesto, he highlighted on, of course, the climate change and environmental impact. What I'd like to highlight is what he said was that his team was to plant, of course, 5 million acreage of trees and build industries out of solid waste, beginning with especially Nairobi, because Nairobi is where we do face challenges with climate change. And what I would like to ask Dr. Anna is, how is NEMA prepared to advance this initiative and make sure it is implemented? And secondly, I would like to, of course, talk about the initiative by the same team that highlighted on having electric motorcycles and electric vehicles being rolled out in the city. And what I would like to also add on is, and ask you is, what do you think will be the outcome of this initiative?
Thank you. The next one. I think the other three, if you could stand so that we don't have the mistake of giving the mic to someone who wasn't there. I think we've got 4 more. Yes. Make it quick, please.
Okay.
Short and precise.
My name is Mayao Gitsamba from Malawi. When it comes to policy making and development, mostly in Africa, young people are less involved. So I want to ask from Dr. Anna, I want to learn how are young people in Kenya involved in policy making, or how are young people in Kenya were involved in climate change policy making processes. Thank you.
Thank you. And a very key question that you asked, Dr. Anna, and it's something that I'd also noted to say, maybe if you could also touch on how the community engagement process is there, because we had a lot of high level, but we'll also maybe touch on the community level. Next one, please. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anna, for the good presentation.
My name is Elvis Kadama from Uganda. Since my childhood, I grew up knowing that trees gives us oxygen and we give them carbon dioxide. But when I try to look around, we are losing the greening across Africa. My question is, why is it hard for government agencies, especially NEMA, because even in my country we have NEMA and National Forestry Authority, failing to give out different tree species for free to the locals, and then task climate activists to follow up with education and awareness so that we can promote the greening which we used to have during your days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elvis. The next one, please.
Voilà, bonsoir à tout le monde. Moi, je vais parler en français.
Do you have access to the interpretation, Dr. Anne?
Is he speaking in French?
Yes, right, in French, right?
Yeah.
Yes, he's going to be speaking in French.
Maybe after he has finished. I have limited French comprehension. When he's finished, somebody can translate, if you don't mind.
All right, I'll try and listen in here, then maybe summarize it to you.
Okay.
There's translation online, though. If you go on interpretation, then you choose the English. Let me know when you hear it. You can go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Voilà, bonsoir madame et bonsoir à tout le monde. Et moi je réponds au nom de Vayenga Dozo de la République de Guinée. Et voilà, je voulais juste faire une précision par rapport à la présence des sociétés minières en Afrique et plus particulièrement en Guinée. Et je pense que la présence des sociétés minières participe très négativement sur la dégradation du couvert végétal et aussi vraiment sur les conditions de vie de la population africaine. Par rapport à la mise en place le plan de gestion environnementale, les études d'impact environnemental et social, les consultations communautaires et tant d'autres. Pour vous, en tant qu'une spécialiste vraiment dans ce domaine, quelles sont les propositions que vous pouvez vraiment faire en faveur non seulement pour la population africaine et le continent entier? Je vous remercie.
Did you get that well, ma'am? And then the last one, then we'll then to just give I think there was a lady. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Madam, for your presentation. I'm Michel Yamego from Burkina Faso. Michel, c'est pas Micheline, please. Okay.
Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead, my brother. We don't have time.
Thank you. Okay. Identify risk is an important first step, but it's not sufficient to. Throughout think step to deal with it is an essential step. Knowing risk about is not the same. Doing something about risk. My question is that do you exist a natural system to prevent and manage mitigation the risk?
Sorry, if I get you right, you're saying, do they have a natural system to do what?
Yeah. Atténuer en fait les risques en fait. Voilà.
Okay. How about this? The last part, just say it in French for the translator, so she gets it quite well.
Okay.
Okay.
Ok, ma question c'est de savoir, est-ce que il existerait des systèmes naturels d'atténuation, bien sûr, des risques de changement climatique en fait? Merci.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, Dr. Ann, I think maybe for those 5, maybe if you can respond, then we can cross over to the other section of the room also to get some more questions. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope I'm audible.
Your volume is a little low. I don't know if you can increase your volume or speak a little closer to your mic.
Oh, can you hear me now?
The volume is low. I don't know whether it's on our side or from your side. Maybe you can increase your volume.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. We're straining, but we will try. Right?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'll project
Go ahead,
my
ma'am.
voice. I'll project my voice. The first question was with regards to the climate change and impacts and the political agenda of one of the presidential candidates with regards to tree planting. Increasingly, our campaign has been less of not tree planting, but more of tree nurturing. We do a lot of tree planting. We leave them somewhere, they dry up and they die, or they are eaten off by goats and other browsers, and that becomes the end of it. So what, as an authority, we are doing together with the Kenya Forest Service and the Ministry of Environment is what we are calling Adopt a Tree, where once you plant a tree, take some time and make it your project to ensure that this tree seedling grows beyond that initial phase where you put it in the ground and you take a few photos, to ensuring that it is able to grow to be a real tree that will contribute towards the forest. And we have several initiatives with both institutions, primary, secondary, tertiary institutions. The university setup, we have the Green Universities Network. We also have the regional centers of excellence for training where NEMA participates and collaborates with the tertiary institutions to ensure that this gospel is spread. The next question was regard of electric motor vehicles and what is the outcome. I lived in 2 countries, both the UK and in China, and especially China. Electric motorcycles are significantly adopted as a means of travel, and they have significantly contributed to, 1, easing mobility, which is and also reducing the emissions. And the more we adopt it, because increasingly most African countries now have motorcycles, the ones that use fuel, if we are able to change those to be electric, then we would significantly reduce our carbon footprints, both as the users and also those that own those motorcycles. And actually now, especially in Kenya, where the price of fuel has gone higher, that will be savings in the pocket also for the border riders, as we call them. The question from Malawi was, were the youths involved in making all these policy and legislative frameworks? Yes, it is enshrined in the Constitution, and also because I've been fortunate enough to participate in formulation of the Climate Change Act, the Climate Change Action Plan, the Climate Change Policy, and the NDC. We have always had youth representation, and not only youth, but also civil society representation. And I think PACJA can testify to this, and Kenya Climate Change Working Group, if they're in the room, and other non-state actors, including private sector, because we have councils. When we make laws, we normally have a task force, and the task force must have representation in all those categories as is required of law. Has community engagement been there? Why I didn't share the community engagement is because I knew that the PACJA has shared a lot of that, but if they have not, then yes, we do work with the communities, because the environment is large. As a state actor, especially for us who are a regulator, it is impossible to be able to regulate the environment without collaboration with all actors. And we do at various levels, where we are allowed to work, and also collaborating bilaterally, including regionally. In East Africa, for compliance purposes, because we are a regulator, we have an East African compliance network where we collaborate for environmental matters. The next question related to the loss of the green space and about giving free seeds. Seedling propagation, for those who have tried to nurture a tree seedling, is an expensive affair. A lot of research goes into it, even if it is indigenous knowledge research. There are people who
run tree seedlings using their own indigenous and on-the-job training, and they are very good at it. You see them on our roadsides, you buy seedlings from them and they survive. At the research level, research is done with that. I think as a business initiative that also promotes community action, youth action, civil society action, it may not be possible to give all the citizenry of Africa free seedlings, but we can be able to access quality seedlings through collaboration where the training on seedling propagation is done for free. K-Free, I know they do that. They have farmer field schools where they train farmers on their budget, whether it's donor or government, and then the farmers then learn how to take care of seeds. Seed collection as a start. I know that Wildlife Direct, which works in Voi, they have a carbon project. They train women groups, collect seeds, because that's where the starting point is, tree seeds, and then they train them how to nurture them, store them, and propagate them to seedlings, and then distribute. So I think we may not get them for free, but we can get them at an affordable rate where we are able to plant them. And one simple thing which I learned from one island is that during the fruit season, they recommend that all citizenry, when you eat seeded fruits, don't throw your seed in the dustbin. Throw it out in the land. And over time, the self-nurture and grow. And then they are propagated, the good ones are able to grow. And that is what I thought was a very good practice. I don't know whether it was from, I think from the Philippines, where they are recommended during the seed season that they don't throw the seeds in the dustbin, but throw them out in the soil. So if it's an avocado seed, as long as it's not hitting somebody, put it in where you know that if the seed grows, it will contribute. The next one is regard to mining. Kenya is increasingly growing within the mining sector, the extractive sector, that's what we call it. And yes, both artisanal and professional mining significantly contributes to environmental degradation if it is not well managed. And what we do is from the start, before mining starts, we input the environment and social safeguards of EIA, environmental impact assessment, putting in place the mitigation plans to address the actions. Where the mining has already taken place, what we are doing now through collaboration with very many partners, including the UNDP and other players, is training miners on environmental restoration. Mining, within the law, what is there? We have two current legislations within also the extractive sector. That is the deposit bonds, where the person who wants to start a mining project deposits a certain amount of money with the authority, saying that once he finishes, he will restore the environment. If he does, he gets back his money. If he doesn't, that money is used for environmental restoration. And then we also have the one for, within the Environment Act of Kenya, we have a clause for environmental restoration fund, where resources are utilized for environmental restoration. And coupled with that goes with the training of artisanal miners, and not only artisanal, but also the professional miners. The other question related to risk, the one which was spoken in French, there was no translation coming through, but it was with regards to how can we be able to mitigate risk, management of risk within the climate change risk in order to enhance mitigation.
Sorry, ma'am. It was more specifically on natural. Do we have natural systems to mitigate? I think that's how he worded it. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, we do. Then, yes, the environment. Am I losing you? Sorry. The environment in its natural state is able to self-adjust. Unfortunately, and I think you saw a lot of hype about this during the peak COVID season when we were under lockdown. There was a lot of information that the earth was healing. It was getting better. But in a natural state, in the current state, which we call the business as usual, and that will be our natural, therefore, our current business as usual scenario is not able to mop up all the carbon or the greenhouse gases we are emitting without putting into place measures to mitigate them. If we must have natural leaving the earth to adjust by itself, then we will have to stop quite a number of activities that we are currently doing in the manner in which we are doing them. So for example, we will have to go green development and let the earth heal itself. But if we are using the current brown path, which we are in largely, where we are fossil fuel intensive, we're deforesting, where we are degrading our soils, where we are heavy on poor waste management, then we shall not be able to naturally mitigate in the current dispensation. But just to touch on, I think I skipped the question on waste management, which was one of the presidential candidates' agenda. The country is embracing a circular economy approach to waste management, which we all know, where as much as possible, we at design stage, we at much as possible design products that have less carbon footprint. We redesign, through rethinking of our initiatives, and we reuse, recycle, and what can be, which we don't need, we can give it to the next industry which needs it through what we call industrial symbiosis. This is already being practiced in Kenya, in the Ruaraka business community, where the industries in Ruaraka have entered into a symbiotic relationship where one industry's waste becomes another industry's raw material. And that cycles it and reduces the carbon footprint and also the waste of those places. Within the organic sector, because like, for example, Nairobi, 70% of our waste is organic. That would be very good manure if we wanted to make good use of it through the initial first step as a citizen to sort our waste at our level. Once the waste is sorted at domestic, institutional, or whichever level, then it can actually be reused, recycled, and even sold for business. Waste is money, but the initial step of sorting has to be done. Because for those who are in the waste business, they know the challenge of receiving waste which is commingled, then you have to start sorting it to look for your recyclables. It's a very dirty process. We can make it less dirty without even having to regulate it, because there's money in recycling. Actually, the greatest sayings ever said is that the thinkers of the future, the wealthiest of the future, will be those that will find solutions to environment challenges of today. The environment challenges of today are pollution, climate change, and biodiversity loss. That's where the money is. If you get the solution, you are swimming in it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm trying to wrap this up within the next 5 minutes, so to make way for the last presentation. So I'll take 5 more from this side. I see one. If you can combine the two of you next to each other, you'll be the first there. Then the lady here, the gentleman there, and if you guys two can combine, and then maybe I can take him on this side. That makes actually 6 questions. Yes, you two can combine, that's fine. If you can try, please. We only have 5 minutes, so I would like us to be short and concise to give Dr. Ann ample time to respond. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm Emma from Kenya, and my question is...
Sorry, if you could speak up a little bit, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm Emma from Kenya, and my question is, as the leading environmental agency in Kenya, what are you guys doing to push forward the review of the Kenyan education curriculum so as to integrate climate change content?
So that's the curriculum for climate change, what's being done. The next question, please. That was brilliant, very short and concise.
Good evening. My name is Manasiti from Kenya. And my question to Dr. Ann is, what is the role of the county government in the implementation of these regulations? And what are your general views about Kenya's implementation of these policies and acts? Do you think they are well implemented? And what are the challenges, the biggest challenges that you can identify from the implementation of these policies? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have the two here. Yes. Then you can come after them.
Hello, my name is Veridiana from Tanzania. I would like to ask about the mitigation measures. As we know, most of the time when you talk about climate change, women are mentioned to be more vulnerable and to be mostly affected group. So from the mitigation, I would like to know how they directly address women as the most special group. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try to make it short as soon as possible. My name is Florida from Tanzania. Madam Anne spoke about the cars that we are using in Tanzania that are helping to reduce carbon. And one of the most famous cartoonists from Tanzania, Masoud Kipanya, invented Tanzanian electronic first car in the name of, for the love of made in Tanzania, of which most of small young youth, they have big ideas of which we can use them, and they will make a bigger impact to our environment by protecting the environment. But how are you helping those small inventors to make their ideas grow and make a very big impact to our environment? Thank you.
That's more on innovation promotion in terms of innovations coming up within the climate change side, right? Thank you. Your answer.
Hello, please, I will speak in Portuguese. Put your mood and translate. Please take your phone.
Are you linked into your Portuguese interpretation, ma'am, or English? Dr. Anne?
I have put on the English translation.
Go ahead, sir.
A doutora Ana falou sobre os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Queria saber da parte da doutora Ana, de modo honesto, qual é a convicção que tem em relação ao cumprimento dessa agenda, que é bastante ambiciosa. Como sabe, a agenda vai até 2030 e já estamos em 2022, há 8 anos para o prazo da agenda, e até o momento não beneficiamos do financiamento. Então, queria saber da parte da doutora Anne, se acha que efetivamente os governos africanos vão conseguir cumprir com essa agenda. Se não conhecer a realidade dos países africanos, pelo menos falar sobre a realidade aqui no Quênia.
Sorry, is anyone getting the English translation? Right, the English translation is not on.
Please, my colleague translate for you. Come.
Translation team, is everything okay? No, they're saying it's okay. Try again, let's go again.
I can hear, but the last points he has mentioned, I've not heard.
Yes, just, yeah.
Last point?
Yes.
Okay. My last point maybe is, a agenda ambiciosa, estamos há 8 anos do documento da agenda, Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, agenda 2030. A ANE acha que os países africanos são capazes de cumprir essa agenda muito próximo e até o momento não beneficiamos do financiamento por parte do Ocidente. Se não conhecer a realidade dos países africanos, podia falar da realidade, pelo menos, queniana. Obrigado.
Okay. Thank you. And I think I was generous, yes, for you. Make it quick. Then Dr. Anne, we've got about 5 minutes then for you to respond and wrap it up. Then we move to the next presentation.
Ok. Kevin de Madagascar, je vais aller en français. Je vais faire assez vite. En fait, je travaille beaucoup avec la communauté locale à Madagascar, surtout dans le sud, et je suis pas du tout dans les questions forestières et tout, mais il y a une question que je voudrais poser, puisqu'on a parlé de mécanisme RED plus tout à l'heure. En fait, chez nous, peut-être aussi pour l'ensemble de l'Afrique, il y a beaucoup de communautés locales. Il y a beaucoup de communautés locales qui militent et qui essaient de protéger les forêts. Et pourtant, ces communautés-là ils font quand même l'activité, même en dépit de leur activité financière, etc. Ce sont des personnes assez pauvres qui n'ont pas du tout eu accès à des études ni quoi que ce soit. Donc ma question est la suivante. Je me suis renseigné par rapport à l'accès de financement lié au mécanisme RED Plus là, et j'ai pu voir qu'il y a beaucoup de démarches à faire pour avoir ces financements-là. Donc ma question c'est un peu générale. Il n'existe pas de facilitation pour ces petites communautés-là pour qu'ils puissent avoir aussi ce financement et après travailler plus efficacement et à côté avoir un petit budget aussi pour leurs activités. Voilà, merci.
Thank you for that question there. Dr. Ann, I'm hoping you got that. Without necessarily meaning to press you, but I would like maybe if we could wrap it up in 4 to 5 minutes. And of the 4 or 5 questions, I would like to think the gender one is also lenient on the one that the youth engagement process. So maybe if we couldn't spend, not that I'm saying it's too minute, but on those engagement processes you mentioned, but also to speak to the other issues there, maybe 1 minute each, so we can stick to time and move to the next presentation. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Okay, with regards to question 1 on review of the curriculum, Kenya is one of the first countries that was able to include climate change in its curriculum from both primary all the way to the tertiary level. Currently, the new curriculum for primary and secondary, which is known as the CBC, is climate mainstreamed, and climate change is taught as a subject from the very early childhood, where they start with what is weather, today was hot, tomorrow was sunny, and they sing along to that question. And the university setup, they teach environment and climate change as a course from both undergraduate to postgraduate level. Very many institutions, Kenyatta University is one of them, University of Nairobi, and many other centers. In terms of county government involvement, county governments of Kenya have taken very significant steps towards addressing climate change. With support from the National Drought Management Authority and the Adaptation Consortium, 33 counties of Kenya were among the first to start their county-based climate change legislation and climate change funds. Key among them that have been success stories, Isiolo County, Wajir County, Makueni County, they have made significant steps in the first phase. Currently, all 47 counties, with support from World Bank, are currently implementing what we know call FLOCA, which is financing for locally led climate action at the county level. FLLOCA, it is a project, Google it up, lots of money supporting counties to make they're starting at phase 1 to make policy legislative structures for the county level, and then institutional ones, and then implement climate action. Also, counties on their own volition are bilaterally collaborating with various players to implement climate change action. The next question with regards to mitigation for women, a lot is being done. I'm fortunate to serve as the designated national authority for carbon markets in Kenya, and quite a number of initiatives have been pro-women. Key among them were energy efficient cook stoves for those of us who grew up in the villages like me, lighting a 3-stone burner or an old tin jiko or stove was very hard. Energy efficient cook stoves have made life better, reduced indoor air pollution, improving overall health. We also have solar lighting devices that have made life bearable. We also have biogas systems for those who have animals, at least if you have 1 cow. I know I have inspected and gone to communities where just with 1 cow, they have biogas energy. In Kenya, in collaboration with the World Bank, the Climate Innovation Center, and KIRDI, touching on the question on technology, Kenya is a center for technology, and the Kenya Institute of Research Development, which is just a neighboring institution here by organization, is our national designated entity for the Climate Technology Center and Network. And by that, they are able to do technical backstopping for climate smart technologies. Secondly, Kenya hosts the Climate Innovation Center, which is based at Strathmore, and they give seed money to innovators, entrepreneurs coming up with climate solutions. And they're both, fortunately, they have websites you can get information on. to support on that. We also have, for women again, another gender bit is the one on seed propagation, to touch on the forestry issue for RED. In Kenya, the RED process is working through community forest associations. These are community-based forest associations which support you with regards to the monies go to the communities, the capacity building is done at community level, and the CFAs are a key component of the RED technical working groups of Kenya, because I know I participate in that, and I have worked with very many forest associations, including one which you call the overall body, which is the National Community Forest Association, which is called, which comes represent those who are not able to attend in person. The other question was with regards to the objectives of the SDGs. Are we meeting them? I think you have to map them individually per agenda goal at national level and also institutional level. On the climate change space, I must say that Kenya has made very significant steps towards addressing the climate change agenda. Are we on the press? The question was asked, do you think we are making progress? A lot of progress. I've been on this space 10 years now, and I have seen a lot of transformative change, not only from media, from research institutions, from universities, from youth. We had a very strong youth action when the Conference of Parties was held in Durban, South Africa. Over 200 Kenyans came by road from Kenya, Nairobi, to South Africa to attend the climate action. And also, we also participate and train them on climate action. Together with PACJA and the youth movement, we had a very active youth mobilizer. She's now late, Susie Wandera, who led the SASWAT. She was a champion of involving youth in climate action. We train them on carbon markets. We participate with them in negotiations. At negotiation level, Kenya has been the leader in championing of youth or negotiators or junior negotiators, and some of them have graduated to be senior negotiators. I think probably finance you were taught by Julius from Kenya. He's a former youth junior negotiator who is now a very senior negotiator. Fred Ouma of Transparency International was a junior negotiator, was graduated, is now a senior negotiator for Africa and for G77. Very commendable steps on involving the youth, the women, and all actors. Thank you very much, sir. I hope I have addressed all the questions.
Thank you, Dr. N, for the very rich, and I think colleagues here can agree that you've actually done a very good job in giving a synopsis of how the mapping of the different stakeholders and the partners that are key at a government level, working with civic society, can look like, which we can then use in our respective areas. Thank you very much, ma'am. And we appreciate the work you're doing and the knowledge sharing that you've imparted to us here. And we look forward to interacting with you guys and seeing the impact that you guys have in your communities. Thank you very much for taking time to talk to us. Have a good day, ma'am. And once more, another round of applause for Dr. N.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, ma'am. Without wasting much time, allow me to invite Professor Satish Kumar, who's going to come and bridge, some of the presentation we had, including to touch on the SDGs and other related issues. Prof, you've got 15 to 20 minutes. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Q. I think we had a depth of 1 hour from the morning session, so we are running tight. But we have been told that we should be able to finish by 4:30 so that you can get prepared for tomorrow's field trip. Before I start, I think time is flying, right? It was just like as if we had arrived in Nairobi, and it's already 1 week finished. So I think we have had excellent sessions throughout the week. Let's give a big hand to the PACJA team. So I have one question for you. So please raise the hand, those of you who know the date of the World Environment Day. Easy, right? Yeah. When is World Environment Day celebrated? Okay, no, I don't. I just asked who knows. Okay. So do you know, so I think, roughly 40% of us, we know that the World Environment Day is celebrated on June 5, right? So every year there is a new area that's being celebrated upon. So sometimes we work on plastic issues, forestry issues, and many, many issues. So anybody who can tell me why it is June 5? You are supposed to raise your hands. Anyway, anybody else? Did you hear what she said? Raise your hands. 1, 2. So she already mentioned. So we have 3. So 4 of us we know. She already mentioned. So yeah, you can. But why? Why 5 June?
5 juin parce que
Yeah.
5 juin parce que c'est en 1972 à Stockholm, c'est là qu'il y a eu la première conférence mondiale sur l'environnement.
Okay, excellent. So I think, he had the correct answer. So the Stockholm conference, I think many of you were taking notes, right? There are a lot of issues that we have to go back home and read, right? So for example, what we had Professor Seth talk about COP MOP. So we need to know, we know COP, but what is MOP? What is CMP? So likewise, what is carrying capacity? And so, we had a lot of notes now. We will dig deep into when we get back to home. But we also know that, generally speaking, I think, the environmental movement, they would say that it started in 1972, at least at global level, right? So we have heard again and again Stockholm conference from Mr. Ayele, the Swedish government representative, and others. So we had the first conference in Stockholm in 1972, and it started on June 5. So I just gave you an example that just because the conference started on June 5, we have the World Environment Day on June 5. So that means each of the conference has number of outputs, right? So the Stockholm conference had number of outputs, including the establishment of UNEP, and also there was a Stockholm Declaration and several others. So sometimes I think we were wondering this morning, we had a lot of questions, everything is global, why it's global, what are the impacts that these global conferences have, and how do we relate it with what we speak here? So you should understand that normally the agendas for the whole world, the globe, the earth that we live in, are fixed at global level, and it's fixed by countries, advocates, NGOs, and they advocate, and then it becomes an agenda. And then countries meet together to see how best we could address them. So I think the first slide actually gives you an idea. So usually the conference happens every 20 years. So it's 1972, and then we had 1992, and then 2012, yeah? So 1992, we call it Rio Summit, and in between we had 2002, we had a Johannesburg Summit, and then in 2012, we had Rio Plus 20 conference. So I suggest that all of you go and download the declarations made from those conferences. So they are very, very important. They have, say for example, now we talked about UNFCCC, right? United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So this word came up again and again. Then we said Paris Agreement. So who was a precursor to, what was the precursor to have UNFCCC? We saw in Professor Seth's presentation, right? So it was 1992 conference that brought out 3 multilateral environmental agreements, because we had been discussing about multilateral environmental agreements. But our primary concern at this point of time was about UNFCCC. But we also heard from our famous lawyer from Kenya. He said climate change is a wicked problem. So a lot of interdisciplinarity are there, right? So if you are working on forestry area, then you have to see which multilateral environmental agreement is addressing forestry issues. And then you have to mainstream climate change. You have to advocate for that. So if it is biodiversity, it is Convention on Biodiversity. If it is desertification, UNCCD, Convention on Desertification. So you have the UN Forest Forum. and you have a lot of multilateral agreements. So these conferences, they give a general direction for the world to look into, and for countries to make inroads into issues, right? So keep in mind that every 20 years these conferences happen, and there are a lot of outcomes from these conferences. So I will not elaborate, say for example 2012, what are the outcomes? I will not elaborate, but one important outcome is, that we have sustainable development goals, right? 17 sustainable development goals. We see the colorful wheel and we see the boxes. So they were initiated in 2012. So the negotiations happened for 3 years until we had the sustainable development goals. So you will have all the presentations. You will have all the presentations, and Sylvia and Mr. Philip and Mr. Charles have asked me to list down all of them to give you the links. So you will have a separate, full, comprehensive information of all these conferences. I'll be sending them to you. And we also talked about multilateral environmental agreements, and we had a number of doubts. Our Madagascarian colleague, sorry, I didn't get your name. Kevin was asking, the COPs, multilateral environmental agreements, we was raising number of questions. A lot of you were also raising number of questions. But one thing, this slide, what it shows is, the uptake of those multilateral environmental agreements increases with these international conferences. So there are a number of, you see from 1972, you can see that only few countries would have been parties, but in 1992, you will see more countries will go into those agreements. They will sign those agreements. So these international conferences have a big impact on how the countries are going to handle environmental issues. So there is a correlation, yeah? But then I think, as I said, you have a role in these multilateral environmental agreements. So multilateral means it's like many countries. So they are international because between nations, international, right? So you have a role in those things. So it's not just out of the blue that these agreements are made. So if you say UNFCCC, so in 1992, because before 1992, there were advocacy for more than 5 years, 6 years, and organizations like PACCHA, which push for having an agreement so that we can address those issues. So recently, you would know that this year, the heads of state and ministers of environment and other representatives from UN member states, they endorsed a historic resolution at the UN Environment Assembly, UNEA number 5, that's in March 2, in Nairobi, to end plastic pollution and forge an international legally binding agreement by 2024. So they have agreed. So plastic pollution is a big issue. Plastic pollution is also a climate change issue. If you look into how much carbon is emitted, and if you relate plastics with carbon, you will see that it's a very, very big issue. So starting this year until 2024, countries will negotiate to come up with an agreement to end plastic pollution. But I wanted to show you that, I wanted you to understand that it was this break free from plastic campaign that comprised more than 2,000 organizations that actually pushed for countries to take this up, right? So if you will hear some additional updates from Mr. Philip this evening. He will give you some questions, but now you need to think, okay, how can we also push an agenda that has not been taken up at international level, right? So in order to address some issue, you need to advocate. You need to see how you will form groups. So it is NGOs, it is individuals, it is organizations, it's even government. So we heard from excellent presentation from an expert from NEMA. So she also said, she mentioned 2 names, Julius and also Frederick Uma, whom I know from past 10 years. They were junior negotiators, then they are into the negotiations, serious negotiations. And Mr. Fred is a very young chap, but he is leading the main topic of climate negotiations, which is about transparency. So trying to see how much the developed countries have given money, who took it, where did it go, was it effective? So these kind of issues. So, even working for governments or even pushing the governments, you can take up a particular agenda. So we are discussing, it's not in a vacuum that sometimes, youngsters, when you think about big things, you are lost. So I'm just trying to say that, you have a role to play. It's just that you have to identify it. I think we have completed the first week. So maybe you will go back to the presentation what Mr. Julius mentioned on the first day, that you have to find your passion, you have to find your area. And remember that when it is climate change, it is at all levels. So you have to peg in. So suppose you are working at local level, still you are concerned about what's happening at the international level, right? And even if you are working at national level, then you have to peg it with what's happening at local level. You have to ensure that the community owns the projects, and then you also see what's happening at the international level. So all three levels, several levels, at continental level, so you have local, national, sub-regional, regional, and then international level. You will have to link it up. So you need to ensure that linkages, are in place. So you need to read a little bit more in your own specialized area to understand how to link that, yeah? So this is an issue that was also raised several times. Sometimes, you need to dig deep to get more information. So this is the latest information from 2020. So we have more than 1,300 multilateral agreements, 2,200 bilateral agreements, and almost 250 other sort of environmental agreements. So you see how difficult it becomes, right? So if you remember, Augustine had been telling us that, advocacy, he was asking us to go into issues, and as it gets complex, and he wanted us to understand things. So even the multilateral environmental agreements, there are so many. So it also brings a big, I would say, an issue to national government. So how do we keep track of all these things? So climate change is also discussed on many other multilateral environmental agreements. So we have the chemicals pollution, we have the Rotterdam Convention, which talks about pollution. So how do we ensure that we also discuss about climate change in those conventions? So it becomes a little bit complicated, but you need to map out. So if you identify, say, for example, you are working on plastic pollution at local level, then you have to identify what are the multilateral agreements that I will have to target, that I will have to attend, and that I will have to advocate, and that I will have to network. So you need to map it out, yeah? So you will get this information. There is a very good site that has been developed by one American university where you have a comprehensive information of all multilateral environmental agreements. I'll send you the links. And also agencies. So it's just to show you the complexity. So, when it comes to climate change, now UNEP, because we are in Nairobi. By the way, UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, is the only UN agency that has been established in Global South. So that can also give you an indication how power plays between North and South, right? So that's the only environmental agency that has been established in Global South. There are interesting literatures that has been written how the Kenyan diplomats were very shrewd and worked intensively so that at least this one can come to the Global South. So you have a lot of agencies too. So it's not only the agreements, but you have agencies. You have UNEP, say, for example, you have UNDP, you have WHO, you have so many other organizations working on climate change. So when you, at national level, when you go back to your countries, just map out the institutions, map out the agencies, national, international, that works on the issue that you want to address, and then see how best to target them with the advocacy, yeah? So I think just let us have a raise of hands. How many of you are aware of the definition of sustainable development? Most of you? So roughly like 10%? We all know, yeah? So, it is these big conferences that also give tasks to individuals or organizations to come up with definitions, to come up with action points, to come up with, a list of activities that we can do. So UN gave the responsibility to Brundtland. She used to be the prime minister in one of the Nordic countries, to come up with this report. That's also free for download. Just have a look at the report. Our common future, where the sustainable development was defined. So, when we talk about sustainable development, we talk about Brundtland, right? She's a lady. We have a lot of inspirations from this group. I had been hearing all of your questions, and we have many Brundtlands in this group. So you should also understand, beyond institutions, beyond advocacy, individuals matter, right? So the next slide clearly shows you that individuals matter, right? One individual can change. So through advocacy, through policy, analysis, policy outputs, you can do a lot of things. So I think you all know who is here on the left side, on the right side of the screen, right? So when is the Wangari Maathai Day celebrated? How many of you know when is African Environment Day celebrated? We know that it is June 5, World Environment Day. When is African Environment Day celebrated? Yeah? So it's March 3. So it's both African Environment Day and Wangari Maathai Day is celebrated on March 3. Go to African Union website. You have all the information, what's being done every year. I think you need to slowly link into the processes that are happening in the country and in the continent. Yeah? And who's in the middle? And who's on this left side? I'll give you a prize. Anybody who can say who's on the left side and who's in the middle? Not you, sir. Later on. Yes?
It's a wild guess, but there is a lady who wrote the book Silent Spring.
Okay, excellent. So you get a prize. So this is, who is it?
No, but I just know the book. I don't remember the name. But Silent Spring, and I can't tell the story of the book it was about.
Okay, so Rachel Carlson, our colleague here, mentioned the name, but both of you get a prize. So she wrote the first book that's called, it's the first book that helped to push for advocacy in the US. So it's called Silent Spring. The spring became silent because the sparrows and the birds were not chirping because they had been affected because of high rate of pesticide use, especially DDT. And who's in the middle? Anybody? So this is Mr. Maurice Strong. He is no more, unfortunately, due to old age, he passed away. But he is the one who established UNEP. But I want you to go and have a look into his life history, because originally he was a security officer in the UN in New York. So he was always opening the doors for people to come in, and go in, And then he said, why should I keep opening the door? Let me go in and make decisions. So he went back to his country, Canada, and he became a very big businessman. And he also became the director of Canadian International Development Agency. And from there, he influenced the international processes. He was the first Secretary General of the Stockholm Conference. He played very strategic, he was very strategic to make the conference a success. And he was the first executive director of UNEP. From security officer to being the first executive director of UNEP. So I think, individuals matter. So, for you to introspect your actions and upscale it, I think it's important. There are a lot of inspirations. Anyway, so we know the definition of sustainable development. So anybody, can you spell it? What is it? Yeah? Because that's the definition that every single multilateral environmental agreement wants to follow and wants to do. Yeah.
Actually, I'm Sabrina from Kenya. Actually, sustainable development was defined in the Brundtland Commission as meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the needs of the future generation.
So, as a lawyer, can you give a little bit elaboration?
So actually, we conserve the environment for the
So you can talk to your colleagues, turn like this and talk to them. Yeah, do that. You are going to be in the court very soon.
Yeah, inshallah. So actually, we conserve the environment for the benefit of the present generation, which raises the principle of intragenerational equity and the preservation of the climate and the environment for the future generation, which raises the point of intergenerational equity. Yeah, so the benefits of the preservation of the climate is for the benefit of the present and the future generations, without compromising either. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. Let's give her a big hand. So, it's the ability to meet the needs of the future generation without compromising. The ability to meet the current generation needs without compromising the future generations' ability to meet their own needs. So, if I am enjoying, this temperature, then the future generation should also enjoy the same temperature. So, we have to take care of the earth, right? So, I think, one question that it should come to your mind is when we talk about future generation, is it 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, 100 years? So keep that in mind and dig. And when we say, is it in perpetuity? Should we keep the earth in perpetuity as we have it now, right? So, but I like this definition. This is from Mr. Scanlon. He used to work for UNEP and now he's working for African Park. So the economy working for sustainable development, environment as the foundation of sustainable development. So, you see the environment is the base. I think our Professor Godwin and others have been emphasizing this. So without environment, there are no any pillars, right? There is no society. There's no economy because we were talking about migration, right? We were talking about risk mitigation. We were talking about conflicts, because when the foundation is disturbed, then your society is disturbed, your economy is disturbed. For us in Africa, I think environment is sustainable development. Environment is the base. Environment is the economy, right? So because many of our countries, we have 80% of our population also depending on agriculture. So it is very obvious that we have to take care of the environment if we have to take care of the society and the economy. So I have very few more slides, like 3, 4. Okay, now I think, you were hearing a lot of principles. Like, for example, now our friend here, the soon-to-be famous climate lawyer in Kenya, she just talked about intergenerational equity. And then you heard somebody talk about CBDR, right? Common but differentiated responsibility, and RC, respective capabilities. And so where do these principles come from? So remember the first slide, I told you that there are international conferences. These conferences actually discuss and agree upon certain principles. So there is a Stockholm Declaration with 26 principles from Stockholm Conference. Moving to 1992 Rio Conference, we have 27 principles. They are called Rio Principles. And it is based on those principles, most of the negotiations are happening. So I think it's very important that you download right away Rio Principles. All of the principles are important, but I'm just giving you a gist of a couple of like 3, 4 principles. So the first one is the principle of sustainable development. So the right to development must be fulfilled so as to equitably meet development and environmental needs of present and future generations. So you remember we hear the discussions about environment and development, the conflict between environment and development. We had a presentation which clearly says that, there were a lot of negotiations. So this is one principle. The second one, I think you have heard about it very well. This is principle 7 of Rio Principle, which is common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities. You just Google Rio Declaration and download it in your mobile. Have it in your mobile all the time, because those are the fundamental principles. Even if you become a negotiator, I'm sure many of you are going to be negotiators, but even if you become a negotiator, you still have to go back to this principle to negotiate. And this is another important principle, principle number 10, access to information, access to judicial review, and public awareness, public participation, effective access to judicial and administrative proceedings. So there are three important things in this principle, which is public awareness and access to information. So think about polluting river, river that is polluting, that's running adjacent to your home. Can you go as a citizen and ask your environmental protection agency with the information about how much that river is polluted? They should not ask you, bring a stamp, bring a signature, which organization you are working. As a citizen, you have the right to access to information. So if this principle is kept, most of our problems will be solved. Because usually we are out of information, right? Because usually they mask the information, so we don't know as a citizen what happens. The next one, effective access to judicial and administrative proceedings. So let us say that you got the information and you find that the river that runs adjacent to your home is highly polluted. Can you go to the EPA and tell them, no, this is polluted and it's above the standards that you have fixed. Please ensure that these industries are stopped. Will they listen to you? The third one, okay, if they did not listen, can you go to the court and ask the court to give them a decision to the Environmental Protection Authority to stop that pollution? If these three things happen, you will have a very healthy environment and you have to strive for that. So you have a picture here that's called, that's from RS Convention. So the European Union states, because they have interlinked environment just like us, they have made it into a multilateral environmental agreement among European states. So even a German citizen can get the information from Austria if he or she feels that the smoke from Austria is disturbing them. They have a border. So it is so in Latin America, they are also trying to have similar conventions, yeah? Okay, the one here, principle number 16 of Rio, we know that we have been hearing about it, polluters pay principle. But the one on the top is also a very important principle, which is called precautionary principle. You have to take precaution. If you know that the water that you're letting out from your home is going to impact somebody else, you have to take precaution to stop it, right? So I will not elaborate, but just have a thorough look into that principle and read through it, because understand that if you do not have full scientific certainty, it should not be also used as a reason to say that, okay, I did not know, I did not have full information, so that's why I polluted. You cannot say that. If you have reasonable doubt that an act is going to pollute, you have to stop it. So it's within countries, amongst countries. So you can try to see how you apply this principle to the climate change issue. And Kevin asked why, the cops are not working. They are in a coma, right? And you will see that it's basically because of this principle. So by the way, these conferences that I talked to you about, so when somebody is talking about history of sustainable development, when somebody is talking about history of international environmental law, when somebody is talking about, sustainable development conferences, it's the same thing. So once when you when you are thorough with these big conferences and the declarations that come out of it, then you are already into the groove, right? So it's the same thing. History of international environmental law, history of sustainable development, it's all the same thing. So the countries are the ones who are agreeing for those principles, right? So everybody sits. So you know how things work in UN. It's based on consensus. So even if one country out of 198 says, okay, I don't want this, it's not in the paper. So everybody has agreed on one principle. That's principle number 2 in Rio Declaration, which actually hinders cooperation. So what does this principle say? States have, in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and the principles of international law, the sovereign right to exploit their own resources pursuant to their own environmental and developmental policies, and the responsibility to ensure the activities within their jurisdiction or control do not cause damage to the environment of other states or of areas beyond the limits of national jurisdiction. So basically they say that we have the right to do whatever we want to do in the country, just that we have to take some sort of responsibility so that others are not affected. So this principle is the one that hinders development in international law, which our lawyer, gave a presentation about yesterday. So one thing we also know that now we have the latest statistics, 1,300 multilateral environmental agreements, so many things, but not all are successful because they are not meeting the objective. Only one, as I told you, meets the objective. We heard Mr. Mustafa Tolba's name yesterday. From whom? Okay, that's fine. But from whom did we hear? We heard it from Professor Seth. He was talking, he was mentioning those names, right? So this is Mr. Mustafa Tolba. Unfortunately, he also passed away. He's an Egyptian, as our friend just mentioned. And he was the longest serving executive director of UNEP for 17 years. And he oversaw many multilateral environmental agreements. He was a very, very successful executive director of UNEP, who has helped the environmental conservation across the globe. So I had an opportunity. I was very lucky to meet him in person and be in a hall where he was giving a speech for one whole day. And then I had an opportunity also to inquire with him. And then a couple of people inquired with him. And then, that's his quote: "If you don't get it all, don't lose it all." So when he started negotiations and when the Montreal Protocol was signed, only it was assumed that only 5% of the protocol will be successful. So, and everybody were shouting at him, "Why did you agree for this? Just 5%? There is a big hole. You are not good. You have been sold out, and you just sold out the whole UNEP to the industrial lobby, this and that," and they were shouting at him. But he said within 25 years, he was able to capture 100%, because what he was telling is that if you don't get it all, don't lose it all. So he said, just put your hand in there, enter yourself, and then, advocate to make it, convince people. And I think what he mentioned was, and another important point was that the involvement of businesses. When businesses understood there was a big opportunity to make money in having new equipments, refrigerators and air conditioning machines, which does not use CFC, then immediately they did it. So that was the reason. So I like that quote, to be optimistic all the time. And we know that I said that we have to be linked globally, right? Because what happens at global level impacts what we do at national level. So this was the news from yesterday. I don't know how many people read through this news, which has a very big bearing on the advocacy that you will do. So what's the news? One news: the court in USA ruled against EPA, Environmental Protection Authority, to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from existing coal and gas-fired power plants. So what does that mean for us? More loss and damage, more problems, communities affected. So how can we advocate for this? So you need to come up with innovative means. So it was a very, very drastic and a shattering information that we got yesterday. At the same time, we also had the Brazil's Supreme Court ruled that Paris Agreement is a human rights treaty. And there is a big problem with the forest in Brazil. So if it becomes a human rights treaty, if the Supreme Court says that, then you have a respite for the environmental defenders, which Professor from Glasgow University was mentioning to us. By the way, you should also look into some statistics which are also scary, and there are people who lose their life doing advocacy. Yeah? When Professor was mentioning about environmental defenders, there are more than 150 environmental defenders killed last year, and recently 2 of them in Brazil. Even they are from UK. So the UK environmental defenders were also killed in Brazil. So you see, these two things are impacting us, right? The US court's decision will impact us. Do you agree? So that's why you need to be linked up in your own area. You need to, when you identify your own passion, then you see how in that issues, how it is linked globally. Okay. You will be surprised. I think, the first time when I saw this cartoon, I thought that it is done like in 2000s, but this was done in 1972 for the Stockholm conference. I think it has much relevance even now, right? We have only one Earth and it is traveling, but you will see somebody is trying to see what's ahead of us. This guy trying to cut the ship, and somebody, getting down the flag, and somebody is having a big axe. So it indicates the different views of nation states. And it's in 1972. So how foresighted was that cartoonist, when he did this? And I tried to also, art is also a way of advocacy. Art is a tool for very good advocacy. So I was observing Professor Bond's presentation, and I found that he used a lot of Zapiro's cartoons, and I found that he's a very famous South African cartoonist who actually does a lot of advocacy. So he did this in 1997 I think, 2007, if I am not wrong, which talks about 1992 conference. So 72 conference, you saw the cartoon. 92 is also like that. Zapiro also wrote it, did a cartoon for Paris Agreement. So you can see that keep researching, sir, a good sincere speech and no one will notice. But they are taking coal into the conference. So, it gives you a good sense of what's happening actually with these international conferences. I think this is why we are trying to advocate, because section of our global brothers and sisters are just like ostriches. They have put their head into sand. They seem to be not aware of what's happening. At least they don't want to accept the reality. I think what we need to do is to advocate to ensure that they just put their head out of the sand, and to really know what's happening. So I think I stop here. I just wanted to give you an overall idea of what Professor Bond was presenting. I just gobbled up this, put together this presentation so that you understand the context of where we are discussing. So the international big conferences, which gives birth to multilateral environmental agreements. And those multilateral environmental agreements and the agencies, they are multifold, right? So if you choose your area, then you have to know which are the agencies that you have to target at national level, regional level, which are the multilateral environmental agreements that you look into, right? And then you should also look into the principles, because those are fundamentals. So you have got a lot of readings to do when you get back to home, and you have the very good WhatsApp, we are in a WhatsApp group. So don't hesitate to ask any of us, me or Professor Godwin or Charles or Mr. Philip or anybody or Mr. Q. So you can keep asking questions until you get ready. But remember that individuals matter. And I am envisaging to see many of you being, your photos also being presented to many people in the future generation, that you have made successful inroads into environmental conservation movement. So thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Prof, for tying that up. And I think you guys agree that, PAGJ is really stepping up here. I think, no doubt, all of you are very knowledgeable about your areas, but I think they're stepping it up where, there's a difference between knowledge and wisdom. This is a space where your knowledge now is being turned for you to be wise within that area by tying them up from the different sectors where it all makes sense. And you can speak more wisely and more in depth about that area of speciality, that you're working in. Without further much ado, I would like to invite the last speaker of the day, who's going to wrap it up by giving us some instruction. Oh, you guys want to ask some questions? No questions here. I think he already spoke and said if you want to ask any questions, he's there in the group. He was just simply tying up what already was said, okay? So You're getting too wise now. Too much wisdom is a problem also. But without much wasting too much time, allow me to invite the head of policy and programming, Mr. Philip, to give us some instructions and wrap up the day. And I thank you so much for being a fantastic crowd, and have a good day. Mr. Philip, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. For elders, wisdom usually starts to emerge around this hour, and that is why Prof. Statshid would have continued for quite some time, and that is the time when elders deliver wisdom in African cultural societies. In European societies, it could be something else. I used to 8 workshops in Bangladesh, India, Nepal, and those countries. Because when you are finishing at 6, the workshop ends between 6 and 7. And that is when now the actual workshop begins. And it runs up to around midnight. If I'm wrong, Professor Stashin can actually confirm that the workshop in Asia regions, the real conversations begin after the workshop. That said, that was not my intent at all to initiate a new workshop. It's just to do a bit of wrap up and begin to really focus on the real issues. Let's first begin by appreciating we could not manage to interfere with the presentation that was going on. But Mr. Ayele Kambende, who is coming from CEDA, one of the key partners for PACCHA, send greetings to you, and he has officially exited the summer school after being with us for 5 days. I think that is a huge sacrifice we need to really appreciate. In the PACCHA, we don't take it for granted. So subsequently, he will not be with us, but he said he's going to be an online participant throughout as soon as time allows. Charles also sneaked in, our executive director, acting executive director for PACCHA, also sneaked in, but I suspect the demands of work has also forced him to sneak out. I wanted to make 3 announcements moving forward from this particular point. One is a task. The others could be announcements. And we need to give you details for the field trip. Because tomorrow there is a field trip. It is indeed important. We are prepared for the field. Otherwise, the field will be prepared for us, and we will go there and we will be a disaster. But before we move there, let me start with the announcement. The announcement is that tomorrow or over the weekend, take time to undertake a test. This has been a summer school. It's not a conference. It's not another gathering. There is a test, an evaluation of your performance for week 1. That evaluation will be shared by Sylvia and is linked to your certification. Take time to do it and send your responses back. It is that serious. So please make sure that you're able to see the test that will be coming to you, and you take it with the seriousness that it deserves, and provide that feedback to us. So that's the first announcement that I wanted to make. Secondly, as a team of facilitators, we've been able to assess the week. The week has been quite heavy in terms of presentations and a few questions and the reaction from the floor, and there has been less intervention from outside. David, you may need to project the slides if you are there. Yeah. So we want to make this weekend a conversational weekend. Conversational weekend meaning that you can spare more time and have more discussions amongst yourselves in groups that we shall constitute here in. And to do that, we've set a few sets of questions, but we've also provided you with guidance on where you can get the responses from. The first question is, at Pan-African level, what are the 3 critical climate justice issues we have to deal with? So that will be the first question you will deal with from group level. We're asking at Pan-African level, what are the 3 critical climate justice issues we have to deal with? Each group, as constituted, will only generate 3. Do not generate more than 3. Otherwise, you'll have started to fail exam. Only 3 climate justice issues that you strongly feel that at Pan-African level we must deal with and deal with squarely on. We've also provided for a methodological approach to it, but because I'm being rushed and all of us want to go somewhere where your mind has already guided you, I'll be very brief in terms of the methodological approach. The methodological approach, I usually like simple things, the 3 whys. If you identify that this is the problem, you say this is a problem, ask yourself 3 questions. Why is this a problem? The first statement of your problem, why is it a problem? And probably you'll get another set of statements that begins to detail why that specific issue is a problem. Then move to the second set of statements that you've generated and ask yourself, further, why is that a problem? Hello? Move a step further and interrogate the second statement that you have generated and ask, why is it a problem? And if you're able to get a third statement, that is well and good. But ask yourself further, on the third statement, why is that a problem? Why is it an issue? The essence of asking the 3 whys is to be able to get to the root cause. Get to a point where you cannot answer further. You cannot explain why is that an issue. When you'll be getting to that point when you cannot answer why is that an issue, please know that you are getting the root cause and the root problem that we need to program around, okay? That our advocacy programming must center. So the 3 whys is a simple, easy to use methodology, but you need to ensure that you have robust discussion, robust conversations among yourself to be able to canvas the discussion up to the most critical issue that we must center our efforts and our energies around. You will repeat the process that you've done for question 1 under question 2, which is at your respective countries, what are the 3 climate justice issues you are prioritizing for your work? So you are doing it at Pan-African level, which will be the groups that we shall constitute here, but you'll also be doing it at your individual country level with a view to beginning generating serious action at those 2 levels. So you will do those 2 questions at those 2 levels. The third question, the third slide. The third question is seeking solutions. The solutions are for the crystallized problem that has been identified using the 3 whys. And you can use some certain other methodologies, outcome analysis as one methodology. You can also use what we call critical pathway analysis as a methodological approach, which I will not detail because again, you are experts. But critical pathway assumes that for you to achieve the ultimate change, you must be able to see lower level changes. And these lower level changes are also contributed by other slightly lower level changes. The essence is to create a chain of changes that are interrelated, and for you to be able to work in a coherent manner, pursuing the amalgamation of lower level changes towards the bigger goal that you are pursuing. So that is a broad intent, particularly around using critical pathway. Again, wangapi wanajua panya? How many know this panya thing? How many know that? How many know it? Panya. Rat. How many know Arat? Okay, I can see a majority of us do not live in Africa. But Arat has only a single path. So the moment you block its path, you catch it. That is why it is easier to catch. But critical pathway gives you options of navigating towards the results that you want to see. So that if one path is blocked, you have an alternative. If the second alternative is blocked, you also have another alternative. So that is the essence around the critical pathway thinking, which you will apply. But what I want you to generate is just the change statement that you want to, the change that you want to see. But you're applying critical pathway so that you don't give me low-level results. What are low-level results? Low-level results is telling me we created awareness. That's a low-level result. So if you created awareness, so what? What changed out of the awareness? You get me? So we are trying to run away from very low-level changes that are not necessarily contributing to any change. Please do not move to the next slide. Move to the next slide, but then I'll skip one question. I'll skip question 4 because a majority of you are looking at me badly. I'll skip question 4. But if you are taking question 1 and question 2 seriously, I'll tell you it will summarize in a bigger way the work that you've done this particular week. But skip question 4 because it requires some other serious background information before you are able to deal with it. Question 5 is using innovative approaches. Document your responses for question 1 through 2 to 3. Using innovative approaches. You document. What are those innovative approaches? It could be what Prof has just shown us, cartoons. It could be short videos. You could act as a skit and document your own play. You can do whatever you want to do. I don't want to limit you in terms of the approaches. But of course, the literature, the write-up about all those other conversations must be documented, and then it ends into innovative approach of documenting to ensure that we are able to influence the critical constituent. This assignment will be marked, and it will be part of the certification process. So it's important for me to emphasize it will be seriously marked by a serious group of invigilators who will determine its suitability, who will determine your level of critique, who will determine your passion around climate justice and your commitment towards change around climate justice. If you can afford time, begin to discuss, because you have a lot of time with you, begin to discuss strategies for achieving the solutions. Begin to discuss. I'm saying begin to, meaning that there is much more work ahead in terms of shaping, but begin to discuss. I know you've been meeting, you've been here as a group, but I'm also encouraging individual thinking along these lines. Individual thinking, because in summer school, we invite young people to lead and to build their name singularly and collectively in pursuit of climate justice. So begin to think along the same lines in terms of the changes that you think you will contribute to at your level. So I want to say that that's the assignment. I want to, in a very democratic manner, divide the groups. If you allow me, I'll apply my own democracy in an interesting way. Is my democracy acceptable? Thank you. Sorry? I'm hearing some of my democracy is acceptable. Okay. The unfortunate thing about my democracy is that people have been staying the way they came in the same plane. That's my biggest challenge around my democracy, because I wanted to divide you using the Berlin version of partitioning Africa. That is what I wanted to use, but it seems it's not going to work well, but I don't want to take a lot of your time. So allow me to use Berlin partitioning. If you find yourself with your neighbor, there is an official role of backbenchers. If you know you are seated in the official role of backbenchers, you are group number 1. Please rise up. The official role of backbenchers, please rise up. That official role, please rise up. I think the person that I have interacted most with there is Pius. Pius, can you raise your hand? Those are your people. Please mark them. It starts all the way from there. Those are your people. Mark them. And they provide stewardship. That is group number 1 for the same questions. For this group, I want to partition. There are seats that are empty. You can now sit. Huh? There are seats that are just empty in between. I want to draw a line around there. Starting from my dear sister from Morocco. Can you rise up? Huh? Do not cross over, it's just in between as a partition. That becomes group number 2. My dear sister from Morocco, remind me your name. Wapa. Good. Wapa, you are accountable for that team. This team will have the benefit of being led by the lawyer. Where is the lawyer? So the lawyer is here in the room. Please rise up to see your people. It's important to see your people. Sabrina, those are your people. Give us results. I want to divide from this description of people and the clothes is bad. But I want to start from the 4th role. 4th role in this team. Those who are in 4th role, yes. Yeah, yourself. Actually starting with you, yes, that team. You can all rise up. Huh? You can see, no, you need to see each other. Please rise up. That, yes, backwards. I think next week I'll be doing very well in terms of names. Huh? Angelo, where are you? Okay. Angelo, you take the stewardship of that team. And then this becomes the last team. And my brother here provides stewardship. So those will be the 5 teams. Please ensure you are up to speed. Now, before I leave this floor, because I'm leaving this floor for Sylvia to tell us where we are going to field tomorrow, Sylvia told me to do something brief, and I want to do it in a very brief way.
Excuse me?
Yes.
We have the virtual participants.
Yes, the virtual participants, they are with Afanyu and David. Afanyu and David will moderate the team of virtual. Now, before I leave this stage, tomorrow we are going for field work. It is important, it is important, if you want to gain the best out of the field work as a group, because you will be partitioned into groups, to take time and reflect on the key issues that you are pursuing there and generate a maximum of 5 questions, not more than 5. But if you want to generate the best out of field, because I know a majority, some might not have been in the field work, in a group setup, it is important the moment you get to whichever place you are going, whether it's a group or it's an individual, you spend your first few minutes creating rapport, establishing relationships, establishing the basics in terms of familiarity. Because if you come to my household and you are not open to me, I'll tell you nothing. And you'll go back home with nothing. So that rapport is extremely important. If you find me seated on the floor, please sit with me. That's how I sit. And you came to me because you believe I'm a source of knowledge, I'm a source of information. Stop looking for a chair if the chair is not there. Seek to understand what is culturally appropriate in particular communities. Some communities might consider some certain things not culturally appropriate, beginning from dressing, which is important. So it's important you establish what is culturally appropriate in that particular community. The moment you have your hosts, before you start asking your 5 questions, allow the host to introduce himself and speak a bit about his life and what he does. Allow them time to give you those broad perspectives, because those broad perspectives will start to extinguish some certain questions, but it will also provide you with a platform to ask questions that are clearer. Otherwise, you might ask them questions that are conscripted somewhere, which have no bearing with what they are doing. So spend time to listen. Allow them some first 10 minutes or so, just to give you a background about their lives. I know you'll also visit farmers, and you might be going to a farmer who lost his calf, and you are going there to talk about a crop. The farmer will not listen to you. He first he has to speak about his cow that has died or his calf that has died. And you have to agree that that's the first line of thought that they will take. I'm speaking like a farmer, I'm also a farmer. I'll tell you about my immediate issues before I go to what brought you there. So it is important to allow for that space. That way you are able to really connect in a deeper way. Once that is done, look at questions that have been responded to and the few that have not been responded to and others that might have emerged. Assign among yourself responsibilities of asking those questions. So do not be in competition. We can allow you here to be having all sorts of intra-speech competition, but when you go out in the field, we are not in competition. So be systematic, be orderly, and allow the flow in terms of asking questions to be systematized, so that again, we are able to reap the best. Try to make it not an interrogation. Try to make it itinerative, building on the other question, building on what they said. Hello? Building on what they said. I've seen people going, and because they had scripted questions, they did not even listen in the first place. So they ask questions that have no basis, and therefore it frustrates. But be good listeners. I've also had people asking questions that were responded to, and it is irritating. And I'm telling you, having listened to many people who come to the office, they want to get a lot of insights. Then they start asking me questions that I responded to. I get irritated. So the way I get irritated, I don't want you to irritate your host. I want you to be in position to accommodate them and be able to have a real conversation. Appoint a team leader, okay? Within your team, appoint a suitable team leader who is able to gel, connect, and engage. Please use your ears, your eyes, your nose, your mouth, and the sense of your body to pick other non-verbal cues, because there is a lot of non-verbal cues that come with such field experiences. Finally, I have two rapporteurs. I have two rapporteurs to be able to capture the discussion. Finally, do not forget to thank your hosts. Knowledge is extremely valuable. Do not forget to thank. And number two, do not fail to be propositional in terms of things that you've learned that you think would benefit them in case finally, where you are in disagreement with what they are saying, raise your disagreements in quite a constructive and respectful manner. This wisdom, you can only get it in summer school. You cannot get it anywhere else, and it's out of practice. Sylvia, take us home. Thanks.
Thank you, Philip. Please, let's clap for Philip. Appreciate him. Thank you. So my name is Sylvia Washira, and I'm going to take us through the field trip tomorrow. So tomorrow we are going for a field trip to a place called Gatundu South, and we shall be going to visit a nature-based solution integrated adaptation project, which is the government is piloting in this area. So on the logistics, so tomorrow the buses will be at Rainbow Hotel at 7:45 with the intention of departing at 8. The day scholars, we encourage you to come to Royal Resort Hotel. We can send a pin there so that we can all move together. So it's 8, latest 8:30 we leave, but for sure by 8:30 we'll be out. The distance of the place is about 50 to 60 kilometers. It's not far, the roads are smooth. Yeah, so kindly come dressed in sportish, warm, and appropriate clothing, and carry your notebooks. Yes, so what will happen is that when we arrive there, we'll be divided into maybe 3 to 4 groups, and we have different farmers that we shall visit within the site, and then we shall rotate. The groups will rotate to different sites. So this is how it is going to be. Yeah, so I think that is it. Yeah, maybe. Should I do it?
When are they coming back?
So we will come back from 2 o'clock, 2 to 3 o'clock we'll be back. Yeah?
Just a quick one, just a quick one. I know there are people who could be coming from their respective countries alone. Can I see by show of hand if you are the only person from your own country? That is Sudan. And that one is Guinea, Madagascar, Sierra Leone. Sorry? Somalia, Gambia, Morocco. We could look at those countries that are neighboring one another in the spirit of strengthening your country level thinking. So that's something that, particularly for tackling the task that we gave you. So any question on field day when Sylvia is here? Any question? I know Sylvia will leave, those people will not be. Yes, you have a question.
Alors, donc, merci. Je voulais savoir si les questions seront aussi données en français.
Proceed.
Je reprends. Je disais, je voulais savoir si les questions seront reprises en français pour que l'on puisse au moins mieux les maîtriser et faire le travail correctement. Merci.
You mean the question that was shared? Yes, an arrangement will be worked out. Yes, that's what I said. An arrangement will be worked out amongst ourselves to provide for that, not the team that is at the booth, because their professionalism is around translating from that space. So we'll work an arrangement internally within the team, and that gap will be served. Thanks. Any other question? That will be the last question. Okay, very quickly, we get one from there and two from there.
Mike.
Mike.
Yes.
Did you have a question, my brother? Please raise your question if you had it.
It's all about the communication with indigenous people that we go to visit. I know they're not good in English and the other language we are using here. They're more in Swahili and other local vernaculars. So how are we going to communicate with them?
That is why we are saying within the 3 groups, because you'll be divided into 3 groups, sufficient measures will be put in place to ensure that you're able to get that translation right across. Yeah. Thanks. We had a question there.
Ok, merci. Moi, j'aimerais juste savoir si on peut avoir les documents qu'on a eu à utiliser durant toute la semaine pour pouvoir bien faire le travail. Je disais tantôt que est-ce qu'on pouvait avoir les documents utilisés durant toute la semaine pour pouvoir bien faire le travail le week-end?
Absolutely, yes. When the report is completed, it's usually shared and made available. But in the meanwhile, what I usually encourage people to do is to take their notes. That is usually my encouragement, and I'll say that in a serious way, because if you were to walk through the slides for the entire week, that's double time. But if you were taking your key notes, pinpointing you to where the action is, then you'll have already started before the others get their notes. Sylvia is promising me that you'll be able to get most of the presentations this week. As you go to the field, please put on your tags. As you go to the field, please put on your tags. Don't leave your tags behind. Put on those tags. Diana, across.
I was the one who, I would like to know about the appropriate dressing, because in my country, Lesotho, where I come from, when we mean appropriate dressing, we mean that ladies, when they are going to the field trip, they should wear the full dress, no trousers. So I would like to know, in the context of Kenya, what is the appropriate dressing? Thank you.
I can assure you, you are now appropriately dressed. Essentially, I think the emphasis in this particular case is to ensure that the essentials are covered. When we say essentials, we mean that you are not dressing scantily. Scantily, if you are a lady in terms of mini skirts, yeah. But not, we are not saying you dress up to the heel. We are just basically ensuring that, saying that you ensure it is decent dress. You can actually interact with people at your comfort and also at their comfort.
So we have a few questions. I'm going to be asking for most people. Firstly, we wanted to know if tomorrow on the field trip there's going to be, I don't think there's going to be, but if there's going to be Portuguese translation.
Proceed with the next question.
No, not that. Okay, next question. We wanted to know about lunch, what time it would be.
Okay. The third question.
Yes, but the other question that is actually related with the tasks that we have to do, we didn't understand exactly if it was individual and if we could discuss it between us.
Okay.
Do we have to submit individually or collectively, and the groups are there by country or by what the group that was already made?
Thank you. Thank you. In case you miss some certain perspectives, lunch will be provided. That is where I start because that hinges on violation of human rights.
Yeah.
So lunch will be provided. Translation, we've said we are making arrangement internally to ensure that is provided. And thirdly, related to your question, the task that I gave you is to be done at the group level. The group level will deal with the problem, the climate justice issues, and the solution from a Pan-African perspective. Individually, or in groups of people that you came together here from the same country, you will deal with the same questions from a country perspective. Yeah.
Excuse me. Hi. Hello. I'm
The last,
asking.
that should be the last one, huh? Yes, proceed.
Yeah. Some of us don't have the tags, so I was asking if we can get them before tomorrow or maybe early tomorrow.
Sylvia will work on that and will be able to fix your issue. So we want to bring the curtains down at this particular point, and thanks for being quite a good participant in the course of the week. We are bringing the week to a closure. For any other questions, we can do it bilaterally in the spirit of ensuring that we do not hold you for any further period. Enjoy your field trip. Enjoy your stay. And let's hear the learnings or the lessons from the field when we converge next week on Monday. The sessions on Monday begin as usual, but we may have to tighten a bit in terms of time to cover much more. Thank you.
Microphone.
Bye-bye.
Microphone.